Every year, on the anniversary of my brother's disappearance, I have the same routine. I guess you'd call it a ritual. It starts with me going upstairs to the attic. The ritual has changed slightly over the years, but at its core, it's still the same. I get away for a while, on my own, and try to reconnect with the past. Lose myself for a bit. My wife and kids leave me to it. They know the significance of that date, and they know I like to have my own space. The only thing they don't know is what exactly I get up to when I'm off on my own, what the ritual involves. And you know what? I don't think I'm ever going to tell them. Walking upstairs to the attic this afternoon, it all came flooding back to me. The memories from that day. 25 years is a long time, but as I made my way across the floorboards at the top of my house, the light from my torch picking out dust motes in the dark, it didn't feel like a long time. The past felt close. I could see the shadow-draped roof beams and the cardboard boxes, and I could picture myself in a different attic altogether. An attic from my past. And when I pause and shut my eyes, I could see Ben beside me. As I made my way to the wooden trunk pushed back into the far corner, the same trunk I open every year, I remembered. My little brother disappeared 2 weeks after we moved house. It was our first major move as kids. We'd grown up in the town, but for years our mum and dad had been desperate for us to live in the countryside. It was a dream of theirs, and not long after I turned 10, we finally managed it. I loved that house. Both of us did. It was an old cottage set in the middle of a village on the edge of the New Forest, and we knew it was perfect the moment we set our eyes on it. My brother was a couple of years younger than me, and in that point of time, we were going through what my mom liked to call our adventurous phase, an expression she normally accompanied with an exasperated voice and a roll of the eyes. Ben and I loved exploring stuff. It didn't matter what. Climbing trees, building rafts, investigating the abandoned sawmill that sat along the footpath a mile from the village. As soon as we moved, we were in new territory, and we did our best to investigate it as quickly and as thoroughly as we could. But nothing held our attention quite like the house itself. The place felt like something out of a storybook. It was old. Not old in the same way our previous home had been, but old. Something from a different age. Exposed wooden beams ran across the ceilings. A giant fireplace took up almost the whole wall in the living room. The doorways were so low, our dad kept cracking his head when he forgot to duck through them. The house felt like it had secrets too. Black and white portraits of long dead people lined the walls. Their eyes seemed to track our progress when we walked by. Shadowy nooks and crannies lay in every room. The outline of a tiny door, inexplicably set halfway up the wall in the downstairs bathroom, lay behind damp and peeling paper. For two kids who loved frightening themselves and daring each other, it was heaven. And the main object of our attention quickly became the attic. We found out about the attic from Mr. Richards. He was our new next-door neighbour. Mr. Richards was a skinny, grey-haired man who lived on his own. To my brother and me, he looked about as old as the house itself, probably older. We were playing football in our backyard about a week after we'd moved in, and I can still remember the way his voice made us jump. "You boys explored the attic yet?" Ben had the ball, and I was going in for a tackle when Mr. Richards spoke. We both rose and spun around to find him, leaning against the wooden fence that ran between our gardens, watching us. Yeah, we went up there on our first day. It was Ben who answered. Although Ben was younger, he seemed to have been born with a confidence I had yet to find. Although we did everything together, it was often Ben who came up with the ideas, and it was usually Ben who spoke to adults. We helped our dad shift some boxes up there when we moved. No, not that attic. Mr. Richards grinned at us, and I was mildly disgusted to see 2 of his front teeth were missing. I mean the other attic, the secret one. He had our attention now. Ben and I walked a couple of paces closer to the fence, the ball forgotten behind us. Once again, it was Ben who answered. How do you mean, secret attic? Mr. Richards reached up a hand and scratched at the stubble peppering his cheek. The sun slipped from behind a cloud overhead, and he squinted his eyes at us. What I mean is I'd been in your house before. Knew the people that lived there before you. I know the layout, see? And let me guess, the attic you put them boxes in is through that white cupboard door in the hallway, the one above the stairs. Ben and I looked at each other without saying anything. Mr. Richards was right. We'd both been there on the day Dad had climbed up that little white door, balancing one foot on the banister before pushing himself up to reach it. We'd passed the boxes up to him, with the promise that he'd help us climb up so we could see inside too at the end. It had been disappointing. The space in the cupboard extended away towards the back of the house, but there was nothing inside but beams and insulation. Mr. Richards didn't wait for us to respond. Well, that's not the real attic, he continued. The real attic is above that one, and you can only get to it through a secret passageway. His grin widened, showing more brown teeth. He tipped me a wink. Where's the secret passage then? Ben's eyes were wide. He had the same look on his face he'd had when our dad told us about the abandoned sawmill near the village. A sort of hungry look. Mr. Richards tapped the front of his shirt pocket. He reached inside with his bony, nicotine-stained fingers and pulled out a cigarette. He placed it between his lips, then rummaged around in the pocket of his jeans for a lighter. As he bent to light the cigarette, he shook his head. You boys got to be careful. That's what I think. Some places aren't meant for kids. Doesn't do no good to go poking around. Then what did you tell us about it for? Ben looked outraged. The colour had risen in his cheeks. He reached up and brushed a lock of sweaty dark hair from his face, without taking his eyes off Mr. Richards. We won't do anything stupid, we promise. Mr. Richards cackled. He held a cigarette away from his mouth and blew smoke through his nose. After a moment, the laughter tapered off into a thick, hacking cough. Once he'd recovered, he drew the sleeve of one arm across his mouth and stared at us through watery blue eyes. Well, I can't tell you much more than that. I wouldn't want your parents getting mad at me. Of course, if I could tell you anything, what I might say is that some of these old houses are odd shapes and sizes. There are some places, for instance, that have these huge old fireplaces. Big chimney breasts too. If I were you, that's where I'd be aiming for. I'd be wondering if maybe there weren't some small steps running up the outside of that big chimney. Little brick steps inside the first attic, leading up into a hidden roof space. He took another drag on his cigarette and winked again. Ben and I looked at each other. We didn't even need to say anything. That's how it was with me and Ben. More often than not, we could communicate with just a look. That day, we'd turn around together to face the house, and we were about to go running for our front door when Mr. Richards' voice stopped us. I'd be careful though if I were you. I mean it." We paused and looked back at him. He took another drag on his cigarette and stared at us, the smile gone from his face. "Some of the places in this village have stories attached to them. Stories almost as old as the houses themselves. People that lived in that place before you said they heard things, noises in the night. Told me they'd wake up sometimes, and there'd be these sounds coming from the roof space above them, sort of like echoes." A gust of wind blew through the garden, making the trees rustle. Suddenly, all I could think of were those black and white portraits hanging in our hallway, the ones with eyes that seemed to follow you. "Oh yes, I'd be very careful indeed," said Mr. Richards. "Some of these houses have hidden places that no one's been to for years and years, and some might have doors that aren't meant to be opened." "Don't worry, we'll be careful." Ben's hand was on my arm, tugging me. I could feel the excitement in that tug, and I knew he'd hardly been listening to that last part of what Mr. Richards said. We turned together and made our way to the house. I paused by the porch and glanced back. Mr. Richards was still in the same place we'd left him, leaning against the fence, watching. Our expedition into the attic took place a week later. We'd wanted to go sooner, of course, but it hadn't been possible, not with our parents about. They didn't mind us going off on our own, but they'd marked the attic as strictly out of bounds. We knew we had to wait until they were out of the house together, and the following Friday evening, we finally got our wish. Mum was already out visiting a friend, and a call to our landline summoned Dad back into the office. "Something's come up at work," he told me, a frown on his face as he shrugged his coat on by the front door. "Will you two be alright on your own for an hour? I shouldn't be long, and your mother's due back soon anyway." Dad worked as the editor for the local paper, and things were always coming up at work. It was a constant source of arguments between him and Mum, but while Dad disappearing to the office would normally fill me with a low-level anxiety I didn't quite understand back then, at that moment, it only excited me. It meant we'd finally have the house to ourselves. As I nodded and told him we'd be okay, it was all I could do to keep the grin from my face. 10 minutes later, my brother and I stood on the stairs below the attic's white door. This was the trip we were ready for. In an effort to distract ourselves from the frustration of not being able to find the secret attic right away, we'd spent the last week planning. Maps, supplies, a communication system. We had it all ready. By drawing a rough pencil sketch of the house, we worked out what Mr. Richards meant by the steps in the side of the chimney breast. The lower attic, as we'd come to call it, stretched from above the hallway to the very back wall of the house. It was the attic we'd already been in with Dad. It ran above the downstairs bathroom and parallel to the lounge. And what was the main feature of the lounge, which also happened to sit against the house's back wall? The fireplace. "So if I get to the end and look to the left, I should be right by where the chimney breast is?" asked Ben, staring up at the white door above our heads. "Yep, that's it. Mr. Richards said brick steps run up the outside of the chimney. He said those are the steps that lead up to the attic at the very top of the house, the secret one." I stood on the step beside Ben and followed his gaze to the door above our heads. "Sure you want to do this on your own?" This was the main problem we'd come up against early on in the planning stages. No matter how many different ways we tried it, we couldn't figure out a way for both of us to climb up into the attic together. Whenever our parents were out of sight, we tried everything we could think of, lifting each other up, balancing on the banister, trying to stand on top of random objects we'd placed on the stairs. Nothing worked. Because of his position above the staircase, reaching the door to the attic was awkward. It was okay when our dad had been up there, because he'd been able to reach down and haul us up. But for two kids who were barely 4.5 feet tall, the process was a nightmare. In the end, the only way we'd been able to manage it was by Ben climbing onto the banister and me boosting him the rest of the way by locking my hands together in a foothold. But once he reached the doorway and pulled himself through, we knew there'd be no easy way for me to follow him. Staring up at that door, Ben brushed his dark hair from his eyes. His face was fixed in a determined expression I'd seen plenty of times before. "Sure," he said. "You got your walkie?" "Boxes. All the boxes we put up here with Dad." Ben's voice crackled through the black box in my hand. The walkie-talkies had been my idea. They'd been a present from Dad for my 10th birthday. We tested them out a few times when we were out exploring the village, but up until now, we hadn't really found a proper use for them. But they were perfect for this. They meant Ben could tell me exactly what he was seeing the whole time he was up there. We'd even come up with a system. Once every 10 seconds at least, Ben would radio back to me with an update. Just a word or two to tell me what he could see at that exact moment. I told him it was so I could keep an accurate log of everything, but really, it was so I'd be able to know he was safe. From my vantage point at the top of the staircase, I could just see into the open white door above my head. The darkness glowed with a beam from Ben's head torch. I pressed the button on my walkie. "Can you see the back wall of the attic yet?" "No, not yet. I'm just getting past all the boxes. It's tricky because there's all that green stuff on the floor, so I can only step on the beams." "You mean the insulation?" "Yeah." "Well, go slow, okay? If you step on that stuff by accident, your foot could go through the ceiling. Then we'd really be screwed." I glanced at the digital watch on my wrist. Gone 8. Had Dad said what time Mum was due home? I couldn't remember. The last thing we wanted was for her to get back while Ben was still in the attic though, so I was on high alert. Straining my ears for the sound of a car coming down the road by our house. We had a system for this too. If I heard Mum pulling up in the driveway, I'd press the button on the walkie and call Mayday 3 times. And if Ben got into any trouble up there, he'd do the same. For the time being though, there was no approaching engine in earshot. There was nothing much at all in earshot for that matter. I could hear the wind gusting outside and the occasional creak as the house settled around me, but nothing else. My brother and I were alone. "It's freaky up here, Max." Ben's voice was a low whisper issuing from the walkie speaker. "There's cobwebs everywhere. It's like nobody's been up here for 100 years. I shivered. Although I was wearing a thick jumper, it felt cold in the hallway. There was something about Ben's words that caused a faint worm of unease to stir in my stomach too. What was it Mr. Richards had said to us a week before? Some of these houses have hidden places that no one's been to for years and years. That was a weird thought, wasn't it? Ben might be the first person to see the secret attic in a long, long time. Maybe even since the house itself was built. Mr. Richards had said something else too, that I couldn't quite remember. Something about doors that weren't meant to be opened. Max? Max? Are you there?" Ben's voice almost made me jump. I lifted the walkie to my mouth and pressed the talk button. "Here, Ben. What's up? What can you see?" "The back wall's up ahead, Max. I can see it with my torch. And there's something else too. The worm of unease twisted in my belly. What? There's this dark patch up in the corner of the attic, over to the left. It looks like a hole in the wall. A weird mix of emotions filled my stomach. There was excitement down there, sure. The kind of nervous energy I'd felt before going on a roller coaster the first time. But there was something else too. A faintly sick feeling. For the first time since we'd started this mission, I had the sudden urge to call Ben back. I didn't know why I felt this exactly, but it was there all the same. A nagging in my belly. Ben wouldn't come easily. That was the thing. He didn't seem to get anxious about stuff the same way I did, but I thought I might be able to convince him if I needed to. And if that failed, I could always tell him Mum was home. My thumb hovered over the talk button, but I hesitated. What exactly was I worried about? It was just an attic. It might be old, and it might be full of cobwebs, but that's all it was. Just another roof space that we hadn't been in yet. And before I had a chance to think about it anymore, Ben's voice crackled through the speaker again. Beams, more cobwebs. There's a low beam hanging from the left to the right. Ben was listing everything he could see. Another 10 seconds, another update. Sticking to the plan. I'm near the end now, Max. I can see bricks on the left. More bricks. Oh, hang on. There's stairs, Max. I can see little stairs on the left, leading up into the darkness. He'd found it. Found the secret way up that Mr. Richards had mentioned. I didn't know what I'd been expecting exactly, but just then, it felt like the unease in my belly was winning out over the excitement. My stomach felt the way it did at school before a test. I strained my ears, listening for the sound of a car on the road. And right then, I was hoping I'd hear it. I was hoping Mum would come back. That way I could call Mayday to Ben, and the game would be off. There was nothing though. Just the wind outside and the silence of the hallway. Then, the sudden crackle of static barking in the box in my hand. Max, you still there? I'm on my way up, Max. I climbed up on the beam, and I'm about to go up the stairs. I can't see anything up there yet. It's dark. Be careful. It was all I could manage. I stared up at the open white door above me, trying to see if I could make out the faint glow of Ben's head torch. I couldn't. He must have been so far back now that the light wasn't getting out. Brick steps, more brick steps, cobwebs. Ben's voice sounded fainter now, further away. I wasn't sure if it was all the extra wall and distance between us, or if he'd started whispering. I glanced around the hallway, trying to distract myself from the growing unease in my stomach, and my eyes fell on a portrait on the wall beside me. One of those old black and white ones. An elderly woman, impossibly small and shrunken, stared out of the frame, her black eyes watching me from an expressionless face. A young man, equally devoid of expression, stood beside her. His face reminded me faintly of Mr. Richards. I shut my eyes. I could hear my own heartbeat thumping in my neck, above the sound of the wind outside the house. Thump, thump, thump. The problem was me being down here on the landing while Ben was up there. We had the walkie-talkies, sure, but it wasn't the same. We were normally together in all our games. Now, I felt unable to help, and it was making my anxiety worse. To distract myself, I tried to imagine things from Ben's point of view, picture what he was seeing, feel his excitement. It didn't help. I could see the darkness in my mind's eye. imagine his torch beam cutting a path of light through the shadows. But the image only gave me the creeps. More darkness. Jeez, it's really dark up here, Max. It's like my torch isn't working properly. He'd be close to the top now. I could feel it. Almost in the secret attic. In my head, I had a sudden flashback to Mr. Richards, leaning against our garden fence, grinning. More brick steps, more darkness. Hey, are you sure you want me to keep updating you, even if it's all the same stuff? What I wanted was for Ben to give up and come back. Stupidly though, I didn't say that. I just thumbed the button and said, yes. Okay, I think I must be nearly... Yeah, I'm at the top now. Ben's voice had dropped to a whisper again. I thought I could detect a hint of uncertainty in it, but it could have been my imagination. The stairs have stopped, Max. It's really dark up here. Was that the sound of the car engine in the distance? I shut my eyes again, straining my ears, but I couldn't tell. The wind was playing tricks on me. Dark, wood beams, dark. Was Ben speaking even more quietly? His voice sounded like it was coming through a pipe. Dark, dark. Wait, hang on. The worm of unease was a knot now. It felt like something alive was moving inside me. Max, there's something here, up ahead. A car engine. Yes, I could hear it now. Over the wind. There was no mistaking it. There's a door, Max. Ben's voice was ragged and faint, and I could no longer detect the excitement in it. Now, all I could hear was the fear I felt myself. It's in the middle of the attic. It's dark red. The knot of worms clenched tighter. The people in the black and white photo leered out at me. In the distance, the hum of the car engine grew. I moved my thumb over the talk button, ready to call Mayday. But Ben spoke again before I had the chance. It's red. A red door. The walkie growled static in my hand. Ben's voice was almost lost in it. His next words were the last full sentence I ever heard him speak. I'll keep my thumb down as I go through it. Ben, no. Ben? Ben, no, don't. Mayday! Mayday! I hammered down the talk button and yelled into the walkie. But it didn't work. Static still crackled through my speaker. Mayday! Mom's here, Ben! Come back! Mayday! Time seemed to slow down. The thing I remember most about what happened next was the sound. 4 sounds, all blurring together into one. There was the bass drum of my heartbeat, high up in my neck, and the howl of the wind. There was the sound of Mum's car, drawing closer to the house. And there was the static. The static surged from the black box in my hand, and, for a while, eclipsed everything else. It was like my brother had walked into the center of a storm. The sound seemed to freeze me in place. I should have tried the talk button again, and I should have yelled at the top of my voice. Ben was only in the roof after all, wasn't he? But I did neither of those things. Instead, I simply stood there, the eyes in the black and white portraits gazing on as cracked noise blared from the box in my hand. There were words in that static. I don't know how much time passed as I drowned in that wave of sound, but I heard them. I heard my brother's voice. It was impossibly distant, and I had to press my ear tight to the walkie to hear it at all. But it was there. The ultra-faint whisper of someone speaking from a long, long way away. Dark, dark, dark. Looking back now, I think the words must have been every 10 seconds. I think it was Ben sticking to the plan, even then. Dark, dark, dark. Static surged and roared like waves. There were only 2 other words I heard Ben speak before the car pulled up in our driveway. Pink moon. I guess there's a chance I misheard him, but I don't think so. Nobody believed me. That's the short version. I could go into the long version, the interrogations from my parents and the police officers, and eventually the psychiatrists, but no one needs to hear all of that. It's a story we've all heard before. There are only really a few other points that matter. The first is the walkie-talkies. They didn't find anything. I told everyone the truth and stuck to it, but it made no difference. When first my dad, and then the lead investigator listened to the channel my walkie-talkie had been tuned to, all they heard was static. They told me I had to be imagining the sound of my brother's voice. The attic was empty too. I don't know how many people went up there and searched in the end, but it was a lot, and none of them found a single trace. No dropped walkie-talkie, no Ben. Their big theory, which I learned from cupping my ear to closed doors whenever I could in the ensuing weeks, was that I made up the whole thing. A defense mechanism, they called it. They thought Ben had been abducted, or he'd gotten lost while we were playing some game outside. They thought my mind had created the whole red door in the attic story as a way of protecting itself, shielding me from the trauma of whatever really happened. As for my own investigations, I only went up into the attic once. It was months later, after the initial investigation into Ben's disappearance had died down. The stairs in the chimney were there, just like he said they were, but nothing else. The secret attic was nothing more than an empty, open space in the roof. Dust and old bat droppings, but no red door. The last thing worth mentioning is Mr. Richards. He died. It was a month or so after Ben disappeared that I finally thought to talk to him. He was the one who told us about the attic after all, but I never got the chance. His granddaughter found him apparently. She got worried after he stopped answering his phone. I overheard my parents talking about it late one night, and my dad said he'd heard from Mrs. Roberts down the road that some things had been found in Mr. Richards' house. Some disturbing things. I never found out what that meant though, and it could have just been a rumour. They held a funeral for him in the village church, advertised it on the notice board. The poster they used had a blown-up photo of Mr. Richards when he was younger, in black and white. When I saw it for the first time, he looked familiar to me. But it was only later I realised how much it reminded me of the black and white photo on the landing of our stairs. I used to take the walkie-talkie everywhere I went. Everywhere. I carried it in my bag to school, slept with it under my pillow. I always had it in arm's reach. I learned to stop that though, over the years. It wasn't helping. I was spending so much time in that sea of static that I realised if I didn't take control soon, I might just drown. So now, I ration myself. Now I have my ritual. Every year I go upstairs to the attic of the house I currently live in with my wife and kids, and I retrieve the walkie-talkie from its locked wooden trunk, find the old channel. Then I close my eyes and let the static wash over me, and I listen for my brother's voice. It's still there. Even after all this time, it's still there. Mostly, he repeats the same word he was whispering when he walked through the red door. Dark. But every now and then, I'll catch something else. On a couple of occasions, he's spoken about the pink moon again, and a few years ago, I thought he said the words, cracked sky. And this year, quite clearly, I heard him whisper something he's never said before. Silver Lake. I talk back to him too sometimes, even though he's never responded, and even though I know, deep down, that he probably can't hear me. I talk to him, just in case. Because if there's even the slightest chance he can, he'll know I've never given up. I've tried most of the summoning games and rituals that you can find across the web or on Reddit. Games like the Midnight Man or the Elevator game, as well as the more ritualistic ones like the Dark Reflection Ritual or the Three Kings Ritual, even the silly Charlie Challenge. None of them gave me what I was looking for. That is to say, none of them worked like they were supposed to. At least, not for me. I mean, sure, some scared me more than others, but after the adrenaline of the unknown wore off, I found myself and my friends just staring at each other in the dark. We gave in to our own fears and would make up scenarios of, oh, what if this happened, or what if that happened? Most of it was scary in a fun way, but it wasn't real. Then I found the What If Man. I had seen a couple different postings and threads, all with similar titles like, What if I found him at midnight? Or asking what if I stayed with her? There were several others, and the words what if were always either capitalized or in italics. Sometimes the words would have a strike through them. Whatever the difference was, it was only on the words what if. So I began to track every post and comment and video I could find. I began to search for the source video or post. You know, the one someone originally made as a creepypasta and others elaborated on. That is, after all, how the infamous Slender Man began. The problem was, I couldn't find the actual source video or post. Granted, I'm not exactly a hackerman type. I still know how to use a computer and compare the dates to find the earliest one. But, of everything I found, none of them went further back than August 21st, 2017. And on that date, there were 3 videos and 7 different posts about the What If Man. I won't go into detail about those, because the short version is they were all experiences with a What If Man. They didn't tell me exactly how they met him or summoned him. They did all share the same exact description of what happens when you meet the man, but it still couldn't prepare me at all for what happened when I finally met him. After downloading the videos and copying the posts about him, I decided on a direct approach. I messaged one of the video uploaders and never got a reply. Another told me to get lost and never contact him again. A bit melodramatic, that one. The third, though. The third asked me why. This was the one who would talk. Nobody asks why unless they have the information being asked about. So, I told the uploader exactly why, I sent it in a direct message. Thanks for getting back to me. I'll be honest, I've tried all the other crap online. It's sort of a twisted hobby of mine, and I found this challenge to be the most obscure so far. I was hoping you can give me some details and instructions on how it all works. Signed, Dave. I waited 3 days for a reply, but when I finally got the alert of a new message, I opened it quickly. Dave, this isn't a challenge or trend. People have gotten hurt doing this. You could tell everyone it's a sham, or just forget about it entirely. Anything would be better than looking for the what-if man. But if you're determined to talk to him, I'll tell you how. If only to make sure you're aware of the risks that someone else might not warn you about. But seriously, you don't want to meet him. Please consider your life and your sanity. Signed, Enon. The reply sounded like a poor attempt to lure me in. Nothing makes you look down faster than someone saying, "Hey, don't look down." Enon, whoever that was, wanted me to meet the what-if man. They just didn't want to look eager. I wrote back, "Enon, I appreciate your concern, but I would still like you to tell me everything you know, such as how to meet him, what happens when I do. Everything I've seen so far has been non-specific." Signed, Dave. This time, the reply happened within minutes. The what-if man can tell you or show you anything you ask him to. He doesn't lie or manipulate the answer in any way. That's not why he's dangerous. It's because the more you ask, the more you lose. Remember that above all else, the more you ask, the more you lose. It's a trade, I think. You ask him, and in return, you give some of your sanity or your soul or something. Whatever it is, it's strong enough to mess you up. I know a guy that lost everything, and now he sits in a room chewing on his shirt all day. You don't want that to be you, so you need to be careful. I once talked to someone that had summoned him a few times, and they were fine. But someone else asked him too much, and they killed themselves shortly after. This is your last chance to leave it be. Signed, Enon. What he or she was telling me was very generic to these types of games. I've heard of everything, from abduction to insanity to time travel even. As I said before, I've done all the games before, and nothing ever happened. So, of course, I replied again. One question. How do I meet the what-if man? This time, the reply took longer. I checked my phone every few hours, and whenever I got a notification that wasn't a reply, I grew more and more anxious and irritated. I was lured in and at the edge of my seat for a week before I got my answer. Dave, I don't want to hear about your experience with the what-if man, if it works or not. I am asking you in return to delete all of our communication logs and forget everything about me. I should have dropped this account years ago anyway. I guess I was waiting for someone to come along so I could do this one last time. Either way, this will be the last message you receive from me. The instructions. The what-if man can be anyone. It's not one singular entity or shape. I don't know if it assumes the form of a man or takes over a man. Either way, he could be anyone. And you'll know who he is by the reply he gives you. At exactly midnight, you must have a foot on each side of a doorway. It doesn't matter if it's your home or office or a motel. Any doorway. Start at 11:59, and while it's midnight, you leave the doorway. Several people can do this, but only one person who takes the first step can ask him questions. Walk any direction on the nearest road or sidewalk. Sometimes he comes quickly, and sometimes it takes a while. You'll see someone walking towards you. It could be someone young or old, or even walking a dog. As this person gets close to you, you ask, "Are you him?" Loud and clear, You can start with hello or excuse me if you'd like, but the first question you must ask is, are you him? If the person doesn't reply at all, then you need to go back to the doorway right away and get inside. Don't stay outside and don't go anywhere else. Honestly, I'm not sure why. I don't know what happens. If he asks, what if I am? Then you've done it. If they say anything else, then you've done something wrong and it's just a stranger. If he asks, what if I am? Then he will stop walking and wait for your questions. You've got him. He will only answer questions beginning with, what if? And if he can't tell you the answer, then he will look directly into your eyes and show you the answer. You won't feel the trade at first. It takes a few days, so you must be very careful how many questions you ask. It takes more or less from different people. You won't be permanently changed if you don't go over the limit. You'll just have migraines and maybe high anxiety for a few days. But every time you go back to him, it costs more. So again, be careful. And when you're done asking questions, thank the what if man for answering your questions, then you leave him and don't look back. Good luck, Dave. Whatever information you share with others is on your own. It's your burden. Signed, Enon. I read the reply another time, really absorbing the instructions. I copied the instructions to a new document, printed out a copy to hold, and reread at my leisure. And, as part of the bargain, I deleted the message thread and Enon's contact. Probably a useless action since Enon said they wouldn't be using the account again. But I'm an honest man, and it was expected of me. Frankly, it sounded so basic, so plain. Nothing like the Three Kings ritual or the elevator game that takes time and items and faith. No, this was just simply go outside and meet someone. Meet him. I wasn't sure if I would drag my friends into this one. It's something I could easily do alone. Looking back, I should have brought someone with me, at least for the discussion after. Either way, that was before I knew what I know now. I guess that's kind of his whole thing. I knew that I was going to do it that night. I didn't need to prepare anything or buy anything, so why not? It was already 6 p.m. when I read the reply, so I had time to go get something to eat, and most importantly, think about what I would ask, or how many questions I would ask. See, I still don't know what determines how many questions a person can ask. I got my favorite fast food for dinner, a little bit of Taco Bell. I made sure my phone was fully charged, and to kill the remaining time, I searched online for anything else about the what if man. This is where things began to turn. I couldn't find anything. Nothing at all. No videos, no posts, nothing I had bookmarked before, and not even my downloads that I saved to my computer. I couldn't find a damn thing about the what if man. It didn't make any sense because Enon didn't post anything else, so he couldn't have deleted them. And not only that, but whatever goes online stays online. Except this. After I exhausted my search engines, I decided to make a quick list of what I would or should ask. It was 11:30 now. I eyed the door eagerly and wrote down a couple questions. I'll list them here. What if I had stayed in college? What if I had not broken up with Jenna? What if I had $1 billion? What would that be like? I wondered how the question in a question would work. What if my father hadn't died? That one. That one I was most curious about, but also the most nervous to write down at all. I looked up from my writing to see that it was already 11:58. I put the paper in my pocket and opened the door, placing 1 foot outside and 1 foot inside, with my nose facing the doorframe, trying my hardest to line up perfectly down the middle. I held my phone to my face and watched the clock. Luckily, I lived in the elderly part of the apartment complex, so most of my immediate neighbours were asleep. Something I hated at first, knowing that everyone my age was living on the other end of the complex. Apparently, the apartment manager had tried to keep the age groups together to keep an eye on everyone, but for whatever reason, I got the short end of the stick. 11:59. I raised my phone so I could see it, just holding my eyes to the side, nose almost against the doorframe. Watching, my breathing slowed, and I could feel that rush of anticipation begin. 12. I stepped fully outside the door, hesitated. Should I close it? What if I needed to get back inside quickly? I didn't want to ruin this chance, so I left the door open and walked casually towards the sidewalk. I never even considered which way I would turn, so I instinctively turned right and began to walk. My eyes searched every window, every door, every shadow behind the trees. I looked for any sign of movement. I walked nearly around the entire complex. Didn't see a soul. I'll be honest, I felt a little foolish as always. Another internet game ending with nothing but wasted time. But no sooner had I given up than I saw ahead of me someone walking. Too far to make out any features, my heart began to race. The person was walking at a slow and steady pace, with a bit of a hobble. Maybe it was one of the older folks living around here on a midnight stroll. Or maybe it wasn't. Who I could now see was in fact a man, was now close enough for me to see his face. He wasn't elderly, and smiled at me as if to say hello. He was just ahead of me. He was beside me. My heart was thundering in my chest, and I blurted out, "Excuse me, are you him?" The man stopped walking, the smile still on his face. We looked at each other for what felt like minutes, and he just stared blankly at me, until finally he said it. "What if I am?" I felt my stomach drop and my lungs began to work excessively. I forced myself to calm down before saying anything else. "You're really him?" I muttered. He, of course, did not answer. He merely smiled at me, waiting for the proper phrasing. Shaky hands pulled the piece of paper from my pocket. Thank God I'd brought it, because in that moment, I couldn't remember anything I was going to ask. I looked down, then back at the man. "What if I'd stayed in college?" I asked. He nodded, a bit absently, as old people do, then replied, "You would hate it. You'd be working hard hours for good pay, but at the cost of your social life and your connections. You would know every day that being a physical therapist sounds good in theory, but it's not who you are. But you would stay and work because you earn that job, whether you like it or not." I was stunned. Hell, that's an understatement. I was flabbergasted. Anyone could have replied with a generic answer, but he knew. The what-if man knew exactly what I was asking. I glanced at the paper again. The other question seemed a bit irrelevant. If I could know the answer to anything at all, why the hell would it matter what I would do with $1 billion? I asked the real questions I wanted answered. What if my father hadn't died? I asked. The what-if man slowly reached up towards me. At first, I thought about stepping back or pulling away. But I didn't. I couldn't. He touched my face. His hand rested on my cheek. And I saw it. I saw it like flashbacks in a movie. That night he died in the accident, he instead came home. He picked me up and hugged me like he had always done. He kissed my mother. Next, I was a few years older. I stormed away from him and slammed the door. He walked up to the door and rested a hand on it, apparently deciding against arguing with teenage me. Next, he was at my high school graduation. Next, I was hugging him and congratulating him on... He was expecting another child. Next, she was born, and I hugged and cried with my parents. Next, I shook his hand as I left for college. Next, they were at my graduation. Next, I was introducing them to my girlfriend. It stopped. The memories had apparently caught up to what would have been right now. The emotions all hit me at once. Every feeling from sadness to joy, happiness, excitement, all of it hit me as I buckled to my knees. Then, it was all ripped away from me as reality came crashing back. I threw up on the sidewalk, on my own hands, and I couldn't even stop it. The emotional pain was something I had never felt before. I wiped my hands off on the nearby grass, then stood up. He was unfazed by my reaction. He merely stared at me with a smile. "What if I asked you what you are?" I asked quickly. The what-if man responded. "I would tell you that I am as old as possibility itself. I would tell you that I see and feel everything I show people. I would tell you that I have seen the possibilities of pharaohs and kings, and I have seen the possibilities of the rich and the poor. I would tell you that I am the keeper of the unknown and the thief of hope." His answer set me back. The thief of hope? What the hell does that mean? At the time, I had no idea what he meant. I do now, of course. I looked around the street, empty except for him and I. I wanted to ask him one more thing, something that now seems stupid, but at the time, I really did want to know. What if I hadn't broken up with Jenna? You would have been together for 5 years. You would have loved her more than you would ever love another. You would do anything for her, and after 5 years, she would leave you. She would leave you a broken man. She would leave and find the man she will marry. She would leave you an emotionally empty man filled with anger, and you would hate her forever. That answer hit me harder than I would have expected. I felt confused and a little angry at the what-if man and myself for what I have allowed her to do. I knew I should stop there, but in my nervous excitement, I asked one more question, the last one. What if I asked you too many questions? His smile widened, and for the first time, I felt uneasy. His smile didn't fit his face. It looked so eager, so wide and terrible that I took a step back. Thankfully, he did not move. Your mind would decay. You would think about the things I have told you. You would dwell on them. You would despise the bad things, and you would pray to relive the good things I have shown you. You would come to learn that everything you hope for is gone, because now you know how things could have been. You would come back to me several times until all that you are is consumed, and the last question you would ask me would be, what if I had never met you? And I would show you your answer. His wide grin returned to normal, and he merely looked at me again. I took another step back from the what-if man. His response made me cold. It sent chills down my spine, and the hair on my arms stood up. I was done. I didn't want to say another word to him, but I had to. "Thank you," I said. "Thank you for answering my questions." Wordlessly, the What If man held up his fist with the back of his knuckles towards me, and one at a time, he raised a finger until all 5 of them were held up. 5 fingers for 5 questions. He smiled and tilted his head downwards. I turned and continued the way I'd been walking. As much as I wanted to look back one last time and see if he was gone or if he was just standing there, I equally was terrified to know the answer. I had asked him 5 questions. They had all come out so fast I didn't realize how many it had been. Was it too many? Was it just enough? Thoughts raced through my mind as I walked. I finished the walk around the complex and made it back to my open door. I stepped inside, closed and locked the door. I felt sick and unclean, like I had just been somewhere I wasn't supposed to go. I sat alone in my apartment with every light on until the sun came up and banished the darkness away. Then I began to write this. Because everything I'd found online about the What If man was gone, and I can't keep this just in my head. I had to tell someone. I had to get it out, because I know that someone out there has questions that they want answered, and they deserve to know, whatever the cost. So, now you know how to meet the What If man. Just be careful how many questions you ask. I asked him 5 questions. I don't know if it's lack of sleep or the adrenaline crash, but I can feel a headache starting, and I'm sure it's just the paranoia right now. But I can't help but wonder, what would happen? No, what if? What if I could ask him just one more question? A couple of weeks ago, I stumbled upon a strange post on 4chan's X board. The OP of the thread said he found some strange comments under random articles online. No one had reacted to the thread yet, so I decided to check it out. For as long as I can think back, I've been scouring the internet for weird and strange things. To be honest, I didn't believe there was much to it, but I was kind of bored. The comment itself was nothing but gibberish. It made no sense at all. Maryland's strange river, lost in dark cute dogs, love nature, walk long Tokyo City, many times want Japan all high, no one flowers birds like play inside dark, no want here out. I was hoping it might be some strange cryptic message, but it looked more like someone had been toying around with Google Translate. I played around with it a bit, but I soon lost interest. I made a quick reply telling the poster that it was most likely nonsense. Later on, I saw that the guy had posted once again. He wrote that he thought the same thing at first. After browsing through the blog though, he found a variety of other similarly weird comments, all by the same poster. The poster's name wasn't normal either. It was merely a string of numbers. All the comments were similar, utterly cryptic, and made no sense at all. We soon started to talk on Discord, since 4chan can be a bit annoying about link sharing. He sent me some of the articles with comments, but told me there were dozens more on that specific blog. He'd even found others all over the internet. At first, he thought it completely random, but there seemed to be a pattern. All of the comments were below articles about travel, nature, and animals. Our conversation continued on for a bit, and we started to make wild guesses what was going on. Our theories were as outlandish as they were dumb, but at least we had a bit of fun and could let our imagination run wild. By then, it was pretty late though, so I went to bed. It was the next day that I found a couple more messages from my new friend on Discord. The first were about other blogs and websites he'd found comments under. The last message was where things got interesting. He said he'd discovered a link, or at least part of a URL, under some of the comments. After toying around with them for hours, he somehow managed to figure out the full URL. I've no clue how he did it. The page took forever to load. Once it was done, it was nothing but a list of URLs. When I clicked on one of them, it sent me to yet another article with a similar comment below. That's when I was hooked. There had to be something going on here. As I started to scroll down the page, I realized that there were hundreds, if not thousands of articles. Every single one I clicked had one of those weird comments. It was by sheer accident and wild clicking that I found something else. I was sent to a blank page with nothing but a simple entry field on it. There was no description on the page, no text, nothing. Only this one simple entry field. When I clicked it, I saw that I could type something into it. I typed a simple hello and pressed enter to see what would happen. A second after I'd sent my message, a hello popped up on the screen below the field. "Who are you?" I typed into the box. Another short little pause before I got a simple, "I don't know." It was evident that I was dealing with some sort of chatbot similar to Cleverbot. I toyed around with the thing for a bit. While most messages prompted normal or silly answers, some were a bit weirder. Here are a few of the answers I got. "What's your name?" "Toby." "How old are you?" "Time is not real where I am." "Do you like books?" "I cannot see." "Where were you last night?" "In your mom, XD." At first, I thought it was merely programmed so that specific keywords would trigger these weird, cryptic messages. Then, I decided to ask some of the questions again to see what answers I'd get now. This time, they were different. "How old are you?" 9. "Where were you last night?" "In the dark." So far, it was nothing too weird. I reasoned that it was a less sophisticated version of Cleverbot. I asked a few more questions, but the answers were mostly silly and nonsensical. Then I got yet another cryptic one. "Where are you?" "In a different place, one that exists nowhere." I really checked it off as a crappy AI, and that was it for me. There was one last reply though that sent a shiver down my spine. "Are you alone?" "I'm never alone. The men in the walls are always watching." Reading something like this out of nowhere can be a bit creepy, unsettling even, especially when it's the middle of the night and you are all by yourself. I decided to ask another question. "Who are the men in the walls?" "You are in a wall." Well, guess it's back to nonsense. It was at this point that I stopped toying with it. I sent a quick message to my new friend about my findings, and after that, I watched a couple of YouTube videos and went to bed. When I got up, I had a few new messages. The guy wrote that he thought the same thing as me. Nothing but a crappy chatbot, that someone must have put together. It might even incorporate Cleverbot and added in random cryptic messages every once in a while, most likely to mess with people who looked a bit too deep into things. To be honest, I was a bit disappointed. I'd really hoped this was something more interesting. It was sheer boredom that sent me back to the chatbot once again later that evening. Here are a few of the interactions I had with it. Hello, chatbot. I'm different now. Another strange message. Guess I'll bite. Different from what? From the men in the walls. There it was again. Who are the men in the walls? Watching. Watching you? No, I'm watching you. Why? So you don't steal my stuff, XD. The rest continued on similarly. Most of the replies I got were just like ones you'd get from Cleverbot. That men in the walls comment stuck with me though. I found myself going back to the bot again and again. I don't know why, but I decided to put down all the strange or cryptic replies I got from the bot and put them into a document. They didn't appear often, but after a while, they all seemed to be similar. Here are the ones I got later that evening. Do you like movies? I am trapped. Why are you trapped? The men in the walls trapped me. What's your name? Toby. Are you a bot? I do not want to be. Don't want to be what? Do not want to be here. Don't want to be where? Do not want to be here. Do you like movies? Do not want to be here. This went on for a while. Great, I thought. I broke the damn thing. I must have asked more than a dozen questions, and all I got for an answer was the same, do not want to be here. Finally, though, I got a different reply. Why are you here? The men in the walls made me here. This was getting creepy and seriously interesting. Why did the men in the walls put you there? Calculations. What calculations? I do not like math. What calculations do you do? Math is stupid, XD. After that, the bot's replies had once more deteriorated. Whatever I tried, I only got nonsense. I decided to try some of the message I'd sent the bot before that had gotten me weird or cryptic messages, if only to see how it would react. How old are you? There is no time here. Where are you? In the dark. What's your name? Toby. How old are you? 9. Can you see? I can do nothing. Why can't you? Because the men in the walls trapped me in a computer. Okay, we've officially crossed the border into Bizarro Land. Why did they trap you? No, you are trapped. Why did the men in the walls trap you? To calculate. I sat there, reading through all the messages I'd sent so far, and I couldn't help but be creeped out. There were so many that made no sense, but some stuck out. In the dark, Toby, 9, trapped in a computer, to do calculations. I can do nothing. Time is not real where I am, because the men in the walls trapped me in a computer. It was just nonsense. It had to be. Someone was probably sitting at home, sliding these weird messages and laughing their ass off. Yet, I tried again. What are you? Human. No, you're a bot. Help me. What do you mean? Help me. Why do you need help? Help me. Are you Toby? Help me. Whatever I entered now, all I got was help me. It was at this point that I closed off the page. I shook my head, yet I couldn't help but shiver. Someone was definitely doing a great job at scaring random people on the internet with this thing. That day, I sent my new friend a message about the weird messages I'd encountered on the chatbot. I didn't wait for an answer and went to bed. When I checked my messages the next day, I got one by him. Oh, interesting. But the bot seems to be gone now. There's only a message on the page that's saying the bot is discontinued, I read. After I read this message, I quickly opened the chatbot again. But he was right. The entry field was gone. Instead, the only thing on the page now was simple text. Thank you for participating in the testing of our new AI bot. Your data will be very useful in our further development. The version of the bot you used has been retired. We'll be happy to be back with a newer version in the future. Well, I thought, that's that. I closed the page, but something didn't feel right. Why the help me? Why all those weird messages? Had the bot learned it from someone else? I'd never triggered a reply like help me or I am trapped from Cleverbot though. I went back on the page that contained the URL list. I scrolled around, but as I expected, there was nothing new. Only the same old links. nationalgeographic.co.uk, wanderlust.co, nomadicmat.com, attackofthecute.com, and other similar pages. I slowly scrolled through them all. It was after almost an hour that I found a different URL that was buried between the rest of them. The domain name was weird, consisting only of random numbers and letters. I clicked the link and a new page opened up. At first, it was just a blank page again, but it was still loading. After minutes of waiting, the page finally loaded. I had no clue what it was though. It seemed to be a scientific document. As I scrolled through it, I had no idea what I was reading. There was so much scientific mumbo-jumbo. The little I understood made it clear that it was a document about AI programming. There were many chapters about topics like neural networks, game theory, and deep learning. As much as I tried to wrap my brain around it, I just couldn't. There was one part, though, that caught my interest. In the later chapters, the topic of man-machine combinations was mentioned. It talked at length about the process of combining the human brain with a computer-based neural network to create a more advanced AI. I read part of it, but it all read like a freaking science fiction novel. The more I read, the more my head started to hurt. When I reached the end of the document, I found hundreds of comments. The first one was from the beginning of 2014. All of them were written in a similar scientific fashion. Some mentioned different stages and iterations of some weird project. It took me minutes before I got to the current year. When I finally reached the end, I found one last comment, written just the night before. Help me. I stared at it for a long time. So many things were on my mind, but none made sense. I scrolled up and down the document again to read more of it. It wasn't long before the page refreshed itself, and I got a 404 page not found error. When I tried to re-access the link list, none of the links seemed to be working anymore. When I refreshed the page, I got the same result: 404 page not found. The same is true for the page of the chatbot now. I don't know what I stumbled upon there. I don't know if I stumbled upon anything there at all. That's why I'm writing this down. Maybe some of you can help me make a bit more sense of it. I knew something was wrong when Greg came home and didn't so much as give me a kiss before he ran into our bathroom. Obviously, the first thing I did was run after him, knocking on the door after finding it was locked. "Is something wrong, dear? Are you sick? I thought you'd be out fishing for a few more hours," I asked. Greg's response made something inside my skin crawl. "Everything's all right," I heard his voice respond in a tone far too chipper than the look of sheer panic I saw on his face when he sped past me. "What's for dinner tonight?" What did you catch?" I tested the doorknob, finding it locked. "Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't catch a damn thing." Greg gave the most hollow laugh I've ever heard. "How about you make some of your delicious lasagna? I've got quite the appetite." "Is everything okay in there?" I gave the doorknob another pull, only for Greg to pull it open a few inches and poke his head through. Everything about his expression was wrong. His smile was as wide as it could physically go, but his eyes were filled with terror. "Everything's fine," he said before slamming the door again. I wasn't born yesterday. Something was very wrong, but I chose to get dinner started instead of pursuing the matter further. He looked alright, except for his eyes. I figured he might have gotten sick from pounding too many beers at the lake and just didn't want to tell me, even if he went about it in the most unsettling way. The lasagna was in the oven when I went to go check on Greg again. He was still barricaded in the bathroom. I knocked before saying, "Greg, do you need something?" I heard a muffled sob before he responded. "Everything's fine. Are you making green beans too? I am famished." Now I knew this was something more than just some bellyache because of cheap beer. I grabbed a pin off my side table and began prodding at the lock. "Greg, you're not fine. Whether you like it or not, I'm coming in," I snapped. "No, please. It smells like a sewer in here. You really don't want to do that. Stay out. Go make dinner like a good partner. Greg, you better hope you're dying, because if you accuse me of being anything but a good husband..." I felt the lock pop and I shoved the door open, taking one step inside before nearly slipping in a puddle of blood. My partner was sitting on the toilet, clutching a dripping razor between his fingers. His lips were cut and oozing red. His right cheek slashed open to the molars, giving him the most sinister of exaggerated smiles. I gasped, running to his side. "Greg? Jesus Christ, what happened to you?" Greg dropped the razor, and with a distorted scream, he grabbed onto his lower jaw and yanked down to reveal what was inside of his mouth. It looked like some sort of bug. Silvery in color, with spiny, thin legs burrowing right under his teeth. It had gotten a grip onto his tongue, swallowing it down right to the base. Just as I was finally getting a good look, Greg's mouth slammed shut, taking the tip off the 4 fingers that were between his teeth. Tears sprouted at the corners of his eyes as he dropped his hand, cradling his maimed fingers against his chest. "Oh my God, Greg, we gotta take you to the hospital," I said, although I made no attempt to get to the phone. What the hell was that thing inside my husband's mouth? "Dear?" Greg swallowed, his eyes leaking more tears. "Everything is fine. I think the lasagna is burning. How about you go tend to that?" I shook my head. "Is that thing controlling what you say?" Greg nodded before he made this pain gurgle, blood squirting out of his slashed cheek. Whatever that thing was doing inside his mouth, he was in the worst kind of pain. Jesus Christ! I picked the razor off the ground. "Can you open your mouth, or does it have control of that too?" He shook his head to the negative. Another splurt of blood came from his cheek, and Greg nearly fell off the toilet. It took all my strength to drag Greg into the bedroom. I finally managed to get him on the bed before I held up a finger. "I'll be right back. Don't you move a muscle," I said before I ran to the kitchen. I did take the definitely burned lasagna out of the oven before I grabbed a knife block and a wooden spoon. When I got back to the bedroom, Greg was looking pale, his unmangled fingers clutching onto the quilt so tight I swear it was going to tear. "All right, we got this, dear. We've been through worse, right?" I lied as I set down the knives. "You dick, don't you cut me!" I flinched as Greg screamed at me, bloody spittle landing on my cheek. "And you know Greg would never call me a dick. Do you even know my name?" I said as I started going through my knives. Butcher's knife wouldn't be precise enough. Wasn't going to take the risk of accidentally killing Greg while cutting this little parasite out. "You don't need one. You just need to listen to what I tell you to do." What was worse was hearing this nasty filth coming from Greg's mouth. "And what you need to do is get the hell out of my partner," I snapped before I worked in prying open his mouth. It was harder than you think. I nearly lost my fingers twice before I finally got the spoon in there at an angle to keep it open. The creature inside growled as I picked up a steak knife and began poking at it. It writhed, and I heard an inhumane hiss before Greg's eyes popped wide open. He wasn't screaming with his mouth, but he was with his eyes. I bit my bottom lip until it bled as I began slicing through the legs it had embodied into his jaw. The legs were thin, no bigger than a piece of straw, so they cut pretty easily. I got through all the ones on the right side before the spoon snapped. I jerked my finger back in time to avoid getting my fingers chopped off. Greg chewed up the spoon in his mouth before spitting it into my face. "Go away," he growled. I sat back in my chair, shaking my head. "I'm not leaving until you leave Greg," I said. "Then we're going to be here a long time." When I managed to pry open Greg's mouth again, I discovered that the parasite had regrown its legs, once again inserted in Greg's jaw. He mockingly snickered as I let his mouth close. "All right, first round goes to you, but I'm going to be right back," I said, shaking my finger at him before running into the kitchen. When I returned with a metal spoon, Greg's body was so still, I thought he was dead. I ran to his side, giving him a shake. His bloodshot eyes popped open, and I felt his hands grab onto my shoulder before I was slammed into the floor. Dazed, I stayed still as Greg pinned me down before roughly kissing me. I felt something slide into my mouth before he got up in a jerky motion. He sat down on the bed and grinned, the parasite poking out of his slashed cheek. The smooth thing inside my mouth wriggled about before I felt my tongue be bitten off. I screamed as my mouth filled with blood, the creature attaching itself to the stub left behind for my tongue. I desperately clawed at my lips, trying to get past my teeth to grab onto the parasite. When I opened my mouth to scream, all that came out was a flood of blood. I passed out as I felt those tiny legs drill into my jaw. It's taken my tongue and mouth. I have no control of it. I feel it squirming around. Greg's gone. He left a note saying he'll be back soon and to have dinner ready for when he gets back. I can feel my body go numb as its control starts to grow. They've taken our tongues, and they're going to take the rest of us too. So recently, I've been reading all the spooky subreddits I could find, for reasons I'll get into, and it stirred up a memory that I can't believe I'd forgotten, of when I was about 6. I'd woken up in the middle of the night. It was after midnight because my mom had gone to bed. She always stayed up late back then, watching TV down in the living room. The house was silent, and the only light came from the street lamps outside my bedroom window. This huge arching behemoth. My room is located on the second floor next to the bathroom. Across the hall, right next to the staircase, is my mom's room. She always sleeps with the door open. Always. I don't remember why exactly I woke up. I didn't need to pee. I wasn't thirsty. The room wasn't too cold or hot, and I didn't feel sick or nauseous or anything like that. Just 1 second I was dead asleep, and the next I was wide awake. I remember having this unshakable urge to get up and go to the stairs. Not down the stairs to the kitchen for a snack, not to the living room to sneak a late-night woohoo show, as my mom calls them, or outside for a breath of fresh air. Just to the stairs, leading up from the ground floor to the second. So, I did just that, and the most bizarre thing happened. I was suddenly filled with this unflappable confidence that I could just jump the entire staircase, 12 in total, and land unharmed at the bottom. I really don't know what got into me. Yeah, I was a kid, but I wasn't stupid. At least, not that stupid. I knew that falling down the stairs would hurt, and jumping down an entire staircase was practically impossible. Still, the stairs seemed to be calling me, and I just couldn't shake it. So, I did it. I jumped, and I floated right down the stairs like I was some kind of ghost, or had suddenly lost weight, or gravity wasn't working anymore. I landed unharmed at the bottom of the stairs on all fours. I remember laughing in amazement and climbing back up to do it again. As soon as I got to the top, though, I caught something in the corner of my eye that made me stop. A shadowy figure standing at the bottom of the stairs. I could make out the shape of a person. I thought my mom had gone to sleep in her room, but apparently she had fallen asleep on the couch and had woken up to my laughter or heard the stairs creaking as I climbed back up. She didn't move, just stood there watching me. So I said, "Sorry, Mom, I just wanted to jump down the stairs." And she replied, in a voice croaky with sleep, "I didn't see it. Can you do it again?" This foreboding feeling started to creep into my gut. I felt like I was about to get into trouble. I waited a second, then ran back to my room, back to my bed, and that was that. My mom never brought it up, so I didn't either. Years passed, and I guess I forgot about that whole ordeal. I've since gone to college and moved back home, partially due to student loans and the exorbitant cost of living in Denver, partially because my mom enjoys the company, and her place is damn nice. Nicer than any other place I'd be able to afford around here. What I'm saying is, I'm sleeping in my childhood bedroom again. For the first couple months, nothing too strange has happened. Unless you count my weird old lady neighbour, what's-her-face, meowing in the middle of the courtyard lawn at like 4 in the morning, or yelling at the poor dude who lives above her. Both stories for another day. Side note, I've never actually seen this dude who causes what's-her-face so much grief, despite her constantly ranting about how spooky he is, which is rich coming from her. But I do see his motorcycle parked out front occasionally. If it wasn't for that fact, I would have honestly thought she made him up. Anyway, something happened the other night that was bizarre enough to make me log back into this account for the first time in a long time to see if anyone has any answers. The first thing I discovered is that a lot of people have that same memory of floating down the stairs as a kid. Some people say it's just a common dream kids have, but a lot of people insist it really happened. At least in my case, I know I wasn't dreaming. The second thing I discovered is that what happened to me last night, and when I was a kid, was not good. For clarity, neither my mum or I have any pets. The walls are concrete and brick, and it's just me and mom at the house. Like I said, nothing strange has happened since I've moved back in. No cold spots, or shadows in the corner of my eye, or strange noises in the night, besides the neighbour. Nothing. Until last night. It was late and dark and quiet. I'd woken up suddenly and couldn't get back to sleep. I was lying in bed reading Hellblazer, The Devil You Know, that damn John Constantine, listening to some ambient soundscape, when, suddenly, from outside my room, I heard my mom calling my name. Now, I have a very rare and unusual name, so I know it wasn't someone on the street calling another person. I stopped reading, turned the ambient music down, and listened. It was definitely my mom, and she was definitely calling me, but it didn't sound like she was anywhere on the second floor. It sounded like she was in the kitchen or in the living room downstairs. Of course, I thought this was pretty strange, but I don't know, I figured she just saw a mouse or wanted me to sneak a peek at our neighbour or something. "What?" I asked. She stopped calling, and there was a beat of dead silence. Then, "Come here," she was hissing. I sighed. "Where?" "Down here." "Why?" "Just come here." Ugh, fine. I rolled out of bed. As soon as my feet touched the hardwood, the strangest sensation bubbled up in my gut. It was like excitement, but not the good kind. Like the sort of anticipation you get right before the roller coaster drops. It kind of felt like I was floating. I stepped out of my room and made my way down the hall. "Hurry," my mom hissed, "and leave the lights off." Okay. I rounded the corner to the stairs and squinted down them. There, near the base of the stairs, was a shadowy figure. The shape was definitely my mom, but there was something off about her. I don't really know how to explain it. Like her arms were a bit too long, and her legs were too knobby. She was holding something square. It glinted in the dim light. "Come down here and look at this," she said. Before I could, though, there was a soft grunt behind me, which was strange because, well, my mom was standing right there in front of me. I whipped around and peered into my mom's room, expecting the worst, prepared for the worst. There, tucked under the covers, fast asleep, was my mom. Uh, I said, unable to really say anything else because my heart was throbbing up in my throat. The shadowy shape of my not mom was still standing at the bottom of the stairs. It waved the glinting square thing around. "That's not me. Hurry, come down here before it's too late." I said again, then swallowed. "That's gonna be a hard pass from me, bro." I flicked the hall light on, and instantly, the shadowy shape was gone. The square thing fell with a clatter onto the wooden floor. Ugh, my mom said from inside a room, her voice groggy with sleep. "What are you doing? What time is it? Turn off the light." Nothing, I replied, and switched the light back off. "Sorry." The shadowy not mom thing was gone. I guess the light vanquished it or something. I'm not sure. And I'm kind of legit freaked out that it might come back again. I went back to my room, back to my bed, and tried to forget about it. Obviously I couldn't, which led me to looking things up on Reddit until the ass crack of dawn, and that, in turn, led me to writing this out on here. It was my real mom, I'm pretty sure, who brought it up the next morning. She said, "Why did you turn the light on last night? Did you forget you were living with someone else?" I shook my head and said, "No, sorry. I just thought I heard a mouse or something." "Was it Mrs. What's-her-face? The neighbor?" "Nah." My mom was silent for a second. Her lips pursed over a tea. "What were you doing downstairs last night then? Were you spying on the guy that What's-her-face hates?" I froze, then replied, "What? No." "Hmm?" She continued. "That's strange. I heard you downstairs. It sounded like you were crying or maybe laughing. I was going to go check on you, but you told me to go away." "That's weird," I said. I took a sip of coffee, trying to trick myself into feeling calm again. "You were probably just dreaming." My mom looked at me incredulously. "What?" I asked. "I found that at the bottom of the stairs this morning." She pointed at something across from me. It was a picture frame. The glass was cracked down the middle. But that's not what made my blood run cold. I picked it up, not believing what I was seeing. The picture inside was of Mom and me, from around the time I have that memory of floating down the stairs. Both of our faces were cut out. "Is there something you're not telling me?" my mom asked, watching my face. "Is everything okay?" I looked up at her. "I didn't want to do this." She raised an eyebrow. "Look, Mom, I swear I didn't do this." My mom began. But before she could say anything else, there was a loud rapping at the door. My mom rolled her eyes, mouthed, "It's Mrs. What's-her-face," and went to answer it. We haven't talked about it since, and, other than that picture being damaged, nothing else strange has happened. So, yeah, either I'm losing it, or I'm living with some sort of sentient, shape-shifting hell being from the netherworld who hates light and happy family photos. I don't really know what to do. Sage the place, probably. I'm hoping my mom will let me keep the lights on tonight, and that, as stupid and wasteful as that sounds, it'll be bright enough so that thing stays away. But I'm at a loss here. I really, really, really hope that thing doesn't come back. But if it does, other than burning the place down or moving or getting a carbon dioxide monitor, we already have one. Do you guys have any suggestions? I remember the first time I saw the old scuba shack. We had just moved into town not 3 days earlier, and there it was, all by its lonesome, out on the back roads just north of the old high school. Flamboyant boyos and old oceanic ropes and lures hung in the windows, while the wooden sign carved for its namesake adorned the top frame of the entrance. The sight immediately struck me as odd, considering our small rural town was in northern Colorado and at least 700 miles from the nearest ocean. There were a few small lakes not far away, but most of them were filled with muck and not used for recreational activities. I couldn't, and still can't imagine that a business that specialized in scuba gear could stay afloat out there. But it did somehow. Over the 12 years that I lived there, the scuba shack remained as it was the first day that I saw it. I never saw anyone maintaining the property or doing renovations. Never even saw anyone go in or come out of it. It was like no one in the town even acknowledged it was there. Kids at school used to spread rumors, saying it was a front for a drug operation or the lair of some covert nautical-themed pimp. Some people have even claimed it was a stop-off for a human trafficking ring and claimed that's why it was close to the local high school. Some kids also claimed they had been inside, but they were lying. That became clear when we found out what it actually was. One night, me and a couple friends were at a house party nearby. The music was blaring, and it wasn't long until the police rolled up to spoil the fun. In a drunken stupor, me and two of my friends fled the scene out the backyard. We hopped several fences as the police swarmed the property. I heard them yelling as I hopped the last fence, but I never turned back. We ran, numbed by the alcohol dulling our minds and fueled by the adrenaline surging through our veins. We got away from that neighborhood and found ourselves on the back roads not long after. We began to joke and reminisce about the wild night, when a barrage of red and blue lights suddenly flashed on the road behind us. We booked it into the woods, desperate to escape the police and any trouble that may ensue. I already had 3 tickets for underage drinking at the time, and knew my parents would likely lobotomize me if I got another. The woods were incredibly dark once we left the vicinity of the streetlights, and soon enough we were stumbling our way around, using our phones and the full moon shining above us. The flashing lights drove right by us, but we continued deeper into the woods, knowing they were likely out for stragglers from the party. I didn't even realize where we were headed at the time, but I really should have. A while later, and we finally broke through the tree line on the opposite side of the grove. There, standing directly in front of us, was the one and only scuba shack, unoccupied and desolate as always. But something was different about it that time. The back door was cracked open. A car then pulled out a couple streets away, one that looked eerily familiar to the Crown Victoria models that the police in our town used. The 3 of us freaked out, and Tim shouted a command as the car started to turn in our direction. "Over there!" His arms outstretched and pointed towards the open door of the scuba shack. Without really thinking, the 3 of us rushed for it. My other friend, Carlos, was the last one in, and he quickly shut the door behind him. We all stood there, catching our breath as the cruiser slowly prowled outside. The headlights drifted through the building and illuminated the inside as we ducked in the shadows. The car finally pulled off a couple moments later, and the 3 of us took a moment to relax and look around. On the wall, there was an assortment of oceanic equipment. There were snorkels and flippers, masks, boogie boards and wetsuits. Pretty much anything and everything related to ocean leisure, entertainment and exploration was there. After all of the rumors I had heard about this place, I was a bit stunned to discover it actually appeared to be what the name suggested. Just a mom and pop store selling an assortment of water equipment. That struck me as really strange, because, as I said earlier, this was Colorado. We're not exactly known for our expansive oceans. A few lakes and rivers, sure, but I doubt anyone scuba dives in them. How the hell did they manage to even stay in business? Oh damn, this is the scuba shack, Tim said with a chuckle, while gawking at a selection of boogie boards. The three of us looked around briefly as the lights on the police cruiser faded further down the street. All right, let's get out of here, Carlos said, making his way to the door. Hold on, dude, Tim countered. Carlos whipped his head around with an annoyed look. What? Why? Scuba shack, dude. I've heard about this place, Tim said, taking a look at the walls. So what? If we get caught in here, we're screwed. It was Tim's turn to look annoyed then. We're not gonna get caught. Cops are busy with a party. Don't you want to know what this place is up to? Carlos shook his head. They sell bathing suits and junk. Mystery solved. Do you really want... Carlos spoke while stepping forward, but paused abruptly as a sound disturbed the argument. The floorboard underneath Carlos creaked in a way that the others did not. He looked down beneath him and cocked his head. He pushed his weight down, and it creaked again. The hell? Carlos asked as Tim and I stepped closer and tried ourselves. Sure enough, the creak continued. It sounded ridiculous, but my mind turned to a single theory. A false panel. I took my pocket knife out and began to pry around at the wooden panel. Moments later, it popped off, and I dug my knife underneath. I pried at it, and the woodboard popped upward and off the floor. Slowly, Tim and I moved the panel aside. Underneath, there was a ladder, dropping down a dozen feet into the dirt passageway below. I lifted my phone and stared in disbelief as the flashlight revealed a dirt tunnel. It was probably 5 feet wide and at least 10 feet tall. Holy crap, Carlos muttered. Tim gave an excited laugh and bounced on his feet. Dude, I knew there was something sketchy about this place, Tim said excitedly. It's got to be a front for something, Carlos added as his jaw dangled open. Something, man. This is some Jeepers Creepers vibes, though, Tim said with a laugh. Carlos slowly approached and peered down the passage. All the colour seemed to drain from his face. So, who's going to be the first to go down? My question was almost rhetorical, and I really had no initial intention of acting upon it. Carlos and Tim both looked at me with a curious glance though, one which possessed less skepticism than I originally anticipated. I can't say why exactly we did what we did. Maybe the unquenchable curiosity or the drunken ambition that drove us on. One way or another, I ended up answering my own question a moment later as I began to descend the ladder. I reached the bottom a moment later, feeling the damp dirt squish beneath my feet. The tunnel smelled of mildew and wet soil. I shined my phone light, and my heart skipped a beat as I saw a door down at the other end. What do you see? Tim called down. There's a door down here. What, really? What does it look like? Tim called back. Like a door. I don't know, just come down here, I answered, a bit irritated at the question. Both of them hesitated, but after I teased them for being scared, they followed me in. Ugh, smells like ass, Tim said as he touched down behind me. I said nothing, only continued to shine my phone flashlight at the door. Damn, there really is a door, Tim said. Carlos seemed to tense up as he touched down, and a certain fear grew upon his face. Dude, I don't know if we should be down here. This could be like a drug mule tunnel for the cartels or something, Carlos said pensively. Underneath this ghetto-ass town? What would be the point? Tim shot back, and Carlos shrugged. Exactly. No one would suspect it. Carlos might have had a point, but for some reason, I felt like it was something more than that. I imagine if the tunnel and shack did have to do with drugs or trafficking or something else nefarious, then it would have been better guarded. The door to the shack itself was left wide open after all. Maybe someone being careless, or maybe it was for another reason entirely. Maybe someone left it open, knowing we would find it. I then spotted something lying in the dirt a couple feet away. I don't know how I didn't see it earlier, but as I approached, I found a newspaper lying in the dirt. It was torn up and damp, but I managed to just barely make out the headline. St. Louis Cardinals close out World Series over Detroit Tigers 4-1. The newspaper was dated for October 28th, 2006. I didn't think much of it at the time. I've never been into sports much, but if I were, I imagined that moment would have been a lot stranger. Tim and Carlos glanced it over as well, but they stayed silent. None of us said it. But of course, we all knew that by that point, we couldn't just walk out of there without opening the mysterious door. The curiosity was too great to resist, despite the unnerving situation. Next thing I know, the three of us are walking towards it, without so much as another word spoken between us. The door was barely even a door at all, more like a makeshift plywood board cut to vaguely resemble one. It obviously wasn't going to keep anyone out who was hell-bent on getting in, and it made me wonder what the point of it even was. It slid open without resistance, and the three of us held our breath. The door opened, revealing a decrepit storage room with boxes and old scuba equipment lying about. There were all kinds of manuals, a few obsolete electronics, and some luggage bags as well. A thick coat of dust covered everything, once again alluding to the fact that it had not been disturbed in quite a long time. A dripping sound emanated from somewhere deeper in the room, but aside from that, it was silent. Most of the clutter seemed relatively recent, at least within the last decade or so. No treasure chests or mummified bodies, or anything too exciting upon first glance. The three of us ventured slowly into the room, taking care not to disrupt anything. Doesn't look like anyone's been down here in a while, Tim spoke quietly as the three of us explored around. The clutter grew thicker the further from the door we went in, but there appeared to be a path that had been left open for walking. As we traversed through it, something on the wall caught my eye. There was a bulletin board stapled with dozens of newspaper clippings. My heart sunk as I wondered whether it was some collage of degeneracy from a serial killer or something. I don't know if serial killers actually do that in real life, or if it's just a trope from movies. Regardless, as I looked closer, I saw that didn't appear to be the point of the bulletin board. I saw an article about the Iran-Iraq War, one about a tourist dying in Czechoslovakia, another about Michael Jordan's baseball career, the Soviet Union collapsing in 1991, the Higgs boson particle being discovered in 2012, and Nelson Mandela being released from prison. All in all, there really didn't seem to be a single theme uniting the dozens of articles. It just looked like someone had collected a random assortment of entries over the years. Tim and Carlos soon wandered up behind me and inspected the board for themselves. "Wait, that can't be right," Carlos suddenly spoke, pointing to the clipping of the Nelson Mandela headline. "What?" Tim asked. "Nelson Mandela," Carlos replied. "Who's that?" Tim asked. Carlos scoffed and shook his head. "That dude from South Africa, man. Weren't you paying attention in history? He's like, I don't know what he did exactly, but he was in prison for a long-ass time. But I thought he died there." Carlos eyed both of us, but neither of us really knew much about the event. I remembered hearing something about him in the news a while back, but I couldn't quite recall what that was. We continued eyeing the bulletin board, and Tim stepped away. A couple moments later, and we heard him shout from further into the room, "Dude, look at this!" Carlos and I turned to see his flashlight illuminating something on the far end of the room. "What is it?" I asked. "Just come over here," he said, waving his hand. Carlos and I walked over, and as we neared him, I saw his light illuminating another passage that seemed to go down another floor. Tim began descending without a word, and we followed, now altogether enthralled with finding answers. The old wooden steps creaked as we walked, and I thought they were on the verge of collapse. At the bottom, we found ourselves in a completely different room. The floorboards seemed to be even more rotted than the ones on the floor above, but none of the clutter was present. There looked to be some scuba gear lying on the ground at the far end of the room, but that wasn't really the curiosity. On the ground, a couple yards further, there was an open hole on the floor. My flashlight then illuminated something painted on the wall behind it in black paint. "Take the plunge," Carlos read out loud. "What the hell does that mean?" Tim asked. The three of us ventured nearer and cautiously peeked down into the hole. There was water only a few inches below it, black as oil and without ripples. As we inspected the hole, we found it wasn't a well at all, but rather that the entire floor which we stood was suspended just above a sort of subterranean lake. "I guess we know what the diving gear is for," Tim said with a chuckle. Carlos looked incredibly pale as he stared down at the water. "Who the hell would dive down here?" Carlos asked. I was wondering the same myself. I thought maybe it was some scientific exploration or something. But if that were the case, then where was everybody? Where was the security preventing us from getting inside in the first place? None of it made much sense, but the message on the wall was somehow unnerving to me. "Let's get out of here," I said, feeling suddenly very uncomfortable. Neither of them said a word, but I could tell they were thinking the same. The floor creaked with every step on the way back, and foolishly, I did not follow the same path to the stairs that I had taken out to that hole. That proved to be my greatest mistake. Next thing I know, the floorboards beneath me splintered, and my foot slipped through the rotted wood. I didn't even have time to react, and within a millisecond, I had broken through the floor entirely and tumbled down into the murky water below. A freezing rush of ice-cold water burrowed into my bones, and I felt my body flood with adrenaline. I saw the faces of Tim and Carlos approach from above, but they were helpless to assist. The water wasn't normal water. I was swimming as hard as I could, but my body just sunk like a rock deeper into the obsidian depths. Panic flooded into my mind as I realized that was probably how I was going to die. My frantic swats at the water to try and resurface did absolutely nothing to help me. It was like some unseen force was dragging me downward. Within moments, nothing was visible at all, and I was alone in the pitch black. Suddenly, I bumped into something. I then felt hands grab me tightly, like the talons of an eagle on its prey. The adrenaline surged in me to 1000%, and I kicked and pushed with all my might, desperate to escape my doomed fate in the watery chasm. I managed to eventually push away from whatever it was that had grabbed me. My vision then began to fade, and my lungs felt as though they were about to burst from lack of oxygen. I just kept sinking and was a mere second away from breathing the freezing water into my lungs when I felt something else grab a hold of my ankles. I had no strength left to fight, and I could do nothing as the arms pulled me downward, or at least what I thought was downward. Next thing I know, I felt my legs jut out from the water, and my head seemed to spin. The hands wrenched me upward, and within seconds, they hauled me from the water and back out onto the wooden floorboards. "Dude, Eric, are you okay?" I heard the familiar voice of Carlos ask me. I spewed the vile black water from my mouth and throat and coughed and choked the rest of it back out of me. That first breath of air was the sweetest thing I'd ever experienced in my life. I continued to sputter and cough up water as Tim and Carlos patted my back. I was shivering from the cold, and they helped me remove my soaking clothes and wrap me in their jackets. The warmth slowly crept back into my body, and after a few minutes of panting and shivering, I finally felt somewhat coherent again. "Dude, we thought you were a goner," Carlos admitted, fear dripping from his voice. "You guys saved my life." I almost teared up as I said it, once again realizing how close to death I had truly been. "What the hell happened?" Tim asked, and I just shook my head. "I don't know. The floor, it just broke. I couldn't swim back up. I just kept sinking." Tim and Carlos seemed a bit confused by that, and honestly, I did too. If I had really been sinking, then how did they manage to pull me out? Furthermore, I had fallen in feet first, and yet they somehow pulled me out by my feet. It didn't make any sense to me at the time, but I just assumed I'd gotten turned around in the water from my struggle with whatever had grabbed me. I also didn't mention that part to them. I looked up and thanked both of them profusely for saving me. "That's what homies are for, man. Don't forget your water wings next time." Tim lightened the mood a bit with his joke, and I chuckled, but noticed something strange. Carlos was wearing a hat, a Colorado avalanche hat. "Where'd you get that hat?" I asked him. Carlos cocked his head back at me. "I always wear this hat," he replied. Once again, I thought that was strange, as I had literally never seen him wear that hat, or any other hat for that matter. I ended up not really worrying too much though, as I assumed my brush with death had jumbled my memory a bit or something. After a few more minutes, I was able to walk, and the three of us quickly made our way back out. We got back up to the main floor, and Tim proceeded to push the door open and exit. As soon as he left the building, someone grabbed him and tackled him to the ground. "Don't resist," the person shouted in a bellowing voice. Before I could even assess the situation, 4 police officers entered the door with guns drawn and seized Carlos and I. Within seconds, I was on my chest in a pair of handcuffs. The cops loaded us into separate vehicles and drove us down to the station to await our parents' arrival. I heard Tim's parents laying into him the cell over from mine, and soon after that, my door opened once again. In steps my father, bearing a stoic but harsh look. Accompanying him was one of the officers from the station. "You okay?" my dad asked. I nodded and avoided making eye contact, knowing that no words I said to him would help my situation then. My dad looked to the officer. "Are we free to go?" The officer nodded to him and then looked to me. "You're not going to be a problem anymore tonight, right, Eric?" "No, sir," I replied meekly. My dad then spoke words with terrifying gravity that only a father can have on his son. "He's not going to be a problem ever again. I'll make sure of that." I knew I was in deep, and that my dad was absolutely furious with me. He didn't need to say it, but I could tell by the way he looked at me. He didn't even say a word the entire ride home, and I was left to contemplate how screwed I was in the silence. We pulled back into our driveway, and my dad put his truck into park and shut it off. "Give me your phone," he commanded. I did as he requested, and he put it into his pocket and stepped out. Before shutting his door, he paused. "There's going to be a lot of fines, and you're going to pay off every one of them." He looked at me, and I nodded back in understanding. He then reached out and put a hand on my shoulder. "I'm glad you're okay." He and I got out of the truck and walked inside. My father has always been a man of few words, and I knew he wasn't going to scream at me. But my mother, on the other hand, well, I knew a barrage was looming. I stepped inside the door and immediately saw the outline of my mother waiting on the couch. She turned on the lamp, and the most astute sense of confusion I've ever felt in my life struck me like lightning. "Do you have something to say for yourself?" she asked, a pronounced scowl etched onto her face. Her hair was blonde, but cut shorter than my mother's. Her voice was also different, and she was taller. Her entire face was different too. She was not my mother, but some other woman that I had never seen before. "Who are you?" I asked. My dad shot me a glance, as if I'd made some outrageous claim that he couldn't believe. The stranger woman too seemed taken aback. "What kind of stupid question is that? Do you realize how much trouble you're in for this?" Again, her mannerisms and voice were all off. She was not my mother, and I didn't understand what was going on. Much to their collective chagrin, I just apologized and retreated down into my room without another word. My head was spinning, and things were becoming way too weird. The rest of my room looked normal, aside from a single item in the corner of my room that I did not recognize. A guitar, one which I have neither any memory of obtaining nor any experience playing. Exhaustion took me quickly that night, but it was the only lengthy sleep I got for the next few weeks. That time was probably the most difficult in my life. The courts and fines were one thing, my imposter mother was another. But the worst part about it was the astute sense that something was very wrong. There was a lot that went on in regard to the court appearances, but I'll skip it because it's not really that important. The more time that went on, the more strange things I discovered that were different from the way I remember them being. Little things at first, like the fact that our local Taco Bell faced west rather than north, as I remembered. There were kids at school that seemed to know me very well, despite me not having any memory of them whatsoever. I also had a girlfriend named Kelsey, despite never actually having a girlfriend named Kelsey. She was cute, so I didn't really question that one too much. I figured all of it was just the result of some weird amnesia. But the other things I found could not so easily be explained. A local mountain that we used to go snowboarding at all the time called Winterhawk Ridge apparently no longer existed, and never has. I have vivid memories of this place, and yet no one has ever heard of it. No one has heard of Mr. Mathis either, a geography teacher at our high school who was one of my favourites. Well, he was one of my favourites anyways. But everyone I've talked to about him just looks at me like I'm crazy. I really had an existential crisis though, when I found out that the Iran missile attack on November 16th, 2003 never actually happened. When I was in 7th grade, the town's warning sirens suddenly started blaring in the middle of class. I remember being ushered by teachers down into the locker rooms to take shelter from an apparent incoming ballistic missile. The missile struck the shopping mall in western Nebraska, of all places, killing nearly 2,000 people on impact. It was all over the news for months, and the day became a national day of mourning for the country. It also sparked a long and ultimately pointless war in which the United States invaded Iran. It finally ended when it was discovered that the missile launch was directed by a rogue agent operating in the Iranian government aligned with a terrorist group known as Al-Ziyeb. The agent was ultimately killed, along with his entire platoon, by an airstrike on their compound in Turkmenistan, which finally ended the war. I'm guessing you guys have no idea what I'm talking about. As with all the research I've done, I have yet to find a single piece of evidence of this event ever actually occurring. I still remember the day it happened, and how the country came together to mourn and assist those in need. My dad actually drove out there to donate clothing and food, but apparently, all of this never even happened. My father and new mother eventually caught wind of my strange behaviour and brought me to therapy. I went through a lot of different medical professionals and was diagnosed with several different mental illnesses: anxiety, PTSD, schizophrenia, dissociative identity disorder, and traumatic amnesia, just to name a few. All little more than labels for me, because I know the reality now, as crazy as it may seem to everyone else. I'm not in my world anymore. I'm in yours. A world similar, but also very different from the one I'm from. I don't know how it's possible, but it's the only explanation. That night in the scuba shack must have been when I slipped through, because that's when everything changed. I've tried to go back to it, but it was demolished not long after that night for safety concerns. I've tried finding records of who owned it, but there's nothing. No information online, no records, no owner, no tenants. Just nothing. Like it was never even there to begin with. The doctors I've spoken to tell me I suffered brain damage in that incident, and these are all just false memories. But they're not. I know the truth, but I don't know how to make people see it. They are all liars, and they're just afraid that I'm right. I know the truth, and no amount of their pills or therapy will ever make me believe their lies. They can keep me in this padded room all they want, but they won't change my mind. This world is just a cruel imitation of mine. I know where I came from, and I just want to go home. There are not many Russian urban legends. Not that we lack any imagination. I guess our minds are usually occupied with more real horrors that conjure up something unreal. And yet, there's a legend about a creature that dwells on the streets of Moscow. A thing that can only be met during the dead of the night, and at first can be confused for a streetlight or a tree, mostly due to how unusually long its limbs are. On the internet, it is known as Poloknik, or Stickman in English. Don't be fooled. Despite having such a dull and uninspiring name, I think it is one of the most horrific urban legends, because unlike other myths, this one is very much real. And I'm not saying it because I'm easily influenced by some scary internet stories. I've seen it with my very own eyes. 10 years ago, long before other mentions of it started showing up on the web. Back when I was only 15 and I was still attending school, I was one of the lucky ones in that I lived in the same building as my friend. You're probably thinking one of those apartment blocks, but in reality, it was, and still is, a large building in the form of a circle. As far as I know, it's the only one of that kind in the whole country. There was a large yard with playground, pedestrian walks, and garages in the middle. He lived across the yard, and our windows overlooked it, so sometimes during the evening, we'd pull out laser pointers and play a game where we tried to hit each other in the eye. The laser pointers were not powerful enough to create a beam that would cross the distance without dissipating, but we still liked to pretend that our game mattered. And of course, we would often visit each other to play games on our old Pentiums, with one of us watching the other play, hoping that he would fail soon and it would be time to switch places at the desk. One spring evening, I was watching some movie when my phone vibrated. Almost instinctively, I knew it was him. We'd get in touch every day, and on that particular evening, he was still to reach out to me. I turned out to be correct. I had one new SMS message from him. I expected him to invite me over or suggest we play Counter-Strike, but his message caught me off guard. "Dude, look out the window right now." Confused, I did what he asked me to do. I could make out his faint silhouette in a familiar window across the street. I thought I saw him moving, waving his hands, but I couldn't make out what exactly he was trying to do. The phone vibrated again. "Below, in the yard. Do you see it?" I looked down, but I didn't see anything worthy of attention. What was all the fuss about? "I don't see anything," I messaged him back. 30 seconds later, his reply arrived. "There, by the garages. Do you see him?" This time, I was determined to see what got him so worked up, so I squinted and started looking. The streetlights were already on, illuminating the street below with their unwashed yellow light bulbs, so I didn't see him immediately. Streetlights, garages, trees. The unfamiliar shape caught my eye. Looking out that window since my birth, I knew every inch down below. So something new would not escape my gaze, even with the lights being so dim. I'm sure my friend noticed him, due to precisely the same reason. He was easy to miss. His long limbs and extremely thin stature making him look almost like a pole. Only, it couldn't be a man, could it? I looked at the tree next to him to get the reference. There was no mistake. The mysterious figure was at the very least 3 meters tall. "I see it! Dude, what is it?" I asked, my imagination already going wild. While the childhood side of me wanted it to be creepy so that I could brag about it in school the next day, deep inside, I knew that it couldn't be something alive. In my mind, it was most likely some weird installation, and my mind was playing tricks on me. telling me it was something humanoid. The message that arrived 30 seconds ago wiped that smile from my face. I don't know, man, but you should see it walking. I looked out the window again. The figure was still there. Was my friend messing with me? The figure was in a slightly different position than before. Did you see it move? A new message asked me. No, I didn't, I wrote back. Then, I saw it move. Despite how far away it was, it instantly became clear that it wasn't a person. Its movements were sharp, quick, and fluent at the same time. It wasn't just a step. It was like its limbs simply transitioned from one state to another. Yet, even from the distance, I caught on to how its long, fragile legs were bending in too many places. How abnormal it was shifting its weight. Finishing its movement, it froze in place again. Completely immobile. I guess it really was trying to pretend to be a lamppost. My phone beeped again. Did you see it? So cool. I'll grab my dad's camera. Perhaps the reasonable thing to do would be to stop him, to tell him not to stick his neck out. But I was a kid, so I had different priorities. Is it digital? I typed into my phone, more concerned whether he'd be able to share the photos. I knew that it was something unnatural at this point, maybe even dangerous. But I was high up in my apartment, gleeful about how awesome it would be to show off the photo of that thing in school the next day, and it was down below. How could I even fathom that despite the distance that was between us, it could still pose a threat? How could I know that it could climb the walls? I received another message from my friend. Got it. I looked out the window, and sure enough, his silhouette was there, with a big, professional camera in his hands, about to take the last photo in his life. Had he known how to operate the camera, he'd figured that using the flash at such a distance was pointless, but his father forbade him to even touch it, fearing that the boy might damage it by accident. And when he pushed the button, the mighty flash illuminated the yard. The creature reacted instantaneously, its head snapping back to look at where the flash was coming from. Then it started walking backwards toward my friend, its head still turned 180 degrees. Its knees were flying up in the air, and its body never turned around as it was walking. Only the limbs did, one at a time, without interrupting the creature's pace for a moment. My friend's silhouette disappeared. No doubt he hid from the creature, alerted by its approach. I got a message full of panic from him. Oh crap, I think it saw me. The creature was getting taller with each step. Its legs stretched out, and each step was longer than the last. It was picking up the pace, walking as fast as it was possible without breaking into a run. When it approached the wall, it grabbed it with its two hands, and then in one short leap, lifted itself onto it with unnatural ease and started crawling upwards like some four-legged spider. It seemed like gravity didn't bother it in the slightest. I'm in my closet. Is it still there? Was the last message my friend sent me before it crawled through his window. I could only see its shadow as it started quickly moving inside its room. I didn't know what it was doing to him. To this day, nobody does. I only know that by the time it was finished, my friend was gone. I remember suddenly recognizing its silhouette in the square of his window. I could clearly see it picking something up from the floor. Then, it turned its head in my direction, and I fell to the floor, hiding from its sight. It's got his phone, I thought in panic. Surely it couldn't know how to use it, right? It couldn't see that my friend was disgusting seeing it with someone. But when I carefully peeked out, the creature wasn't in my friend's room anymore. It was already striding in my direction. The creature gained an unsightly, bloated sack under its stomach that was shaking when it was moving. I fell to my knees and quickly crawled out of my room, locking myself in the bathroom. In my panic, I didn't think to call my parents, who were sitting in another room, watching some sitcom. I simply couldn't see how they could help in that situation. I spent a good hour there before my father decided to check up on me, and, upon entering my room, started angrily demanding that I come out of the bathroom and clear the mess in my room. When I stepped inside, the realization of what had transpired finally surfaced through the shock, and I started crying in fear. My father comforted me, but he was very confused. He couldn't understand why my window was open and all the contents of my closet were on the floor. But to me, there was no doubt about it. If I had stayed in the room, if I had hid in the closet like my friend had, there would be 2 missing person cases. My friend's body was never found, but I did find out that there were other people like me, that other people on the internet saw it too. There are photos and even videos. So I know that it's still out there, looking for its next meal, and probably looking for me. So I have to be ready. To this day, I avoid lampposts and tall trees at night. To this day, I fear that I might not wake up. And to this day, despite living on the 11th floor, whenever I look out the window, I still fear to see its blank face. Bonnie was the first to disappear. She's my neighbour, Mr. Henderson's dog, an old collie. Mr. Henderson can be kind of grumpy, but I felt sorry for him when I saw him the other day. He was standing in front of our village notice board, shivering in the February cold, a frown on his face. The missing poster was clutched tight in his gloved hands, and he struggled to pin it in place as I approached him. "Hey, Mr. Henderson." Even though I didn't raise my voice, Mr. Henderson jumped as if I'd shouted. He wore a big black coat and scarf. The breath puffed from his mouth in little white clouds. His hands were shaking as he maneuvered the poster, trying to line up the pin. He had a blown-up photo of Bonnie in the middle, and the words, "Have you seen this dog?" centered across the top in red caps. Has Bonnie run off again? Mr. Henderson frowned down at me. "There's no chuffing again about it." His Yorkshire accent came out thick and gruff. "She's never bloody well ran off before in her life. Not my Bonnie." I knew this wasn't quite true. Bonnie once got off the lead and chased our dog, Duke, halfway around the village. But right then, it didn't seem like a good idea to contradict Mr. Henderson. His face was red with the cold, and the frown above his bloodshot eyes had deepened into a scowl. He finally finished pinning the poster in place and stepped back. His breath puffed out of his mouth as he stared at it. "Something funny going on round here." He muttered the words at the corkboard notice without looking at me. "I let her out this morning, same as I do every day. She always comes back." My encounter with Mr. Henderson happened 3 days ago. No one has seen Bonnie since. My thoughts keep drifting back to Mr. Henderson the following day. I'm on half-term at the moment, and I've been tasked with walking Duke while my parents are off at work. And, all the way around our usual circuit, his words kept popping into my head. Something funny going on round here. I thought he might be right too. I don't know if it's the freezing weather, but there seems to be an atmosphere hanging over the village lately. People quieter, less friendly. A sort of smothering grey silence that blankets everything. I've been feeling it too, if I'm honest. A kind of background pressure behind the eyes. Ever since school broke up, I've had trouble sleeping. Headaches during the day, bad dreams. I reckon I must be coming down with something. I actually felt like I had the beginnings of a migraine during the walk with Duke, so I was glad when she decided to cut our normal route short. Typically, we do a big circular lap of the fields and woods near our house. Start off along the main village road, then cut down a footpath, then wander through this little copse of trees. There's a huge oak at the centre I use as a halfway marker for our walk, before heading back along a different path. But today, Duke was having none of it. When we got to the fork in the path that leads towards the little copse, she began whining. Wouldn't go further. I tried to tug her along with the lead, but it was no good. Duke is a pretty big dog. She's a red setter / Labrador mix, and if she doesn't want to go somewhere, there's no forcing her. I didn't take long to give up. By that point, the pressure behind my eyes felt like two sharp, cold spikes, and I was more than happy to get home. I had bad dreams that night. They're sort of fuzzy in my mind, like figures in a half fog, but I can still remember the gist. In the worst one, I was back on the walk with Duke, heading towards that same copse of trees. The weather was even worse in the dreams, and it felt like we were struggling into a blizzard. Snow and wind buffeted us, and I had to keep my head down. The fog was so dense, I felt like we were inside a cloud. Suddenly, as we were reaching the fork leading up to the copse, leading towards the big oak tree at its centre, I felt the lead go limp in my hand. When I glanced to my left, Duke was gone. The next morning, I found out 3 more pets were missing. A cat and 2 other dogs. I learned this from some of the local kids. There's a group of us from the village that hang out every now and then. We all go to the same secondary school, but we're in different years and classes, so we don't talk to each other much on a day-to-day basis. But sometimes, when there's nothing else to do in the village, we all meet up. I found them that morning by a little stone bridge that cuts across a stream not far from my house. The water was frozen over, and they were skimming stones across the ice and daring each other to walk on the surface. 3 of them, 2 younger twins, Helen and Sadie, who were in year 7, and this kid in the year above me called Brian. They heard my footsteps crunching across the frozen grass and looked up as I approached. I nodded to them. "Did you hear what happened?" This was Sadie. She was bundled up in a dark blue puffer jacket with a hood pulled tight over her head. All I could see of her face were her wide eyes and red cheeks. Her sister, Helen, glanced quickly between the 2 of us. "Sadie, don't. Dad said we were not meant to talk about it until he's spoken to the police." Sadie frowned back at her. "Yeah, and he said we were meant to stay in the house while he's at work too, but you wanted to come outside and find people, remember?" I tucked my hand under my armpits to protect them from the cold. I had a headache again. I didn't know if it was the bad dream or the fact that our house seems to be constantly freezing, but I felt like I barely slept. The girls' shrill voices weren't helping either. "What's going on?" I directed the question at Brian, who hadn't said anything yet. He was perched on the metal railing that ran along the bridge, swinging his wellies underneath him as he stared back at me. Brian's a bit of a weird kid. He has flesh tubes in his ears, and he's always wearing death metal t-shirts, but I guess he's okay. Today he was wearing a huge, black duffel coat that looked like it belonged to his dad. The thing hung off his skinny frame like a cape. Did you hear Mr. Henderson's dog went missing the other day? Brian had a stick in his hand that he tapped against the railing as he spoke. His brown eyes were large in his face, and he didn't wait for me to speak before continuing. We thought she'd just run off, but now it looks like something dodgy's going on. Sadie and Helen's cat didn't come in this morning, and Mum said Valerie from the house down by the church was calling out for her Scottish Terriers earlier. They stay out in the garden overnight, you know, but apparently they weren't in their kennel when she got up. A blast of cold air blew through the trees. Leaves rustled around us. I shivered. A memory of Duke on the walk the other day came back into my mind. Duke whining and digging her feet in, not wanting to go any further. Was she okay at home? She'd been fine when I left the house. But right then, I was wondering if I'd remembered to lock the front door. I'd have to go back soon anyway. My head was killing me, and the cold was making it worse. I hope Billy's okay. Sadie's voice shook. For a moment, I thought she might be on the verge of tears, but when I looked up, she was only staring, wide-eyed, into the distance. You don't think anything's bad happened to him, do you, Helly? Brian spoke again before Helen could reply. I heard my parents talking before they left for work, and they reckon there's something weird going on. Maybe a big cat that got loose or something. He grinned and banged the stick on the railing harder. 4 pets don't just go missing in 2 days. No way. Something has to be taking them. Brian, don't. If your dad's thinking of calling the police, he must know it too. Brian looked over at me and grinned. Weird stuff indeed. I've got this weird book at home about UFOs, and it says there's often a high number of animal disappearances in the area that have sightings. Alien sightings, I mean. Shut up, Brian. Helen's voice was like a spike going into my head. I turned around, without saying anything else, and began to walk away from them. Brian's voice drifted after me on the wind. That's right, Pete. Better get home quickly. Make sure they haven't got that mutt of yours yet. That night, I had the worst dream yet. It felt like I was in a fever half the night, cold and shivery, unable to fall into a deep sleep, but unable to wake up either. I dreamt about the copse of trees again, the oak tree too. I was back in the blizzard, fighting to walk forward through the snow and wind. Grey shadows danced through the fog around me. I could see Duke. I tried calling out to her, but when I opened my mouth, I couldn't make a sound. Freezing air buffeted my face. I had a vague sense of trees around me, shadows stretching over the path above me like giant hands. After a while of struggling forward with my head down, I glanced up. Somewhere up ahead, half hidden in the fog, was the towering shape of the oak tree, the one Duke hadn't wanted to go near. And in my dream, wind howling around my face and cutting into my skin, I suddenly understood why. Because there was someone standing up there, a half-hidden figure in the fog. I couldn't make out any of their features, but I had the sense of a tall shadow next to the trunk, a shadow that seemed to be waiting for me. And from somewhere deep in my stomach and extending out into my frozen nerve endings, I felt the worst sense of dread I've ever felt before in my life. I tried to dig my feet in and stay put like Duke did, but the wind seemed to have changed direction. It carried me forward. That was last night. As I write this now, sitting at the computer in my room and trying to make sense of everything, that same sense of dread is still sitting in my stomach. It's like a knot that won't loosen. I'd hoped that when I finally woke up, thrashing in my rumpled duvet and cold with sweat, that the feeling would go away. It hasn't. It's grown. It grew when I saw the scattered leaves on the floor of my bedroom. It grew even more when I pulled back the covers and saw the dirt on my bed. and the bottom of my feet too. I thought I'd stopped sleepwalking years ago, but it seems like last night's dream might not have been entirely my head after all. None of that was the worst thing though. The worst thing, the thing that prompted me to write this all down to try and make sense of it, the thing that makes me think I might be really, seriously ill, is the floorboard. The loose floorboard in the corner of my room. I noticed it as I was getting out of bed to go to the bathroom. It caught my eye because a leaf, presumably one brought back from my nighttime adventure, had lodged in the crack beside it. The board was slightly raised too, as if it had been lifted and not put back properly. Writing this now, I can see the floorboard from the corner of my eye. It's still raised, but I didn't push it all the way down after I looked under there. I wish I hadn't looked under there. My thoughts are a jumbled mess I still can't make sense of. But the items I found below that floorboard are pushing my mind in a direction I don't want it to go. The first thing I found was a map. It was badly drawn, and I couldn't make much sense of the details. But the place being mapped out was obvious. My village. What was even more obvious was the large red cross marking the exact point on Duke's usual walk where the oak tree stands. The same one I saw in my dream. That was bad. But it wasn't the worst thing. The worst thing was the wooden box. The tiny jewelry box beneath the floorboard that jingled when I lifted it out, and which contained nothing inside but a handful of dirt-encrusted metal collar tags, similar to the one on the collar Duke wears around her neck. Writing this now, I feel exhausted. My headache's raging again, and I can barely keep my eyes open. But I don't want to close them. I'm scared of what might happen if I do. My parents will be home from work soon. I can't show them the box. I can't tell my friends, or family, or teachers about what I found. They'll all think I've done something bad. And despite what I keep trying to tell myself about this all being some sick joke, some horrible, impossible trick, I think they could be right. A frigid wind rushed through the fenced-in backyard, scraping across the top of the snow and making me shiver under the cold moon of night. The warmth I'd gained from the exertion of shoveling nearly a foot of snow had faded. The snow had a reflective glint from the light of the moon, fitting that as I continued building the snowman that reflected about things in my head. After all, my only company was my thoughts in the wintry night. I guess it could be said that the snowman I was crafting could have kept me company, but it is hard to relate to something so cold and lifeless. A fierce snowfall had affected our neighbourhood over the past few days, and many of the usual snow clearing services were tied up with jobs bigger than a small neighbourhood's driveways and roads. The snow had finally subsided, but I had made my way to my ungrateful ex-wife's house to shovel her driveway for the third time this week. Letting too much build up just made it too heavy. After what she put me through, you would think she could at least be thankful. But even that seemed too much to ask. When I arrived, she seemed barely awake and rudely told me to just get it done, like I was her slave and not doing this out of charity. That a man would even show up to help his ex-wife was rare, but to then treat him like that would be enough to send many men over the edge. I figured I would finish up at her house and move on to some other houses, maybe get some extra cash before the people in the morning woke up and tried to do the same. I was just getting ahead of the competition, but my snowman took precedence over that. My hands felt cold as I picked up more of the freshly fallen snow, carefully packed the last bit, and stepped back to look at my creation. It was one of the greatest snowmen I'd ever created. Or maybe it is better to describe that one as a snow woman, since I'd intended that one to be female. A mother, in fact. When my daughter saw it in the morning, I knew she would be so excited. I'd even borrowed some of my ex-wife's clothes in order to make the snow woman a little bit more familiar and motherly. A cool pink hat and scarf decorated the snow woman, along with a carrot nose and button eyes, and some eyelashes to make it more feminine. I tried to add my own special touch with a lipstick that I hoped would make some definable lips, but the result was a smeared mess that was runny and distorted. The lips seemed to drip red, like blood oozing from a split lip in winter. It was not perfect, but I knew my daughter would love it when she awoke in the morning. My task was not yet complete though. Certainly, a snow woman would like to spend some time with someone to accompany her on these cold days. I had a second metal pole that sat nearby in the surrounding snow. I grabbed the metal pole and stood it upright next to the woman before pushing it down into the deep snow until it touched the hard, wintry ground. To get the metal pole down any further would require some sort of hammering that I could not afford to do at that moment. The deep snow held the pole firmly in place, just as it had done for the first pole that aided in creating the snow woman. I picked up my shovel and made my way out of the backyard as quietly as I could. The next stop was the gentleman's house across the road, and I only say gentleman loosely. Randy was his name, a trucker fellow who wasn't home a lot, though the snow had kept him in this time. Randy was your typical big mouth know-it-all, the kind of guy who'd always end up in a fight at the bar. I was sure he would want his driveway shoveled though. In fact, I'd shoveled his place many times in the past out of generosity. A bit of anger flared up in me as I reflected about the day I found him, lying with my now ex-wife. It was the catalyst for our divorce 2 years ago, and Randy and I were not on good terms. But I would offer to shovel his driveway anyway. It was a sort of peace offering that I'd hoped he would take. I rang his doorbell twice, and there was no answer. Still, I was sure he wanted his driveway shoveled, so I persisted in pressing that doorbell until at last Randy came to the door. He nearly pulled the door off its hinges, he was so angry. But it didn't faze me. Randy's face was red with rage, and he was dressed in a t-shirt and shorts. It was clear he was in bed for the night, and that I disturbed him. My hand rested in my pocket, just waiting for my moment. "It's the middle of the night. What the hell are you doing here, Chris?" he yelled. "I'm just here to shovel your driveway," I said. "Shovel my driveway? You woke me up for this? What the hell is wrong with you? No wonder your wife—" I didn't need to hear him finish that sentence. In one fluid motion, I pulled a syringe from my pocket and stabbed it into his neck. I pushed down on the plunger, and the paralyzing toxin quickly transferred to his bloodstream. His eyes went wide with shock, and I pushed him back onto the floor before stepping inside his house and closing the door behind me. Randy twitched on the floor as I bent down next to him. He tried to talk, but his words were nothing but a slur. I laughed at his feeble attempts to move, but already the toxin was taking effect and his actions were uncoordinated and weak. Soon he would be paralyzed, a prisoner in his own body. At least he would be, for as long as the toxin took hold of him. "Don't worry, pal. It's not going to kill you. Hang tight for a bit," I laughed. As if you have a choice, but hey, I'll shovel your driveway for you, so that's one thing you won't have to worry about, I said, and then left him there on the floor as I went to take care of his driveway. Warmth returned as I worked. Each scoop of snow seemed to relieve my stress and frustrations and keep me warm against the cold winds. There was something therapeutic about shoveling snow then, but what was even more therapeutic was making the snowmen, which I was ready to do once again. I went back inside Randy's house and saw him lying there on the floor. His eyes were wide with fear, and I could see the toxin had taken full effect. He was conscious. His eyes were able to follow me, but the rest of his body was limp and useless. Next, there was the difficult part of getting him across the street. I tried to pick him up and carry him, but he was far too heavy. Essentially, he was dead weight, and I figured it'd be easier to just drag him by his legs, but even that was rigorous, though not impossible. I ended up pulling him across the street by his legs in the dead of night. The people in the surrounding houses none the wiser. His face was pulled through the rough snow, and I'm sure it would hurt like hell if he could have felt it. By the time I finished dragging him, his face was bloody and had begun to puff up. I had dragged him right up to that metal pole that rested in the snow before I had to stop and take a breather. When I had caught my breath, I pulled Randy up to his knees and then pushed him towards the metal pole until his back rested against it. His legs splayed out behind him. Getting him to keep his back straight took a lot of effort, much more than the snow woman. Randy's body would continuously slump down, and I would have to pull him back up until I got him securely tied to the pole and in the perfect position. His skin was already turning blue from the cold. Frostbite had taken over much of his body. I took a few moments to walk around him and make sure every rope was secure. Randy's eyes followed me when I was in front of him. "I just wanted to shovel your driveway. You didn't have to be so damn rude," I said. Randy's eyes went wide, and I could see that fear had now evolved into terror. I think he recognized his mistake, but it was too late now for him. I had to build a snowman, and nothing was going to stop me. I carefully picked up some snow and started packing it around Randy's legs and feet. Most people just lazily roll snowballs and stack them together, often creating a misshapen nightmare of a snowman that will fall over in 2 hours. I was using a metal pole and a dirtbag trucker, so my first step was to get enough snow packed around his feet and legs first, and then I go through the art of molding that first large ball of snow that would cover the lower half of his body. I had to shape the snowball methodically, carefully packing the snow into a rounded form. It took a lot of time, but I'd eventually packed together the largest snowball around Randy's lower body. The first snowball came to rest at about his stomach area. His eyes changed from terror to absolute defeat as I started to pack snow around his chest and back to start forming the second part of the snowman. I thought Randy must have known that, even if he did escape somehow, his body had been ravaged by frostbite. His limbs would surely have to be amputated, and if they could save him, he would have to undergo hellish skin grafts that would leave him in nightmarish pain for weeks and months, maybe even years. The time ticked by as I packed and packed the frigid snow. Randy was in and out of consciousness, still paralyzed by the toxin. At last, the second rounded figure took form, and Randy was buried in snow up to his head. Randy took one last look at me, a look of pleading in his eyes, but that was not going to work on me. I guess he was not as smart as I took him for earlier. This was the merciful path at this point, and besides, I had a snowman to finish. nobody was going to stop me. The first bit of snow I packed went into his eyes, and then around his chin, and up to his mouth. Before long, Randy was covered in the cold snow that sealed his fate, and the snowman was almost complete. The last and most important thing to do was to customize the snowman. After all, it's only 3 snowballs if you don't add some extra features. I needed something for a hat, so I made my way back over to Randy's house. Cracking open his door, I made my way inside, tracking wet, slushy snow throughout his house. I'm sure he would not mind me borrowing some things of his after I shoveled his driveway for him. I searched his closet, and what a mess it was. Piles of lewd magazines sat atop a bunch of piles of clothes that I guess he had been too lazy to hang up, judging by the number of hangers that hung with no clothes on them. As I went to move the magazine, a couple of pictures fell out. Looking through them, I could see they were pictures of my ex-wife, though one picture in particular stood out. It was a photo of my then pregnant wife. Randy stood beside her with a large smile and a hand on her belly. I took a deep breath and then tossed the picture to the ground. This was not surprising to me in the least. I had already caught them in the act, but the picture seemed to show their affair had been going on for a long time. I tossed the rest of the pictures aside and checked the pile of clothes. I found a brilliant red tie that would work perfectly. It even matched the colour of lipstick on the snow woman. I needed a nice hat though, and I knew that he would not own a top hat. So I found a regular black winter hat that I figured would do the trick. I made my way back to the snowman and put the tie around its neck, and the hat went onto its head. A couple of button eyes and a carrot nose later, and I now had a beautiful snow couple that my daughter would love when she saw it in the morning. The dark of night was already starting to break, and the sun was fast rising. I sat on the ground, cradling my legs and trying to keep warm by rocking back and forth. Eventually, I fell asleep for a few moments, but came to and saw the snow couple still standing before me with joyful smiles on their faces. The sun had risen, and it was time for my daughter to see these masterpieces. I made my way out of the gated backyard and trudged up the front steps of the house before ringing the doorbell. I rang it 3 times and waited with nervous excitement. Eventually, I rang it again, and the door finally opened. My daughter stood at the door, groggily, her hair frazzled and all over the place from sleep. "Daddy, what are you doing here? Where's Mom?" she asked me. "Hey, sweetie, Daddy is here because I shoveled the driveway, but I've got a big surprise for you in the backyard. You should get dressed and come outside," I said. Her eyes lit up when I said surprise. They always do. Any sort of tiredness that still lingered in her seemed to disappear as she ran upstairs to get dressed, yelling in excitement about her surprise on the way up. When she came outside, she grabbed my hand and nearly pulled me towards the backyard, but I stopped her and said she had to close her eyes before we opened the gate. She closed her eyes, and I unlatched the gate and directed her inside until she was just a few feet from the snow couple, with her eyes shut and breathing in anticipation. "Okay, sweetie, go ahead, open your eyes," I said. She opened her eyes, and I could see the excitement in her face grow. She had a great smile as she looked at the snow couple in awe. She remained speechless as she walked around them, almost inspecting them, and then came back to me and gave me a great big hug. "Well, what do you think? They're a nice couple, aren't they?" I asked. They're so perfect, she said with a gleam in her eye, and she turned around to look at the snowman again. But I think there's something missing. I rested my hand on her shoulders. Oh? What's that? There needs to be a snow baby too. They should have a kid. I laughed and reached into my pocket. I had another syringe ready to go. You know, I was thinking the same thing, I said as I stabbed the syringe full of the paralyzing toxin into her neck. She turned around and gave me the oddest look I've ever seen as she fell to the ground and looked up at me with confusion. I could see the resemblance to Randy now. They both had that dumbfounded look when I stabbed them. She was trying to talk, but I soothed her. Don't worry, sweetie. You just lay there for a bit. Daddy needs to get a new pole and do some shoveling. I'll be back after I shovel a bit. And we'll make that kid snowman. There's no worse feeling than unexpectedly stepping into 2 inches of cold, dirty bathwater. That's how the morning started. I was expecting to take a hot shower, but instead found myself standing in a puddle of water. Cassidy, you blocked the drain again. I jumped out of the tub and wiped my feet on the bath mat with disgust. I reached for the plumber snake, which was always on hand for exactly this reason. This happened a lot, more than usual lately. I cursed under my breath. I eased the snake into the drain. I knew exactly what I'd find. A big, slimy ball of hair. Cassidy stood in the doorway behind me. She shuffled in that cute, apologetic way she always did when I had to unclog the drain. I wasn't mad at her, of course. Not really. I just really hated having to unclog the drain. Sorry, darling. I pulled some gunk out last night. I guess there was more than I thought. If you're not pulling out a wet cat, it's not enough. I was joking, of course. Not really. I glanced at her over my shoulder, and from her apologetic smile, I knew she could tell. It wasn't her fault, but it was hard not to feel frustrated. I'll make breakfast this morning, she volunteered, trying to make it up to me. She didn't have to, but I still appreciated the gesture. I was a grumpy bugger, but I loved her. Bacon? I smiled at her, and she smiled back. When I asked my friends what it was like to live with their girlfriends, they all had one grievance in common. Hair. Hair everywhere. I thought they were exaggerating, but they really weren't. Of course, I love Cassidy enough to overlook something so petty. Usually. Not at 6 a.m. though. At first, as the truth ran through more lint rollers than I could count, I thought it was funny and perplexing. How? How did she shed so much? Why wasn't she bald? Cassidy's long, curly black hair was one of the many things that attracted me to her in the first place. Living with her, I had a new appreciation for all the work that went into her looks. What I couldn't understand was how her hair ended up where it did. Wrapped around my toes. Hell, I've pulled a strand out of my butt crack. Apparently, I'm not the only guy either. What the heck? It's part of the beautiful girlfriend package, right? A seemingly universal grievance. I could tolerate most of it. Pulling her hair out of the lint trap, cutting her hair out of the vacuum brush roll. Hell, I could even tolerate replacing the vacuum every 6 months like clockwork. What I couldn't stand was the hair clogs in the bathtub. Intellectually, I know that hair isn't disgusting the second it leaves your head. but it is disgusting after it sits in a drain collecting whatever nasty slime that washes away in the shower. No matter how many times I've done it, which is a lot, unclogging the drain is the most revolting chore in the world. I'd rather do anything else. Once I felt resistance, I began to rotate the snake slowly. My stomach roiled with anticipation of what I was going to fish out. Apparently, this one was a monster of a clog, because I didn't feel the auger head break through that mess. When I tried to pull the clog out, the snake didn't budge. In fact, the clog seemed to retreat deeper into the pipe. Before I even realized what was happening, I found myself yanked forward, my head smashed against the shower tile, and I let out an angry yell of pain. Cassidy heard the commotion. She came running in, wide-eyed. She found me holding my head in my hands, still needing a moment to recover. "Dolan, are you okay? Did you slip?" A little dazed, I nodded. I guess I had slipped. Or something. I wasn't entirely sure, but I didn't want to worry her about it. It's really lodged in there. I think I accidentally pushed it in deeper though. I already had a headache. "Well..." She looked pale, but smiled through her worry for me. "You should probably get dressed and go to the doctor, just in case." I looked down at myself, remembering I was naked. Oh yeah, it looked like I wasn't getting my morning shower after all. Nah, I don't need to go to the doctor for a bump. It's not that bad. It's not like I was knocked unconscious. "You can't be too careful with head injuries," Cassidy persisted. "If I get symptoms beside a headache and a bruise, I'll go in." I brushed her off. "Don't worry," I added, swooping in to give her a quick kiss. "I'm not an idiot." "You kind of are," she laughed, but I could tell she was still tense. She was a warrior. "You're not burning breakfast, are you? That would be a real emergency." "Oh, I'll go check that." I watched her dash back out of the bathroom, heading back to the kitchen. Hopefully the bacon would be spared. Maybe my morning could still be salvaged. Chuckling to myself, I reached down into the tub to retrieve the snake, only to find that it wasn't there. Okay, that had never happened before. Now I had to figure out how to get a snake out of the pipe too. I tried sticking my finger in so I could feel around for it, but my fingers were too thick. I felt a slimy film, but nothing else. Alrighty then. I straightened up, standing there for a moment. I shook my head in disbelief, about to give up on my morning, when I heard a strange, metallic banging sound. It moved along the floor, with a hissing sound of water. At least, I thought it was water. If I had to call a plumber, I was going to be mad. I wasn't the most handy, but I tried to fix it myself first. I washed my hands, got dressed and headed into the kitchen. The eggs were ruined, but the bacon wasn't. The hash browns looked extra crispy, but I actually liked them that way. Cassidy's cheeks were a little pink from embarrassment. Cute. "Breakfast looks great," I beamed, hoping she knew I wasn't mad. At least not at her. I was trying not to show my frustration, because I knew it stressed her out, even if it wasn't directed at her. "Are you going to stay home today?" she asked with concern. "Yeah, I can't go in if I haven't showered anyway." I didn't really want to miss work, but taking care of the plumbing was pretty important. Plus, I had a headache and wanted to monitor my head injury, just in case. She made me a plate, then joined me at the table. Normally, I did the cooking because I enjoyed it, but it was really nice to have her cook for me now and then. Breakfast always tastes better when you're not the one who made it. "Sorry about the drain. I really did try and fix it last night," she explained. It happens. This one's extra bad apparently. If I couldn't get it out with a snake, you definitely couldn't, I assured her. We might even need a plumber, I added. But that's a last resort, if I have anything to say about it. You still love me, right? She batted her eyelashes at me. I couldn't help but laugh. It'll take more than a hairball to tear us apart. After breakfast, I went to the store to pick up some baking soda, vinegar, and another plumber snake. I grabbed a Drano too, just in case, though I tried to avoid using chemicals in our old pipes as much as I could. I mixed together 1/4 a cup each baking soda and vinegar, dumping the concoction directly into the drain. The standing water was grey and foul-smelling, but most of it had drained away slowly. I noticed an odd gurgling sound coming from the pipes, which I hoped was a good sign. I left the tub, giving the baking soda and vinegar an hour to cut through the gunk. I went to lie down, waiting for my headache to go away. Cassidy had the day off, so I listened to her putter around the house. She poked her head in the room to check on me after a while. "Can I shower?" she asked. "Yeah, it's time to flush everything down with hot water anyway. I'm sure it's fine." I closed my eyes. "Come get me when you're done. I need to try and get the other snake out." "It fell in?" "I guess." It seemed more like it got pulled in, but that didn't really make sense. Some weird accident of physics, like an air bubble or water pressure, probably made it seem that way. "I'll take care of it. Come get me when you're done." She nodded and came in to give me a quick kiss. "Okay, love you." "Love you more," I winked. "Maybe I'll join you in a minute, actually. I still need a shower too." "Well, you know where I'll be." I watched her go, enjoying the view and seriously considering going after her. After a moment, I heard the soft shh of the shower going. Cassidy hummed a cheerful tune I didn't recognize. I closed my eyes, smiling. I was about to drift off to sleep, but I was jolted awake by a sudden, sharp scream and a loud bang. "Cassidy?" I threw off the covers and flew down the hall. I burst into the bathroom, finding Cassidy holding the back of her head. Her face was the colour of sour milk, and she was visibly shaking. The tub she was in was filled with filthy, grey water. It smelled so bad I gagged. Hell, vomit smelled better than that putrid slop. Cassidy was sobbing in horror and disgust, but I couldn't tell if she was seriously hurt. "You okay?" I managed to keep myself from puking long enough to ask. No, all this water just exploded out. It knocked me into the wall." I could see a film of slime and debris drifting sluggishly across the surface of the water. I shuddered, but pushed back my revulsion so I could help her. "It's okay. You're okay," I said in as soothing a voice I could manage. I reached out, guiding her out of the tub carefully. Her legs were coated with the contents of the tub. I felt her almost slip. I steadied her carefully in my arms, only letting go when she had solid footing. I handed her a towel, pinching my nose. Something moved in the corner of my eye, something dark and writhing. It looked like something black and oily was oozing out of the drain and into the filthy water, but I couldn't see what it was through the cloudy liquid. Had the clog come bursting out of the drain somehow? "I'm going to call a plumber. One sec." "And a doctor?" I trailed off, looking at her for verification. She shook her head. "No, I'm fine. I'm just startled and grossed out." "You and me both," I agreed, still pinching my nose. Whatever this problem was, it was way out of my depth. I left Cassidy to make the call while she leaned over the tub, looking at the water with repulsed fascination. I found my phone by the bedside table, still holding back bile. Before I could even make the call, she screamed again. This time, her cry was abruptly cut off, sounding muffled. That wasn't right. I hurried back, finding Cassidy on the bathroom floor. Her mouth was wide open, but something black and slimy was jammed between her lips. Her fingers kept trying to catch hold of whatever it was, but it wouldn't budge. It was hair. Without hesitation, I grabbed onto the slimy tangle and tried to pull it out of her mouth. She was trying to scream. She just couldn't. The whole hairy mass was wriggling and pulsing like it was a living thing. For some reason, it was trying to jam itself deeper down her throat. I couldn't get a solid grip. It felt wiry and slippery, scraping my hands that couldn't get a firm hold. Cassidy's eyes were wide with terror and fear, her face going red as she struggled to breathe. Despite my best efforts, the hairball jammed itself completely down her throat, taking my fingernails with it. My bloody fingertips followed the thing into her mouth, but I couldn't get a hold of it. My girlfriend was still choking, her dark eyes losing focus. I didn't know what to do. I called for an ambulance, frantically trying to explain what had happened. They didn't understand a word I said, but help was on its way. Cassidy was blue. I spotted the unopened drain snake I'd bought, and had a horrible idea. I tore it open quickly, and after a moment of hesitation, I pushed it down her throat. Whatever it was, I could see the lump it created in her throat. I yanked, trying to pull it back out. I only managed to pull out a few black strands. Whatever this thing was, it was impenetrable. Please, 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 I begged, though I don't know who I was begging. Cassidy? God? The hairball in her throat? I tried again, using a little more force. Again, I only succeeded in pulling out a few clumps of hair. I couldn't unclog her throat. Black curls covered the slime stuck to her trembling chin, protruding from her mouth like tentacles. No, 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 this isn't happening. The paramedics broke down the door some time later. I hadn't heard them arrive. I hadn't heard anything but the roaring panic in my eyes and the gurgles coming from Cassidy's throat. I could hear the thing hissing like a feral rat. The paramedics found me with a plumber's snake in hand. I was still bent over Cassidy's prone form, trying to stab the auger into the heart of the hairball so I could pull it out of her. I must have looked deranged. One of them forcibly pulled me away from her. I cried, trying to get back to her, still screaming her name. I watched in horror as they stabbed a hole for her to breathe through. I tried to explain that I'd only used the snake as a last-ditch effort to save her, but I don't think they believed me. The rest of that time is a blur. Police were called, and Cassidy was taken away on a stretcher. Fortunately, the doctors were able to surgically remove the massive knot of hair, but they saw nothing unusual about it, aside from the size, and the fact that they found it split up between my girlfriend's throat and stomach. Cassidy is in a coma. She's in bad shape, but she's breathing. I'm grateful for that. There's still hope. I haven't been charged with the crime. Yet. It's coming. The investigators are putting a case against me together, trying to figure out what happened. I know how it looks though. They think I'm an abuser. Looking back, I can see why they'd think that. The police asked if I was mad at my girlfriend for clogging the drain. They think I did this to her, jamming the hair down her throat in a fit of rage. That's ridiculous. I love her. I'd never hurt her over anything so stupid. Maybe it was annoying sometimes, but I never truly blamed her. Unfortunately, Cassidy can't tell them they're wrong. The hospital won't let me see her either. Her family thinks I'm responsible too. We're not married, so I can't force my way in. I'm sure a restraining order will be issued with the warrant. I don't know how to convince a jury that my insane story about a killer hairball is true. The only person who can prove it might never wake up. Cassidy, please wake up. We've been talking about it for weeks. Camping. Well, my daughter had, I should say. Personally, I was kind of on the fence. I'm not really an outdoorsy kind of guy, to put it mildly. If you'd asked if I'd ever pitched the tent, I'd probably just slap my thigh and giggle uncontrollably. Moving into a new house is a strenuous task in and of itself. But add starting a new job, a new life into the mix, and you end up with one adult who doesn't know how to calm down, relax, or spend time with his daughter. So, that's where the camping idea originated. I promised her we'd go once we'd settled in, and she made damn sure to hold me to it, reminding me of it at least 5 times daily. Melissa was a hurricane, always up to something. Some would call her a handful, but that would be nothing short of a gross understatement. But she was also sweet, dedicated, focused, and extremely imaginative. That's why it was so easy to sometimes forget I was the adult. She would mostly just take care of and entertain herself. But camping definitely required at least one adult. That's what I read somewhere anyway. And I was planning to go through with it, I swear. But alas, I can't control the weather. It started already Thursday afternoon. Pouring rain and strong winds. She, were planning on heading out Saturday morning. But when we woke up, it had gotten even worse. Now, I'm no weatherman, but the weatherman on the local news is. Thus, I was inclined to believe him when he claimed we were dealing with a storm. Melissa was devastated, of course. She'd been really looking forward to it, picking out possible locations for our campsite, reading up on the flora and fauna of the area, learning what animals we might encounter. When I told her there was no way we could go camping in a storm, she broke down crying. I don't think she was mad at me, but it still broke my heart. So, that's when I proposed that we could set up camp right here in our living room. At first, she found the idea stupid. How could that be any fun? No animals, no fishing, no searching for remedial herbs, nothing. But she slowly came round to the idea. We could turn off all the lights, sleep in the tent, read scary stories, pig out on junk food. We could pretend we were lost campers in a storm, and that something terrible lurked just outside our tents. So we pitched the tent, right there between the couch and the TV, laid out the sleeping bags, emptied the cabinets and the cupboards for all things sweet, killed the lights, and crawled into our cozy little campsite universe. She brought a favourite book, Little Pumpkin and Cold Bones by Manon Lysett, while I was quite looking forward to reading this weird little book I'd found under a loose floorboard in the attic, The Electric Boner by some guy named Nathaniel Lewis. The pages were oddly sticky, but what can you do? We snuggled up in our sleeping bags and had a great time, listening to the creepy creaking of the old house, the ghostly, banshee-like sounds of the wind, eating snacks, and telling each other scary stories. Hers scared the hell out of me, let me tell you. She read to me from a book, and I read to her from my book. Not a good idea. And it was just wonderful. She fell asleep pretty late, face down in a book and popcorn. I guess I followed soon after. I think it was the cold that woke me up. That was the first thing I remember anyway. Freezing cold. Way below zero, crippling cold. I was shivering and chopping my teeth uncontrollably. The sleeping bag barely warm enough to keep me from going hypothermic. What the hell was going on? It was dark. Way too dark. Sure, we'd switched off almost all of the lights, but I was sure I left at least a few of them on. Had the power gone out? Given the intensity of the storm, it was entirely possible. But it still didn't explain the cold. I sat up clumsily, still constrained by a rather tight-fitting sleeping bag. There was something off, something I couldn't explain. "Melissa?" I whispered. No answer. "Melissa?" I said, slightly louder. "Are you there? Wake up!" I got my arm free and blindly felt around the tent. Nothing. Not even her sleeping bag. Maybe she was uncomfortable, couldn't sleep, and decided to go to her bed. Maybe she just had to use the toilet and took the sleeping bag with her for warmth. I guess both made sense, but I still couldn't shake that strange feeling. The feeling that told me I wasn't in my house anymore. I fumbled to find the zipper. My fingers were completely numb from the cold, and I had to pause every once in a while to breathe some warmth back into them. When I finally found it, without thinking, I just yanked it open, not considering what I might face on the other side. Snow. No wonder it was so dark. The tent was completely covered in snow. I managed to crawl out awkwardly, a groaning sense of dread slowly revealing itself as I realized just how far from the house I had to be. I stumbled to my feet, looking around at my newfound location dumbfoundedly. It was amazing, unreal, and absolutely terrifying. It was dark, but not too dark. Dusky or dim, I guess. But the full moon in the clear sky above illuminated just about everything. I was standing in what appeared to be a deep ravine, and the steep, jagged rock walls stretching impossibly into the air on either side. The ground was covered in about 2 feet of snow, and I could see the slope curving even deeper ahead. But what really caught my eye, the thing that instantly sent adrenaline pumping through my system, was the footprints in the snow. They were leading further down the slope. 2 distinct sets of footprints. One were boot prints, obviously adult, a male, probably judging by the size. The other, a naked footprints of a child. Melissa. It had to be her. Without thinking, I immediately sprung to action and halfway ran, halfway stumbled through the snow, calling out her name in shrieks of utter panic. "Melissa! Melissa!" The only thing I could hear was my own echoing voice. I kept going, the cold not bothering me as much, probably because of the previously mentioned adrenaline, but I knew deep down I wouldn't last long in these temperatures. I followed the footprints for about 5 minutes when I spotted blood. Just tiny droplets in the snow to begin with, but growing in both size and frequency the further I went. She was hurt. The sick asshole that was chasing her had hurt her. I felt a kind of mixture between horror and fear and rage that completely possessed me, and driven by this terrible emotion, I set aside all pain and exhaustion, running at speeds I've yet to match. And then I found them. It was sort of a circular chamber, the end of the slope. The moonlight hit them just right, and it felt like I was watching everything unfold in some crazy hallucination. She didn't wear any clothes. She was completely stark, and her pale skin appeared almost blue. She had her back turned to me, her flowing hair reaching down to her waist. "Melissa!" I yelled. The girl turned around slowly. She was bathed in blood, head to foot, and in her cold, blue eyes, I saw something disturbingly primal, something dark and animalistic, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. That wasn't Melissa. She sniffed the air, like she was trying to ascertain if I was a threat or not, before bending down to the mangled corpse before her. What happened next, I still have problems describing. It was like watching a clan of hyenas rip their prey to pieces, except in this case, the hyenas was just a tiny, fair-haired girl. I couldn't move. I didn't want to move. I think maybe I was afraid she'd react to any sudden movement, afraid she'd chase me down and kill me like she did that man. After about 10 minutes of watching her completely shred the corpse to tiny chunks, she took a long, deep breath of the freezing cold air and turned back to face me. "Have you seen Miss Piggy?" she asked. "The bad man scared her." The voice was so normal. Exactly what you'd expect from a little girl. But it still struck fear in my heart. Terrible, agonizing dread. No, I mumbled. "No, I haven't seen Miss Piggy." She stared at me for quite a while, her thin arms sort of waving hypnotically at her side. Every once in a while, she broke out snarling, like an agitated dog, almost as if she wasn't fond of her own thoughts. "You better go then," she eventually said. "Go back home." I stood there, shivering, suddenly realizing again just how cold it really was. The girl didn't seem to mind the sub-zero temperature at all. She just kept pacing around what was left of the corpse, occasionally erupting in wild, bestial snarls. "Go!" she suddenly shrieked. "Go before I change my mind!" I turned on a dime and ran back the way I came. I didn't stop. Didn't even slow down to catch brief glances behind me. I just knew that I had to do what she said. If I didn't, she'd slaughter me without breaking a sweat. I arrived at the tent, wheezing, completely famished, exhausted, dehydrated, and dangerously hypothermic, all mixed into one big bag of things that could kill me. What now, was all I could think. What on earth should I do now? It was only when I heard the rapidly increasing sounds of naked feet in the snow that I dove back into the tent, feverishly closing the zipper behind me. I don't know how long I stayed there. Hours, days, probably not days. But at some point, I just lost consciousness, fainted, everything turned black. I woke up in my living room. Well, in a tent erected in my living room at the very least. This is the part you loathe. The part some of you were expecting. The part where I tell you it was all a dream. Well, that's what I tried to tell myself anyway. Just some freakishly vivid dream. So vivid, in fact, that I woke up with frostbite on my hands and feet. Melissa was sound asleep next to me, and I thanked all the gods I can remember the name of. At least she didn't get dragged into this terrifying nightmare. As I sat there, tending to my wounds, she slowly came to and sat up next to me. She gave me a long hug. "You alright, kiddo?" I asked. "Yeah, Daddy. I just wanted to thank you." "Thank me for what?" I said, slightly perplexed. "For the camping trip, of course. It was wonderful." I smiled. It had been pretty great. Well, except for that very vivid nightmare. But I was alive, and my daughter was happy. What more can a man ask for? "Guess what?" she said playfully. "What?" I smiled. "I got to ride her." She smiled gleefully. "What? Who?" I asked, puzzled. "Miss Piggy, of course. The girl thanked me for finding her, and she let me ride her." I'm never going camping in my living room again. Ever been in love? That burning emotion of passion, one that surges through your soul, able to transcend all of time itself. That feeling you think can last forever, only to be shut down by the harsh fist of reality. The shattering dread that fills you for months, years after it ends, be it due to drama, distance, or death. What if you could make a single moment of bliss last forever? To be united with your soulmate for the rest of eternity. Would you take that chance? Or would you let it slip through your fingers like I did? I was given the chance of forever, but now I'm doomed to live out my days, eventually die, and be washed away by the marching passage of time, while she is one with the bleeding tree, flesh stripped from her bones as she's nurturing the ever-growing forest, suffering until the end of days. It was our 7-year anniversary, and I'd promised Jen the perfect date. As we were both avid hikers, I figured a getaway picnic in a secluded spot, miles away from any other sentient being, would be ideal. Together, we travelled on every trail, camped in every forest, and climbed each mountain within a 100-mile radius, which of course made it difficult to find a new, romantic spot anywhere nearby. But after asking around on different forums and getting advice from some of our travelling buddies, I finally learned about a place only a 3-hour drive away from our city, a decently desolated forest named Moorswood, which had very few trails. A hidden wonder of nature, which was exactly what we needed. One afternoon, a couple of days before our anniversary, I drove out myself to scout the area. I'd taken the day off work without telling Jen to set off on my secret mission. I walked through the forest, marking trees with orange cloth as I made my way, hoping I'd randomly stumble upon a body of water, maybe a clearing to set up a blanket and enjoy the sun. The forest ran wild with life, birds emerging from each tree as I walked past, curious to the new creature that had invaded their home, walking around on 2 legs with no wings. Through the trees, I could see a clearing in the forest, separated by a thick wall of thorny bushes. No sign of anyone ever wandering through. So, I lay down on my knees and crawled my way through, cutting myself on the thorns in the process, but it was worth it. On the other side, I found a clear, open space, only decorated by a lake and a single tree on the other side, standing tall with branches spreading out so thick it provided a perfect parasol of cover against the midday sun. It was perfect. After a quick survey of the area, I decided to dig a small hole under the tree, digging down a casket containing a bottle of wine alongside any non-perishable food. The picnic would be a surprise, and its end would bring out the true anniversary gift: an engagement ring. Nothing too impressive, just a silver band with a half-carat diamond. Still, something I had been saving up towards for the better part of a year, being in our late 20s and all, young but determined, ready for the commitment. The next 2 days passed at a snail's pace, waiting for the day to arrive. Waking up at the break of dawn. We had a system where we each had our turn at arranging our anniversary date, and this year, it was my chance to impress. Last date, she'd taken me for a weekend trip up a mountain, and now I aimed to make it a day to remember for the rest of our lives. We drove the almost 200 miles away from our city towards Moorswood, before quickly making our way through the dense forest. It was the peak time for birds' mating calls, joyfully greeting us as we wandered through, enjoying the sun rising above the tree line. Deers had just started walking up, jumping curiously through the trees to inspect their new guest. Admittedly, I got a tad lost on the way, with a few of the cloth pieces having fallen off the trees. I was in the lead, trying to guide, and didn't want to admit my inadequacy. Walking a few yards ahead, I stumbled upon a dead deer in our path. It was bizarre. Half buried in the ground, half the flesh torn from its body. No smell, so it couldn't have been there for very long. Yet it seemed so rotten. Before Jen could see it, I admitted that we'd gone off the path, and as soon as she realized we were off track, we just retraced our steps and quickly found our way again. Somewhere around 10, we found the thick wall of bushes and crawled through. I'd created a decently sized hole during my previous visit, ensuring that Jen wouldn't get hurt on the thorns. A nasty cut would be a huge turn-off for any date. There it was, the perfect spot, even more delightfully idyllic in the glimmering morning light, reflecting on the dewdrops covering the leaves. "So, what do you think?" I asked. "Oh, wow, it's unbelievable. How did you find this place?" "Trade secret. I would tell you, but then I'd have to kill you," I joked. "I'm sure I can find a way to extract that information later," she said as she winked at me. We'd brought a picnic basket with bread, spreads, and a freshly made salad. Nothing too fancy. But Jen still didn't know about the hidden stash I'd put away under the tree. "Hey, what's this?" Jen said as she pointed to a heart-shaped red balloon stuck under one of the tree branches. Beneath it hung a string, with an envelope attached to it. Jen jumped up and pulled it down, carefully detaching the envelope and tying the balloon around her wrist to stop it from floating away. "Aw, that's so sweet. You didn't have to," she said as she opened the envelope, pulling out a handwritten letter. "Jen, I didn't," I tried to explain, but she had already started reading. She quickly realized I had nothing to do with the letter, when her face turned from joy to disappointment. But she shook away a frown and returned to her gleeful self. "I guess someone found this place before you," she giggled as she began reading the letter out loud. "Dear Sandra, You wouldn't believe a place like this could exist, undiscovered and hidden from the rest of civilization. It's so beautiful, a secret Garden of Eden, and the best part is that I just found it on accident. I bought you this balloon for your birthday. I wanted to tell you in person that I love you, but I guess I'm a coward. I realized we haven't told each other that yet, but I figured it would fit better here, by the clear crystal lake and the wonderful wildlife, especially the ducks. But I can't leave. There'll be excellent food for the bleeding tree. I know how much you like ducks, but when I found this place, the tree was dying, and it wasn't strong enough to consume me. But if I feed it the ducks, the rabbits, whatever other wildlife inhabits this area, I can finally merge with it and become one with the forest. I wish I could have taken you here, but I've already planted the seed within me, and if I leave, the seed will die. I'll attach this letter to the balloon and hope it finds you. Maybe you can come here and join me. The bleeding tree needs our flesh to live. Love, Jack. Jen handed me the letter, with a confused look on her face. I think I must have misread something. That didn't really make any sense. I took the letter and skimmed over it. The handwriting was fairly unintelligible from the get-go, but it only got worse as it went on, and my dyslexic eyes could hardly decipher it. Jen had always been the one to translate doctor's notes and anything written in cursive. Despite my slow deciphering, it seemed correct. The bleeding tree needs our flesh to live. That's unsettling. Have you ever heard about the bleeding tree? I asked. Our town had quite a few legends, urban tales, and various myths, but nothing like this. Jen shook her head, still looking confused and mildly worried. It's probably a prank, right? She asked. Yeah, it has to be. What else? I said, before pointing to the balloon. And these helium balloons deflate after like a day, right? So someone had to have put it there recently. Sure, but why? She had a point. In the most secluded forest in our area, a place that seemed untouched by mankind, why would anyone plant a balloon with a fake note? Unless they followed me. And even then, who would wander for hours just to prank someone? How about we just eat? I asked. I'm sure the balloon got caught in the wind or something, then somehow ended up stuck under this tree. Probably wasn't even meant for us, right? She nodded, and we decided to prepare our picnic date. We started with the sandwiches and salad, and I decided to keep the wine a secret until the end of the date, where I'd pour a glass at sunset and propose with a ring, before we fell asleep under the stars. We ate, talked about a future we could only dream about, full of travel, adventures, free from traditional work and adult responsibilities, made futile plans about how we could make enough money to disappear off the face of the earth for a few years. We were dreamers, but that's how we liked it. Always talking about impossible things, some not even remotely grounded in reality. Jen took a knife out of our picnic basket and decided we should write our initials into the tree, to be remembered for the next few decades. Do you want to do it? She asked. I grabbed the knife and cut in R+J. I lay down on the ground and stared up at the tree above. There was a small hole in the otherwise continuous ceiling of leaves, and beyond it hung a brilliant blue sky, an infinite cover for the secrets of the universe. My mind wandered, and I pondered all the possibilities of the world, which triggered a conversation we'd had 1,000 times before. "Wouldn't it be cool if we could just live forever?" I said, rhetorically, not expecting an answer. "You don't want to live forever," Jen responded, as if it were a fact. "Well, maybe not forever, but imagine a couple of 1,000 years to explore. Trust me, you'll get bored. You can't even finish a movie in one sitting. That's different. I wouldn't get bored of this. Honestly, I could do this until the end of time," I argued. "It's not different. An eternity is by definition boring. Imagine having solved all the mysteries in the world, having thought every possible thought, seen every part of every planet. What do you do next?" "So, you wouldn't want more time?" "Nope. Life is beautiful exactly because it's fleeting. It could vanish in a second, meaning we're forced to enjoy it as much as we can. Infinite life would just let us procrastinate finding happiness forever." The discussion went on like that for a while, like it had before, and like it most likely would in the future. As we finished up the salad, I scanned around for the patch of freshly dug dirt, thinking I should start planning the next stage in our date. To my surprise, there were no disturbed parts of the ground. Everything had been grown over, seemingly untouched. I'd lost my secret hiding spot, and panic started to rise in my blood. "You alright? You look a bit worried," Jen asked. "Yeah, I'm going to go for a little walk, digest all the food and all. Want to come with?" "Nah, I think I'll just lie here and write," she responded. Jen pulled out her journal and started writing about her day. She always preferred to relax after a meal, but I had to think, and thought that maybe I could remember where I put the stash if I walked around the area, but I needed to be subtle. It was an oddly quiet afternoon, and though the sun stood high up in the sky, it was almost cold. That, in addition to the lack of animals surrounding the lake, felt wrong. I pulled out the letter again and read over the part about the lake being filled with ducks and about animals that surrounded it. Animals that would feed the bleeding tree. Then I saw something that contrasted starkly with the clear water and the smooth rocks beneath it, shattering the monotonous glimmer. Something white, long sticks littering the lake floor. They were bones. From what I could tell, they mostly seemed like birds' rib cages, maybe some foxes or other small animals, but a few larger, too large to come from any animal that lived in the forest. I took off my shoes to wade in the shallow water, picking up the largest one. A femur, based on what I could tell, almost looked like it belonged to a human being. "Oh my God!" I heard Jen yell from the tree. I ran over, not understanding what she was yelling about, until I stepped in something wet, just next to the tree. I looked down at my feet to see a crimson liquid seeping up between my toes. "What the hell?" I said, realizing all too late I was standing in a pool of blood. There," she stuttered as she pointed at the tree we'd had our picnic beneath. A pool of dirty blood had gathered around the tree in my absence. The bark where we'd etched in our names had fallen off, and blood emerged from the hole. It was bleeding profusely, bright red liquid flowing out from the tree and mixing with the mud below. "What the hell? Is the tree—" I trailed off. "It can't be blood. It has to be something else." Jen picked up a long stick and started prodding the bleeding hole. "Jen, don't. That's disgusting," I said. but she'd already shoved the stick deeper into it. The entire tree twitched in reaction, as if filled with muscles, all contracting, trying to avoid the pain of being cut. Jen stepped back in shock, but quickly prodded the tree again to confirm we hadn't just gone crazy. Her second prod caused a larger chunk of bark to fall off the tree, revealing pulsating, red flesh beneath it. "Let's get out of," I tried to say, but was interrupted by the tree starting to violently shake, pulling up flesh-covered roots from the dirt, causing the ground beneath us to shatter into pieces. Within a second, a large gap formed under our feet, causing us to crash into a pitch-black hole below. As we tumbled, we reached out our hands for each other, but with no control, we could only hope to soften the blow. But instead of landing safely, I hit my head on a rock sticking out from the wall. Then I passed out. Once I finally awoke again, it felt like hours had passed. It had turned pitch black in the time I was out, and the only thing letting me know that I hadn't died was the sound of Jen moaning somewhere next to me. I fumbled around for my phone. It had fallen out of my pocket and landed in another pool of blood. I checked myself to see if I was the one bleeding, but apart from what must have been a mild concussion, I was unscathed. The phone still worked, and even without any service, it still functioned as a weak flashlight. I dimly lit up the surrounding cave and revealed a ceiling of dirt and meat above me. It wasn't night. There simply wasn't a sky to light up anything. Jen lay up against the wall, passed out from the fall. I shined my light at her and almost dropped my phone in shock. She'd been gutted by a sharp root sticking out from the ground, perforating straight through her abdomen. "Jen, please wake up," I cried as I gently shook her, careful not to worsen her injury. She slowly opened her eyes and yelped in pain. What happened?" she asked. "Just lie still, Jen. We fell into the ground. You're hurt." She moved her arms and quickly realized there was a branch sticking out from her belly. "Oh my God, get it out. Please, get it out," she cried as she tried pulling at the root. It twitched violently in response, putting Jen into further agony. "Jen, you gotta keep still, please. If you move, you'll only make it worse." "But it hurts. It hurts so much," she groaned. I know, but please don't. I'm going to find help. We're going to get you out of here. I promise. Just stay still." She grabbed my hands as I tried to stand up. "Wait, don't leave. I don't want to be alone. I'm not leaving you. I just need to look for a way out." I swung the flashlight around the cave, checking for any hole in the ceiling, any possible way we could have fallen in. But the only way seemed to extend deeper into the ground, a small tunnel digging further into the darkness. The entire ground felt muddy, in a mixture between dirt, blood, and the occasional fleshy root sticking up, wriggling around as it looked for us. Each root bled, adding to the pool that slowly filled the cave. "Jen, there's no way to climb out of here. I have to check out the tunnel," I said. "No, stay. It's not so bad. It's nice. Stay together," she mumbled, drifting in and out of consciousness, delirious from blood loss. "I'm sorry, Jen. I have to find help," I said, kissing her on the forehead one last time. I lay down and started to slowly wriggle my way through the dark tunnel, For each inch I moved, I felt another root reach out, trying to grab me. Something white stuck out from the wall ahead, a fractured bone, sharp enough to cut through my flesh as I moved past it. I yelped quietly in pain, feeling warm blood trickling down my arm. As I bled, the root seemed to extend towards me, desperately trying to grab a hold of my newly formed wound, digging themselves inside. The pain was unbearable, but I pulled them out before they got a chance to fester. The cave opened up into a larger cavern, my weak flashlight doing little to illuminate it. I stood up slowly, almost tripping over while entering, as my foot got caught on something stuck to the ground. It was an arm, half buried in the ground, half digested by its surroundings. Only a few pieces of fat and muscle still attached. There were hundreds of mangled bodies scattered around the cavern, alongside various personal effects: phones, glasses, shoes, clothes, backpacks. A flashlight lay next to one of the less digested bodies, beside a wallet and something more familiar: a bottle of wine and a ring box. It was the casket I'd buried in preparation for the date. It had fallen down and shattered on a rock, spilling its contents. I pocketed the ring and picked up the flashlight. The wallet lay open on the ground, and I caught a glimpse of the name on the driver's license. It belonged to Jack Geller. Perhaps it was even the one who wrote the letter we'd found earlier. There was another piece of paper inside the wallet, covered in the same illegible handwriting as before. Dear Sandra, I know this letter won't reach you, because I'm already joined with the bleeding tree, slowly becoming one with the eternal forest above. I wish you were here with me to comfort me through the pain. I hope it ends soon, but if not, well, each root in this place is made from a different person. Travelers that got lost in the woods, that have become integrated with the hive mind, and very soon, I'll be one of them too. I can already hear their thoughts. Only whispers, but they're getting louder. Soon I'll know what they're saying. Even now, as I write. Oh God, no. This isn't what I wanted. Please no, don't. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. His letter ended abruptly with scribbles making no sense. I checked around. Among his other possessions, I found a knife and a small shovel. Then it dawned on me that he hadn't fallen into a trap like we had, but instead, he'd actively dug his way down, looking for a route to join him with the tree. If he could get in, then maybe we could get out. I grabbed his belongings and started crawling back, once more cutting myself on the bone, unable to avoid it. I didn't care about the wounds. I was determined to get Jen out of there, to bring her back safely, even if it killed me. Jen had awoken by the time I returned, but the root had grown in size, wrapping around, splitting up into smaller tendrils that actively dug into her chest, even bulging through her skin. I bent down, ready to cut away the fleshy roots, but she grabbed my hand before I could start. She stared into my eyes, pleading for me to stop what I was about to do. Jen, come on. I know it'll hurt, but I have to cut you loose, I said, tears welling up in my eyes. She just looked back at me, and I could see the pain she was suffering from. I pulled out the little box I'd hidden in my pocket and opened it, revealing the ring. I was going to, but, I sobbed, unable to bring out the words I'd practiced for so long before our anniversary. I just hoped she'd understand it and be distracted enough so I could cut the roots. Then she finally spoke. "It's nice here." "What?" "Stay with me. Let's just stay here," she said, her voice tired and completely rid of any emotion. Tears ran down my face, but she no longer cared. She wouldn't let me free her. "You'll die if you stay here. Jen, please," I begged. "No, nothing dies here. Nothing is allowed to." She smiled, revealing tiny roots extending from her mouth. The tree had completely filled her. Even if I tried to cut her free, she'd still be riddled with the things. No, no. "I'm getting you the hell out of here," I yelled. I held her arms down and lifted my knife against one of the roots. It was surprisingly sharp, considering how old it looked. It easily cut through one of the smaller roots, penetrating Jen's chest. She writhed in agony as the connection severed, blood spurting out of the stump of the root, a hollow tube sticking into her chest. It was her blood. She had become so intertwined with the tree that killing the roots meant taking Jen with it. Jen's smile vanished, and she started crying. "Why are you hurting me? Stop it. I don't want to die. I don't want to," she sobbed. Then I did something I'll regret to the end of my days. I had the choice between killing the love of my life or letting her become one with the bleeding tree. Maybe I'm weak. Maybe I'm a coward. But I couldn't take a life. I just couldn't. So, instead, I took the shovel and started digging. I left Jen alone in the dark while I fought for my freedom. For each inch of dirt I removed, more roots, tendrils revealed themselves, reaching out in an attempt at digging themselves into my bleeding flesh. Another bone, another cut, but I kept going, digging with my spade and cutting with a knife, desperate to see the sunlight once more. I can't say for sure what happened next. It's all hazy, in a mixture between blood loss and adrenaline surging through my veins. But I remember hitting through the dirt, a ray of moonlight greeting me on the surface, and minutes of crawling away from the bleeding tree to safety. Despite my severe injuries, I made it to my feet, continuously bleeding as I limped my way towards the car. I dropped my phone somewhere while digging, and only had the moon to guide me through the dark, silent forest. Everything seemed grey in the lack of light, and then, at some point along my escape, I collapsed. That was 2 months ago. Since then, I've been in the hospital, in and out of a coma. The doctors tell me I suffered septic shock, apparently a recurring infection keeping me at bay until last week, when I finally awoke. They called it a miracle, but it doesn't feel like one. I left the cave to find help, to stop the tree from consuming Jen. But by now, her flesh has been torn from her bones, and I can only imagine she's one with it, to suffer for all eternity. I couldn't save her from an eternity of pain. It's my fault. This is my goodbye. No one should suffer the same fate Jen did, and yet I'm going back. I should have killed her before she got consumed by the roots. But now, I can do nothing more than to join her. I'm going back. At least she won't have to suffer alone. I don't drive at night anymore. At least, I don't drive anywhere that isn't very well illuminated. I know that sounds silly. Trust me when I say that my friends tease me to no end about it. They're the types that love going for late night cruises out around the outskirts of town to go stargazing, both activities I used to enjoy. That was, until that one night. After that, I couldn't bring myself out of the light ever again. It was about a year ago in late July. I was living in a small town at the time in northern Alberta, staying there to get the most out of the cheap community college and low rent. I had just finished my finals and was looking forward to visiting family out west for my week-long vacation. It wasn't exactly a short trip, a total of 4 hours at least, just to even get to the next town over. To get to where my parents were was an additional 6 hours of travel. Driving through Alberta isn't exactly exciting either, not unless you enjoy wide open spaces and a lot of empty fields at least. It was about 4 AM when I got into my car. The bright idea to leave early that I had had the previous night was now leaving me bleary-eyed and full of regret. I headed over to the closest gas station and stocked up on the usual road trip supplies. Energy drinks, chips, pretty much anything that looked good at the time. The coffee I had brought with me was starting to kick in, and I began to look forward to at least the initial first few hours of the trip. That was typically how it was with long car rides for me. The first few hours were great and relaxing, with the rest of the trip just slowly getting worse as I got those fun cramps or stiffness in the body from sitting too long. Before heading out of the city, I checked my phone, queuing up my playlist of music that would be keeping me company and double-checking my route out of the city on Google Maps. Damn, a red bar sat halfway between me and where I was heading. Construction ahead. Expected delay, 45 minutes. Great. That was just my luck that the main road itself was getting worked on, but there wasn't anything I could really do about that. Finally, pulling out of the gas station, I headed out, starting my long journey. The music pulsed through the speakers as the light pollution of the city slowly faded behind me and the night sky grew even brighter. It was a full moon out tonight, and one that complemented a sea of stars quite nicely too. That helped raise my mood up a bit, and I soon got lost in thought as I cruised down that dark road. After about an hour of driving down the open highway, the sky seemed to quickly darken, the moon becoming obscured, and the illuminated plains around me fading away to an inky black. The only thing that was visible now outside of my headlights were different twinkling lights off the horizon and the city lights far behind still in my rearview mirror. The lights ahead pulsed between orange and reds, with the occasional flash of a vehicle's headlights. That had to have been construction, I figured. It was another joy of driving out in these flat areas. You were able to see practically a full hour ahead of you in advance, and just really take in all the excitement. At night, without the moon's glow, it was a much different feeling than boring though. It kind of felt like you were driving through space itself. A massive black expanse all around you, with only the different bits of lights off in the distance showing any real signs of life, almost as though the night sky itself had dripped down and enveloped the ground below. I cursed and shielded my eyes as someone passed me with a set of far too bright to be legal headlights, night vision being lost immediately by the time I could actually see again, thankfully having not flown off the road. Everything that wasn't in my headlights was just pitch black now. The edges of my car's headlight beams didn't seem to extend very far out either. Because of this, I almost missed a pair of cars that were off to the side of the road, hazard lights going on and off to try and warn me in advance. I slowed my vehicle to try and get a better look in case they needed any help, but as I passed by, I didn't see anyone in the vehicles themselves. Neither car appeared to be damaged either. Weird. Maybe the owners had car problems and had hitched a ride back to town until a tow truck had come and retrieved the vehicles. I couldn't really give much of a better guess than that, so I continued on, not wanting to rubberneck any more than I already had. The darkness at this point had become rather oppressive. I noticed that outside of my beams of light, it was now just a solid black wall. Like it just cut off immediately with no glow or anything. I had to slow my speed to half just to be safe. While trying my best to stay in the road, I must have completely forgotten about the construction zone, for when an orange pylon appeared out of the darkness, I hit the brakes. I must have missed the warning signs due to the weird blackout, but this had to have been the start of the construction zone. With due diligence, I crawled through the area, trying to catch a sign of any worker, or really any signs of life. That was when I realized that there should have been some kind of life around here. I had already seen the lights on further back down the road, but now, as I drove through, there wasn't a single piece of equipment that seemed to be turned on in any way. Excavators sat abandoned, doors wide open, without an operator inside. Any floodlights had been knocked over or otherwise turned off in some other manner. However, things quickly went south from there. About halfway through was when I saw someone finally. A prone body lay face down on the side of the road, only half of the person visible from my car. I stopped the vehicle, wondering what he was doing at first, as it looked like he had his ear to the ground. Eventually, I realized that he must have been unconscious. So, I put the car in park, turning on my phone's flashlight and the car interior light before getting out to add as much extra light as I could to the area. The moment I stepped out of the car, I could feel a very stark difference in the air. It was supposed to be the middle of the summer, yet I could almost see my breath. It was freezing out here for some reason. Hey buddy, you okay? I called out nervously, voice holding an odd echo to it that had no right to be there. I shined my flashlight over him as I got closer before quickly stumbling back. Jesus Christ! I practically sprinted back to my car, throwing myself inside and slamming the door behind me. Panicking to find the lock button, my fingers hit it and I tried to stop myself from hyperventilating. The lower half of that man's body had been eaten. Past his stomach, there was nothing more than bits of gore and viscera that had been strewn out across the road. It looked like something had just ripped into him and left the rest to rot. I pulled out my phone and tried to call 911, but I had no bars. I must have been too far out to get any signal. It wasn't like I could do anything to help the poor man from here, so I pulled the car out of park and continued out of the construction site. I spotted a few more bodies in varying condition as I tried to make my way out. That was when I saw it. Just as I turned a corner, my headlights illuminated something that was hunched over another construction worker. It almost looked like a person, but it was far too dark. It was incredibly thin, spine jutting out from its back as it initially faced away. When it turned in response to the light, it covered its malformed face with a massive hand that ended in sharp, ragged claws, pinprick white eyes glaring at me from the shadows of its hand as it let out a shriek and bounded off into the darkness. At that point, I slammed my foot down on the gas and floored it out of there, having to swerve once or twice to avoid the abandoned equipment. Eventually, I rocketed out of the sight, going far too fast, but unable to slow down. In my rearview mirror, I could see them, a collection of white eyes that trailed along behind me in the distance. They didn't make any sound, but I could tell they were getting closer, little by little. I must have had at least some luck that night, as when I made my way over the next hill, I could see off in the distance a gas station that was still lit up, a beacon of light in the sea of darkness that surrounded me. I managed to get to it in only a few minutes, my tires screeching across the pavement as I came to a halt directly under the gas area. The darkness was like a wall all around it, but I had a clear path to get inside of the building. Taking a deep breath, I escaped my vehicle and sprinted up to the glass door. When I got to it, the attendant inside was already unlocking it and pressing a button on the side to power it on, letting it open enough to get me in before he closed it again with a lock in place. "Are you alright?" he asked me as I stumbled away from the door, trying to put distance between me and the numerous windows that covered the front wall of the station. I felt vulnerable, there in that little store, the panes of glass being the only thing between us and all that darkness outside, just waiting for the lights to go out. I started to try and explain to him what I had seen, when outside, the bulbs began to blow one by one around the top of the gas station, and the darkness encroaching closer and closer until it pressed up against the window. The light that was inside didn't seem to faze it at all now. Almost as soon as it had reached the glass, I could see them again. Small sets of white eyes dipping in and out of the darkness. "What the hell is going on?" the attendant cried in a panic as he too backed away from the glass. That was when we saw the first crack appear on the window, the tip of a clawed hand pressing into the glass as it singed underneath the bits of light that reached it. "I don't know, just help me barricade this," I shouted back to him before shoving the shelves towards the front of the store. The glass held long enough for us to get a sort of half wall set up, but I knew it wouldn't hold them back forever. Turning to him, I asked, "Is there a security room or somewhere else we can go to hide in here?" He nodded, saying, "In the back room. It's small but should fit us both." We got into the security room and shut the door, sliding the heavy lock into place before setting it. The room was small, but well illuminated. A row of 6 TV screens showing different camera angles from around the building. 4 of them were completely blacked out, with only 2 that were inside of the store itself. One was positioned in the main lobby, and the second was pointed just outside the door. Only a few minutes after we had entered the security room did the front windows shatter. We only got to see a couple of seconds, but we watched the shelves get pushed aside and the inside go completely black. Now, all of the cameras were dark, and when the single bulb above us started to flicker, I turned on my phone's flashlight just in case. Luckily, the power didn't go out in this room at least, the door being sealed along the bottom as well, so there wasn't any crack for whatever this thing was to filter in through. We sat there in silence, neither of us brave enough to break it in fear of attracting unwanted attention. That silence broke at the first sound of scratching, which eventually led to a chorus of low whispers just outside of our door. They sounded just like normal people. And if it wasn't for what I had already seen, I might have thought that we were being rescued. But their voices were too low, and underneath their pleas for us to come out, I could get the sense of danger just on the edges of it. Like, if we didn't comply, there would be consequences. I don't know how long we were forced to sit there and listen to the scratching and whispers. The TV monitors would come on though, one by one, as the darkness seemed to recede. The sky, a pool of red and orange that signaled sunrise. We waited until the sun was well above the horizon before opening the door slowly and taking our first steps outside. The store was trashed. Glass everywhere, along with what looked like hundreds of footprints that had trampled across the merchandise. My car appeared untouched, and I got it running again after the police arrived to aid the attendant. I still don't know what I saw that night. I don't think I ever will. But I think that's for the best. As there are some things that should probably stay in their darkness. Hey, you look just like me. Huh? I turned around. There was a man behind me in line at the coffee shop. He pointed at his shirt. Oh yeah, I'm wearing a red shirt too. Haha. I forced a laugh. I turned around. It was my turn to order. Doppelgangers. We look alike, you and me, the man said again. I looked at him. He really didn't look like me. He was an inch shorter maybe, and he had a combed flat haircut like a 10-year-old's. But he had the same general build as me. We were probably the same age, and we were wearing the exact same clothes and shoes. He even had the same type of messenger bag. I imitated his dopey smile, hoping to appease him. I really didn't want to talk to anyone. Yeah, twinsies. I turned around and ordered my iced dirty chai. I went over to the pickup counter to wait. I'll have an iced dirty chai too. Oh no, seriously? He stood next to me at the pickup counter, still grinning. He was standing too close to me. It was strange. I could almost feel a kind of pressure or radiation coming off his body. It was like he had some sort of film of hot air an inch away from his skin. He kept whispering, twinsies, twinsies. Look, man, I said, don't take this the wrong way, but you're really making me uncomfortable right now. I'm gonna have to ask you to back off. It was like taking a toy away from a child. The man had the saddest expression I'd ever seen. There wasn't a trace of anger in it, just hunched shoulders and a big, pouty frown, and his eyebrows scrunched up like a cartoon character's. Both our drinks were ready at the same time. I took mine, and he took his. For some reason, I made eye contact with him. Then he threw his cup on the floor. I just barely managed to make it to my class on time after I had run home to change my chai-soaked clothes. The manager had yelled at both of us. He seemed to think it was some kind of prank the two of us worked on together. Look, these knuckleheads even dressed alike. I sat down at the back of the lecture hall. I was still too mad to focus on my professor, so while I pretended to take notes, I checked the neighbor bulletin. My neighborhood had its own little message board called Neighbor Bulletin. Originally, it was supposed to be a way for the people in the apartment buildings to organize and keep tabs on the landlords, with the goal of eventually forming some kind of tenants union. But the board was completely overrun by crazies and whiners, people who accused their roommates of stealing trash, drunks rambling about nothing, racist tirades, and that sort of thing. I read the boards as a way of reminding myself that eventually I'd be out of this hellhole. After I graduated, I could go anywhere. I believe I expected to see a post from my twin while I was ignoring my lecture. And sure enough, I saw the title, Altercation in the Coffee Shop, Read, Read, Read. I I clicked on read on. Beware this man. I finally met my twin stranger. I was excited, very rude. Slapped coffee out of my hand. Why couldn't you just be friendly? Not every day you get to see someone who looked so much like you. Didn't get picture, but he looked identical to me, so here is a picture of myself for reference. It just went on like that. All caps, spelling mistakes and all. There was a selfie of him standing outside, looking even less like me than he did before. This was hilarious. Who did this idiot think he would reach with this? I thought about commenting and picking a fight with this guy, but I decided against it. It would be cruel to mess with someone with such an obvious mental problem. I cursed up to click the back button, but something held me back. The selfie. He didn't look any different. Same dopey smile, same child's haircut. He was wearing a yellow t-shirt. Most of his torso was cut off by the picture's lower border. I could tell the top of the t-shirt said 28th Annual. I looked down at my shirt to confirm what I already knew. Upside down, I could read 28th Annual Mendon County 5K. I clicked back to the post. The timestamp indicated the post had been made only 7 minutes ago. That couldn't be enough time to... Wait, I had done it. I had run home soaked in coffee, changed, ran to school, opened my laptop and logged onto the forum. It stood to reason my doppelganger could do the same. I slammed my laptop shut. It was loud. Everyone in the class looked at me. Even the professor was quiet. I couldn't take it. I stood up and walked out the door. Okay, this had to be a coincidence. Lots of people have the same shirts. This guy couldn't be watching me. But I changed in the living room because I was in a rush. The blinds were open. The blinds were closed in my room, but I didn't change in there. I didn't change in there because I was in a rush. My apartment was on the first floor. Anyone could have seen me changing. Okay, this had to be a coincidence. I stopped. I had been walking back and forth down the hallway leading to the college cafeteria. I stood a moment to calm myself down and closed my eyes. My apartment is the bottom story of a townhouse. The bottom story of the townhouse next door is also an apartment. The room in that place closest to my house, separate from my living room, only by the alley with our garbage bins in it, is empty and used as storage. I know this because I had been to some parties at that house. I used to be pretty good friends with the woman who lived there. I remember that woman had moved out abruptly. I hadn't been friends with the roommates, so I'd never been back to the house after she was gone. I grabbed my phone and scrolled far, far back through the text, hoping that maybe I'd saved the long message she had sent me when I asked where she'd been. I couldn't find it. I didn't really expect to. Her name wasn't even in my contacts anymore. All I could remember from the message is that she'd moved out because of the creepy new guy her other roommates had met on Craigslist and let move in. I couldn't recall any other details, but I knew, somehow I knew, that this had to be my twin. If he was staying in that room closest to my living room, and I hadn't noticed all this time, that meant he had no furniture. The room looked bare from my window. He had to be sleeping on a mat on the floor directly under the window, completely out of sight. Disgusting. Okay, I had to calm down. I was reading too far into this, but the image kept appearing in my mind. That man, that idiot, squatting on a filthy mattress, barely more than 25 feet away from me, ranting on a message board on his laptop, with clothes, my clothes, strewn all over the floor. Disgusting. Maybe my imagination was running away from me, but I couldn't get away from that image. It felt like it had to be the truth. I knew I wouldn't be able to go back to the lecture. I was too anxious. I figured my best bet was to go home, smoke a bowl, and take a new kind of reality check. I took several deep breaths, cut through the cafeteria, left campus, and made my way toward home. I'll tell you why I decided to go to the house. It was because I was high. When I smoke, I get sociable, but in a very weird way. In fact, my friends at parties back in high school gave me the stoned version of me a name, the Peacemaker. I would insert myself into tense situations, or what I perceived to be tense situations, and tried to resolve them diplomatically. I'd try to get drunk couples to stop arguing. I'd get between tough guys trying to show off. Sometimes it worked. Sometimes it got me punched in the face. I was sitting there, smoking, and thinking about that house, and it seemed to me that maybe this was all just a big misunderstanding. I put myself in the mindset of a sad, possibly mentally challenged guy, living in little more than a walk-in closet, and I thought I'd want to be my friend too. I'd want to imitate me too. I mean, I'm a cool guy, right? I would walk over there and smooth things out. I'd tell him he was coming on a little strong, but it was cool. I'd help him develop his wardrobe. As I was walking to the blue front door of that house, I was writing a nice little classic corny college movie in my head. The peacekeeper helps Poindexter get his stuff together and find a girlfriend. It was 2 p.m. I knocked on the door. No response. I did that thing that people do in the movies when there's no answer at the door, and I tried the knob. It was unlocked. I went in. I felt pretty stupid. The house was empty. No one was living there. The walls were painted that flat, inoffensive white that landlords like when a place isn't rented. The doormat was brand new. There was a faint smell of bleach. The place was the same general layout as my apartment, but with the featureless walls and lack of furniture, I felt like I was in a maze. I opened a door in the hallway, a pristine bathroom. None of those half-full bottles of shampoo a shared bathroom always accumulates. I walked to the kitchen. Everything was brand new. There's something I don't like about a kitchen where the refrigerator isn't running. I was expecting kind of a comforting hum to break the silence of that house. The fact that it wasn't there made the silence even stronger. I opened the refrigerator door. The light didn't come on. There were dust particles in the beams of light from the window panes above the sink. There was a shrill, shrieking sound. I jumped about a foot in the air, but the sound stopped as soon as it started. I paused. Then I realized. A smoke detector in one of the rooms was signaling it had a low battery. Even though I knew what it was now, I knew I would jump a mile when I heard that noise again. I decided to leave. Before I made it to the front door, I decided to check out the walk-in closet. I wanted to see just how much of my living room you could have seen from it. Now that I knew the creep couldn't be living here, I figured I'd probably been imagining how much you could have seen me from outside my house anyway. This was all just a case of my imagination, my paranoia running away from me. I figured out which of the doors in the hallway would be the room adjacent to the garbage bin alleyway, and swung the door open. It must have been about an hour and a half later, and I had called Ali 7 times with no response. What can I say? I was panicking. We had broken up quite a long time ago, but we were still close, and she always picked up, always responded to my texts, even if it was just to tell me she was busy and she would get back to me. I hung up after hearing the voicemail message for the 8th time. I was seriously considering calling the cops. But what could I possibly tell the cops? I'd snuck into a house on a whim. I had, purely by chance, in a room empty except for a filthy mattress, found a printout candid picture of my ex-girlfriend. I believed, without any evidence, that this room belonged to a random guy who creeped on me. I definitely looked like the crazy one here. "Officer, you don't get it. He posted about me online." I got out my laptop, logged onto Facebook, and found Ali's profile. This was a dead end. She was not an active Facebook user. Her last status had been made 2 months ago. But I looked closely at the selfie. I realized something. I could tell exactly where in the city she had taken it. I walk everywhere, and I know hundreds of odd little landmarks, and I could tell where she had been to take that selfie because I recognized the fence she was standing in front of. It was a bizarre fence that enclosed one of the big houses in the nice part of town. Its posts were topped with little statuses of Dachshunds. I was inspired. I went back to the neighbor bulletin and clicked on "Altercation in the coffee shop, read. There he was, with his dumb grin and my t-shirt. I could see, over his right shoulder, a low concrete wall with heavy graffiti, and behind the wall, obscuring part of the tree line, a blue birdhouse with a barber pole striped roof. I knew the city so freaking well. McCabe Park. I could have walked to that grubby little park with my eyes closed. I hopped on my bike. It was after 5. It was the golden hour. I felt like I was in a movie. As I sped through neighborhoods on my bike, I saw the city in brief impressions and moments. A pigeon perched on a "Don't Walk" sign, a homeless man with a saxophone. I couldn't believe it was me who was living through this. It was like I was watching everything I did through binoculars. I rounded the corner of Smith Street and Gollum and parked my bike at the entrance of McCabe Park. There was a plume of thick smoke emerging from behind the trees and the stripy birdhouse. I walked through the overgrown park in the direction of the source of the smoke. It stank. The stench was almost unbearable. How had nobody called the cops to investigate this stench? The apartment buildings across the street from the park was abandoned, and the street was bordered mostly by businesses that would have been closed by that time of day. I suppose the residents of the few townhouses near the park simply didn't care. The stench was hard to describe. When I was very small, I tried to cook a whole pack of hot dogs in the microwave. I left the thing running for 15 minutes, until the hot dogs charred and the plastic melted. The smell was like 1,000 times more intense version of that charred, chemical smell. It got stronger as I approached the southern corner of the park. I had to push through some brush before I was able to see what was going on. There was a big pile of tires in a mound that leaned against the wall that formed the corner of the park. Evidently, people had been dumping garbage there where the trees were thickest and no one would notice. Some of the tires had been stacked into a little tower that leaned back into the bigger mound, and these were the ones smouldering and emanating that terrible stench. There were some empty gas cans scattered around. No, it wasn't really a stack of smouldering tires. The tires weren't plumbed to each other, they were shoved onto something that kept them together. I stepped closer. Sticking out of the gap in the tires was a blackened human arm. "Hey buddy, what are you doing here?" I turned around. My twin wasn't wearing one of my outfits anymore. He was naked. If I hadn't been looking for a fight, I wouldn't have had to bear witness to any of this. If I had ignored the creepy man in the coffee shop, if I had minded my business and gone to class, I could have let the cops find the tire fire. It's true, I would have been heartbroken, maybe even devastated, to find out what happened to my ex-girlfriend. But I never would have connected a naked lunatic with a crazy guy who tried to make friends over coffee. It was my need for a fight, some sort of confrontation, that turned a lurid newspaper clipping into something I have to see a counselor about now. What can I tell you about the chase? It probably lasted less than a minute. I ran away from the naked man, who yelled and raved at me. I wove through an overgrown park as the sun was going down. When I jumped into traffic, a guy in a pickup truck swerved and swore at me, but I made it to the other side. To be honest, I wasn't even sure if the man was following me all the way until I heard the truck's brakes squeal. The truck driver, who was remarkably calm for a guy who had just crushed a human being, made me wait for the cops with him. He seemed to think I had something to do with this. I told the cops I had seen the smoke and smelled the smell, and I had run away when I saw the naked man. Why complicate things? They didn't need to know about the house and the message board and the coffee shop. When they let me go, I took a long, circuitous route home. I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep, and I wanted to delay having to face that for as long as I could. I made my way to another park, a better kept one where they trim the trees and don't let people dump garbage. And I sat down on a clean bench. I wish I could have sat there until the sun rose. So, let me start off by saying I don't know where else to post this. I've already asked all the forums I can find that are dedicated to this kind of thing, and, as of yet, no one has been able to explain what happened to me and my dog, Kuka. I did get this one weird reply back from an Angel Fire site made in the late 90s. I found it by chance. Someone had linked it on the 44th page of a wilderness forum I found through a paranormal subreddit. It was in a thread where outdoorsy people shared stories about their strange encounters in the wild. The Angel Fire site was simple, really just one seemingly endless scrolling page, and as I snooped around, I saw what looked like a 2018 copyright sign written in MS Paint on the header of the site. The header was a black bar with what looked like an all-seeing eye badly drawn, again with paint over it. The eye was closed. I sat there reading the page for a good 30 minutes before realizing there was just way too much to get through in one sitting. So I started to scroll and skim and grew more skeptical as I did. The site seemed to be written by someone with way too much time in their hands. It spoke of conspiracies and secret agencies and hidden bases across America, and as well as other phenomena. There was a rambling section about UFOs and USOs, which is where I found a few first-hand accounts the author had gathered about the Phoenix Lights. I read it, then quickly scrolled all the way down to the bottom of the page, noticing the last entry labelled September 2001. I scrolled back up and saw that on the side of the site, just right under the header, was an option to contact the author. I hadn't seen it before. I figured it was worth a shot. So I typed up my experience into the little text box, entering my email address, and hit submit. Almost immediately, I got a response back. It was in a long string of zeros and ones, which I translated from binary to this: "We see you." After the initial wave of shock, I realized that it was probably just someone messing with me. I mean, my story is crazy, so they probably just thought I was trolling them and trolled me back. But then, the weirdest thing happened. As I clicked out of my email and back to the site, I realized the all-seeing eye wasn't closed anymore. It was open. I closed the site and sat in silence for a few minutes, fuming about the message I received, before deciding that I wanted to give whoever was trolling me a piece of my mind. I tried reopening my closed tab, but was taken to an error page. Confused, I retraced my steps back to the subreddit, then to the Wilderness Forum, where I clicked on the link again. This time, I was taken to an Angelfire error page, saying that the site didn't exist. I remember saying out loud to myself, "What the hell?" But it didn't matter. The site was gone. Still, it gave me the necessary information I needed to keep reading up on those lights over Phoenix. But no answers. I need answers. I want answers, which is why I'm here. I don't know where else to turn. Please help me. I'll try explain it the best I can, and I'll begin by asking my question again. Do any of you remember the Phoenix Lights? Happened way back in the 90s. March 13th, 1997 to be exact. Pretty much the entirety of Phoenix, Arizona, and then some, saw these lights flying slowly, silently, over a ridiculously large vicinity. The object in question was described to be huge, at least a mile long, with a string of these orangey greenish orbs of light that never wavered in brightness. Some people saw 5 lights, with 2 lights following. Others saw the other 2 lights docking and undocking from a larger craft which was shaped like a triangle or a boomerang or a chevron. Over the course of a few hours, this object flew over the entire state of Arizona, leaving hundreds and hundreds of witnesses in its wake. Still, to this very day, the witnesses who saw the lights are looking for answers. They refuse to believe the government's official explanation that they were just flares from the local military base, and claim that what they saw could not have been from this world, that it was otherworldly, unexplainable, impossible. They refuse to be mocked or silenced or defeated. Of course, I'm absolutely not an expert, and this is just a very simplistic description. But honestly, after seeing the stories on the Angelfire site and looking into it a bit more, I realized that maybe, just maybe, I believe them. That the lights they saw were unexplainable, inexplicable. And I believe them because, well, I think I just saw the same thing. Except it wasn't flying in the sky. No, it was gliding under the ocean. Here's what happened. I wanted to try my hand at some winter saltwater night fishing, so I had taken my dog and set off towards Gardiner's Bay, heading from the Peconic River, rounding Long Beach Point. I'd heard good things about how rewarding winter and night fishing could be, so I decided to combine them. I'd brought Kuka to keep me company. She's a Tamascan, so smart and willful and loyal. I've taken her out fishing before, so she was used to this, and well behaved in the winter. I'd given her some little doggy boots with traction and strapped a durable, reflective vest over her, so I knew where she was at all times. Her collar added an extra layer of awareness, since it jingled every time she moved. I wasn't really worried of Kuka falling or jumping overboard, but I still took every precaution. I just didn't want to lose her. I'll spare you the boring details and get straight to it. It was a little after 10, and I was getting ready to call it a night. I was looking over my shoulder for the familiar sweep of light from the Long Beach Bar lighthouse and pulling up anchor, when I heard it. A gentle bubbling noise, like water beginning to boil. Kuka must have heard it too, because she uncurled herself from the blanket I had laid out for her and cocked her head to the left. I flicked my headlamp from red to bright and looked around. There was a thin stream of bubbles about 30 or so yards away from the stern. One big fish, I thought to myself, watching the stream grow bigger and more frenzied. And then it happened. As I watched, dim, circular lights began to blink on one by one under the ocean's surface. I couldn't really tell how deep they were, but they were huge. They came on perfectly, one after the other, with no delay, and were in the shape of an enormous V. I encountered 7 orbs in total. I turned my headlamp off to see them better. They were orange and green and yellow and gaseous and glowed bright underneath the waves. I could just barely make out the black, triangular shape that connected them. And I cannot stress enough how massive this thing, this triangle was. Not a mile long, but still huge, at least several football fields. As I watched, I realized that it was moving, slowly and silently, underneath my boat, towards the open waters of the bay. I was leaning over the side, watching it move, not realizing that behind me, something was rising out of the water. I heard Kuka barking, but thought she was just spooked by the V underneath us. I didn't turn until she started to whimper. I regret that. At first, I didn't see anything. It was so dark, and my eyes hadn't fully adjusted from looking at those lights. I blinked, following Kuka's gaze. She was standing by the bow, her paws propped up on the side of the boat, looking up. I looked up too, and there it was. This long, undulating, cylindrical thing rising out of the water. I couldn't tell if it was mechanical or organic until it started, and there's no other word for it. Moaning. Like a human would if they were in pain, or maybe even pleasure. Kuka was going ballistic. I flicked my headlamp back on to see it better. It looked like it was made from some ever-moving shiny substance, like tar or black paint, and I watched, horrified, as faces, human faces, began taking shape in the blackness. It was like there were hundreds of people inside it, fighting to get out. An arm, coated in black goo and dripping, reached out from the cylinder thing and snatched at Kuka's vest, then began to pull, hard. Kuka screamed, and I yelled before running forward and lunged at her. I got a good grip on her collar and pulled back. But it was strong, and Kuka's collar was sliding from her neck. Suddenly, there was a loud foghorn-sounding blast. It sounded like it was coming from underneath the ocean, and the thing let off an angry, fearful sort of yelp, then gave a sharp tug. My elbow connected hard with the side of the boat, and there was a loud crack, followed by an immediate pain. I screamed and let go, watching that thing pull Kuka into the blackness below, disappearing completely. Sobbing, I stood, staring into the ocean, trying to ignore my broken arm. The thing had vanished, without so much as a splash. Kuka's collar floated nearby for a moment, before sinking into the waters. She was gone. There was another blast of sound, followed by a blinding light that lit up the area around me, and I felt myself falling. The last thing I remember seeing was the ocean rising. Right before I hit the deck, I remember realizing that the ocean wasn't rising at all. The thing underneath was. I woke up, sopping and freezing and disoriented, with someone yelling into my face. It was the Coast Guard. I had run aground along the beach of the Orient Beach State Park. Nearly an hour had passed since I blacked out. I'm surprised I didn't die. I told them what happened, and they took me to the hospital and told me the cops would be with me shortly. I told the cops what happened, and they slapped me with a hefty fine, accusing me of killing Kuka myself, took away my boating license, then had me meet with a psychiatrist. I told the psychiatrist what happened, and she looked at me with sad, misunderstanding eyes and gave me some pills and told me to get some sleep and relax. But I can't. I want to know what happened to Kuka. I want her back. I didn't kill my dog. I love her. I'm not crazy. I saw something crazy. But no one believes me. After some searching online, I realized what I saw fit the description of the object that caused the Phoenix lights almost exactly. But what the hell was that thing? That goopy, moaning, screaming mess that took my dog? Is she dead? Will I ever see her again? I just want to know. Please, please help me. You know that video on YouTube of the dog with narcolepsy? The one that's all cute and fluffy and bouncing around 1 second and then the next, plop, onto its face on the ground. And it's cute, and you probably sent it to one of your friends or your aunt and thought it was funny. You know that one? Well, this isn't like that at all. I was 16 when I first fell asleep in the middle of class, and it wasn't fluffy or cute or funny. My forehead hit the desk with a loud thwack and startled the poor girl next to me and caused the teacher to spin around abruptly, so I was told. "Mr. Coolidge, Mr. Coolidge," she had said, as that poor, startled girl shook me awake. "Up late last night, playing those video games, watching TV?" I didn't know how to answer her, because I hadn't stayed up late, and I wasn't even tired at all that morning. Well, she must have taken my confused silence as an admission of guilt, and she looked at me sternly and gave me a warning and told me it would be best to not let that happen again. I couldn't have agreed with her more. It was only a week later before another thwack onto the same desk in front of the same teacher, startling the same poor, timid girl in the seat next to me, except this time, instead of verbal chiding and the giggling of a classmate, I was awarded a detention slip and later a grounding from my parents. "I'm not staying up late," I pleaded with them, watching as they hauled my TV and my computer down the stairs from the room. "I was in bed by 8:30 last night." They either didn't hear or chose to ignore me as they made their way to the basement, and that, I thought, was that. And then, if I recall correctly, it was at the dinner table only a few days later when, yeah, you know, thwack, into my meatloaf and mashed potatoes. And then, finally, my parents figured that it might have been something more than your average teenage drowsiness. Narcolepsy is not like you think. It's not all thwack onto desks and hardwood floors and dinner tables. It's more of just a general sleepiness, usually at inappropriate or inopportune times, almost exclusively actually. And I can drive and jog, and I even skydived once, but I just get tired a lot. There's even a medication for it too, although it had some wicked, stomach-churning side effects that I like to avoid. Just like most of you, I live my life normally. Well, I used to at least. My girlfriend is the love of my life, and I don't tell her enough. She's tall, brunette, with slender legs and big eyes, and a smile that reminds you of those cute, fluffy, narcoleptic internet dogs. She loves the Beatles and the movie Airplane, and she does this annoying thing where, whenever I yawn, she sticks a finger in my throat to gag me. And Gwen, if you're still out there somewhere, listening to this, please know I love you so, so much. I remember that the first real instance came when we were driving somewhere. To dinner, the grocery store, I don't remember exactly. But we were in the car, I know that for sure. "I'm driving, Sleepy," she said with a smile, and I piled into the passenger seat willingly. We played the radio and we drove, and Gwen commented about how strange it was that there was no traffic, and I told her not to jinx it. In a town where 1,000,000 people crowd a space meant for a third of that, I figured we must have entered another dimension or something. "Maybe they're all dead," she said over the music. "Don't get my hopes up," I called back. She cruised around a slow-moving minivan in the middle lane. It was early afternoon, and the sun was pointing directly in our eyes as we sped down the highway. And when I closed my eyes to shield myself, I felt it. The warm, calming pull of sleep, of keeping my eyes shut for one more minute, just one more quick second. Thwack. Gwen smacked me in the chest. "Am I boring you or something?" I rubbed my eyes and laughed, and she reached to turn the radio up, and then she screamed. I saw it. Just for that moment, the truck stopped in the lane in front of us. A shadow passed overhead, cloaking us in darkness for a moment, and it was gone just as fast. This was it. There was no slowing down. I closed my eyes and tensed every muscle as time crawled, and I waited for the punch. I opened my eyes. "Get up, sleepyhead." A pillow was tossed into my lap. Where was I? What happened? Why am I... How is... And then I remembered. The truck. "Gwen, look out!" I jumped off the couch and knocked into the coffee table, sending me to the floor. My shin was on fire. My heart was pounding. Gwen's voice filled my head. "Whoa, you okay there? Bad dream or something?" Bad dream? No dream. I wasn't sleeping. We were in the car, on the highway. I was awake. I was awake. I was asleep. I was sleeping? I asked. Gwen cocked her head and raised an eyebrow. Yeah, you conked out for a few seconds. I let you sleep while I put my shoes on." I could still feel the blood pump through my wrists. My heart slammed against my chest. It had felt so real. I could still see, still hear, still smell even, that car, the road, the music. How could it all have been just a dream? "I'm driving, Sleepy," Gwen said, smiling as she picked her keys up. "Let's hope there's no traffic out there today." Hallucinations are common for folks with narcolepsy. It's similar to what people with sleep paralysis report. Tall, dark strangers at the foot of their bed, the corners of their bedrooms. I remember hearing a story about a guy who went mad from one of those hallucinations, although what's to say that he wasn't just a nut in the first place. Before bed, as a kid, I would see a shadow. It had no discernible face or body, no real features whatsoever. But the way that it would crawl across the ceiling used to curdle my blood and haunt me. Thankfully, I never had any trouble sleeping. It had been years since I'd seen anything before bed, and I think maybe the medication had something to do with that. That shapeless, faceless blob of a shadow had been absent from my dreams or wakefulness, and I'd almost forgotten about it entirely. But, wouldn't you know it, the same night, that very same one as the incident with Gwen and the car, my old friend made a reappearance. "Gwen," I'd whispered. "Gwen." Normally a light sleeper, my girlfriend didn't respond. It was black and grey, formless and spectral, and it no longer crawled, but glided across the ceiling as if it were a ballet. "Gwen, Gwen." And then it spun, and twisted, and curled and shrank. It shrank smaller and smaller and smaller, until it just disappeared against the drywall. And just as suddenly, it ballooned out of the ceiling and coated it like paint, and I squeezed my eyes shut, and I was out. It was a while before the second incident. Months, I think. Gwen had talked me into believing that I really was sleeping that day. And how could I even know, since I fall asleep all the time? It was morning, and the emails were piling in. Phones rang, and low, useless chatter sounded across the floor, and I nursed a hot cup of coffee, trying to ignore it all and get into the rhythm of the day. I clicked through some emails. Subject: Danksy report? "Luke, send this to me ASAP, okay?" Subject: Office Halloween party. "We still need someone to sign up for the candy corn. Any takers?" I respond to the necessary, peruse the less necessary, ignore the droll and gossip and time wasters, until I got to my last one. Subject: Sleep well? There was no sender visible. Do you know how many of these I get a week? Every week I'm sent some nonsense spam email about the latest pseudoscience narcolepsy cure. Just the previous week, I learnt from one of these that key pressure points and 4 low monthly payments of $29.99 could cure me outright. So I bit. Might be a little fun to break up the day. I opened the email, and my screen froze. I clicked the mouse. Nothing. Typed. No response. In the body of the email was just one small black period. I pushed the kill switch on my laptop, and the period grew. I pushed against it, harder, more forcefully. It grew, and it grew, larger and larger. It expanded, increasing in size until it filled the whole email, then the body, and then the screen. I felt my heart in my chest again, and I stood up, knocking over my coffee and letting out what I hoped was a shout, and then nothing. It was dark. Someone had shut off the lights. A power surge, I thought. It was a hot summer, and we'd had a couple already. I stood up, prepared to peer over the walls of my cube to ask a co-worker about it, but the desk was empty. I turned to my neighbour on the other side, and her desk too was unoccupied. Stepping out into the hall, I poked my head around the corner. Empty, empty, empty. "Hello?" Silence. I leaned back into my cube and sat down. I was about to get up again when I heard the air conditioner in the building click off, and it hit me. It couldn't have been a power surge. I checked my watch. 8:03 p.m. Cold sweat formed on my forehead. I just got here. It was just morning. I just spilled my... The brown puddle I had formed was gone. My desk was dry, and my mug was gone. What the hell? What the... My voice trailed off in the darkness. My keys were, thankfully, still in my pocket, and without looking, I ran from the office building, taking the stairs 2 at a time, got into my car, and sped home. Gwen had greeted me at the door. Late night? I swallowed and nodded, at a loss for words. I knew how crazy it would sound. I woke up. From what? Where had I been? How long had I been there? What the hell even happened? Gwen heated me up my dinner, and she was talking, but I didn't listen. Still caught in my own head, trying to process the day's lack of events. Next week Jamie's gonna be... Thanksgiving plans. My ears pinged. Thanksgiving? I turned to Gwen, scrunching my eyebrows. Why are we planning out so far ahead? She scoffed and shook her head. I know a week is a lifetime for you, Luke, but some of us have to actually make plans. My head froze. What's the date? I didn't want to ask her. I really didn't. The 18th, Gwen said, and probably seeing the lack of understanding in my face, added, almost sarcastically, of November. I ate my dinner in silence. So here we are, caught up to now. That's all the important stuff, at least. On Black Friday, I lost an hour. A week after that, I jumped ahead a day. Just last week, I found a watch that I'd lost in 2006. It was on my wrist the whole time. Gwen had said it had been on my wrist as long as she'd known me. I looked at the mirror yesterday morning, and my face looked younger, my skin smoother than I remembered it ever being. There doesn't seem to be any pattern or rhythm to it. Sometimes the shadow is there, sometimes it's not. I've been having trouble sleeping, actually. I haven't slept much, to be honest, but I also haven't been feeling tired, so that's gotten better at least. I didn't know how to deal with it, but it was largely inconsequential, so I figured it would be okay. I seem to have gained about as much time back as I've lost, so maybe there is some sort of reasoning to it. But then, this morning happened. Laughter rang out from the living room. Gwen, I assumed, watching something on TV. Christmas had come fast, but I hadn't passed it, so I was glad to be enjoying it. Hey babe, I said, entering the room. What are you watching? But the couch was empty. Actually, the couch was gone. The apartment was dark, and, looking around, I noticed the furniture was all gone. Blue light came in through the window, a calm winter dusk. Gwen? I stepped outside into the chilly air, and there was silence. No planes in the sky, no cars in the street. Hello? I went to check my watch, but my wrist was unadorned. Gwen? Anybody? My heart stopped in my chest. What year could it be? What time? Why is everyone gone? I walked into the street and I sat down in the middle of it. A shiver crept up my spine and shook out through my limbs. Wake up, I tell myself. Wake up! I scream it down the road, and it echoed off similarly emptied buildings. The sun almost set, and my shadow stood in front of me, long and black. I walked towards it, but it remained out of reach. How long has it been? And where have I gone? I haven't slept in a few days, but maybe it's because there are no days here. The sun never sets, the moon never rises, the shadow remains where it is, in front of me at all times, no matter which way I face. I close my eyes and scream and try to startle myself awake. I must be sleeping somewhere, right? This must be all just a dream. I've considered climbing an empty building, walking out the window. Thwack. Maybe I'll wake up. I have to wake up, because I refuse to believe the alternative. Maybe this is awake, and I've been asleep this whole time. But I'm feeling drowsy. My father worked for a human research company in the 70s and 80s before some organisations such as the IRB, Institutional Review Board for the Protection of Human Subjects in Research, and the Belmont Report could catch on. He retired and went on to live a nice, relaxing life with my mother, his wife of 30 years. After she died, his own health began to deteriorate, and he willed his estate and possessions to me upon his passing. This ticked off my two other siblings, but that's mostly irrelevant because I intend to sell the house, property, and most of the items left to me and divide the money between us all. I guess that's why everything was left to me instead of split. I'm the responsible one. My father, Noah Foster, was an amazing man and a very caring father to all of us. I don't think I ever once questioned his love for all of us. He never talked about what he used to do, only that he did help mankind in general, and he was glad to be out of it. The retirement check each month was hefty, and he never needed to look for another source of income. His savings is enormous, and if we are careful, we probably won't have to work again if we don't want to. But that's not why I'm here. See, I didn't enlist the help of my bitter siblings in the cleaning and cataloguing of my parents' possessions, or rather, my new possessions. So, when I found the box, I was alone. My father kept all his work-related things in the basement, which was always locked. One of those things willed to me was a keyring with 3 keys. The brass key unlocked the basement door, and the silver key unlocked a large, floor-to-ceiling safe in the basement. That's where I found the boxes. Inside the safe were boxes of various dates and scribbled names, mostly faded, and some eaten by time to the point where it and its contents are little more than dust and decay. Some of the boxes I haven't opened yet. I'm honestly afraid of what I'll find. Their labels are obscure, and after reading what I found in the first box, I don't know if I'll dig any deeper. Let me share with you what I've discovered. The box itself is cardboard and heavy. It's bound in thick tape, and I wasn't worried the bottom would fall out, as it had some sort of hard plastic wrapped around the base. It looked very commercial. The lid had a faded yellow tape with black bold letters and the words, "Sensitive documents. Tampering with a seal without authorization is a criminal act." In marker on top were the words, Human Detachment Project. I cut the seal. These boxes were easily 30 plus years old, and they legally belonged to me. The contents from the top to bottom were as such: 4 folders filled with scientific notes and some photographs of a family, not mine. A metallic box 4 inches wide and 5 inches tall that I'm so far unable to open. A relatively new-looking voice recorder. This one was most odd, as it seems far more advanced than anything in this box should be. And last, at the very bottom, a record inside of a sleeve. No title or label. Now, I'm going to relay everything notable I've read and heard. Maybe it'll help me understand what my father was working on, or why. Most of these names have been redacted, my father's including. I'm guessing so. I don't know if these are his notes or someone else's. The notes. July 3rd, 1973. Redacted, compiling the incentive for the Human Detachment Project. In 3 years, CERN will publicly announce the completion of their super proton synchrotron. The project was truly finished 4 days ago, and testing has already begun. After the failure of Apollo 13 and the subsequent lack of information yielded from Apollo 14, the administration has given the green light to the Daphne program, which will bypass the exploration portion and move straight to redacted on the moon's surface. These works double as isolation research and the test of space on the human psyche. Next note. Henry Tajfel has published his notes on the minimal group paradigm, developing the basis idea for the Human Detachment Project. Next. Redacted has been discovered in the Kola superdeep borehole. All proof of redacted has been removed, and thus has confirmed that humans/human-like can survive isolated for an unknown amount of time, as redacted were oblivious to existence of life outside of the cavern. This concludes the incentive for the Human Detachment Project. That page was the first inside the top folder. The rest of the notes were newspaper clippings and typed/handwritten notes about those events, as well as other notable things around that time, each one touching on this Human Detachment Project. The second folder contained a picture of a family of 4. There were no names on the photograph, but the next page had information. September 28th, 1973. Most of the name had been redacted, except Stir. I believe this folder, or at least these notes, were written or compiled by my father, Noah Foster. Compiling notes for the Human Detachment subjects. George Polk, 38, male. No history of mental illness or underlying health issues. Mary Polk, 36, female. No history of mental illness, prone to migraines. William Polk, 12. No history of mental illness or underlying health issues. Deborah Polk, 5, female. Underdeveloped mental capacity due to age. Ineligible for testing. Removed. Subject family offered the sum of $50,000 upon completion of the trials. Subject family agreed in the understanding that Deborah Polk be put under the care of outside family. The next item is a missing person poster dated October 10th, 1973. Deborah Polk, age 5, missing from grandmother's care since late September. The rest of the folder contained detailed medical records of each member of the family, apart from Deborah. The third folder is dated December 1974. The first page is handwritten and worn to the point where I can't read it. I skimmed a few pages, but most of the notes seem smudged or blurred. Towards the end of the folder, I can read parts of it. It appears to be a woman's handwriting. Phase 3 began early this morning. After keeping the subject family separated for 6 days of the week and together one, we then separated them into 2 weeks alone and 1 day together. Phase 3 consists of 1 month in isolation, followed by 1 hour of forced community time. This will continue until the final phase in 6 months. The remainder of the notes are observations of the 3 subjects. Inside the last folder are things I would have never believed people could do to another person. I almost don't want to share this in the event that it could harm my father's reputation, but I fully believe my father was not involved in the actual testing. I'm hoping to God the partial redacting on the previous folder was his part in the initial screening only. The first page of the folder is a printed email. July 5th, 1976. Charles Lynn, compiling summary of the Human Detachment Project. The project officially ended 2 days ago after it was forgotten for several months/years longer than it should have continued. The initial grant was for 1 year of human isolation in singular peoples only. The use of children and families were never approved. The following are excerpts from the various sources inside the Human Detachment Project. It has been deemed a success by some and a massive failure by others. My supervisor, redacted, believes that this information can help thousands, although I personally failed to see how it could benefit anyone, as the methods were little more than torture, and the executors of the project have since been reprimanded. I will be taking a copy of my report to the head office in hopes of finding Deborah Polk. Next note. After extreme isolation, followed by increasingly limited community time, the father has attempted to kill subject's son on 5 separate occasions, each one with more extreme violent outbursts. Subject's mother attempted to lobotomize herself on 2 different ways, which resulted in the now constant restraint of her hands. Subject's son's mental health saw the fastest decline as he began to develop extreme split personality disorder. Next note. Subject's family was introduced to a looped recording of prayers spoken in Latin after the urging of Dr. Geddings. I believe this was more of a personal experiment than a necessary addition. Next note. Subject's son has now begun speaking fluently in Latin, even words that are not on the looped recording that has been played for 17 weeks straight. Subject's mother was found dead in a room. Her hands remained bound, but bruising and a crushed windpipe were the cause of death. Subject's father claims to have killed her because, quote, "she begged me to." Neither subject had seen each other in over 3 months. Subject's father killing subject's mother, deemed impossible. Subject's son was found in the community room. His room was still locked, and as there are no doors or windows, it is unclear how he escaped. He was found standing in front of subject's mother's now empty room, whispering to her in Latin, holding a small metallic box. Origin unknown. Subject's father was released into a sealed room with 2 interviewers for final assessment before release. Upon being told he would be released, subject's father took his own life with a pen of an interviewer. His last words were, "Don't make me leave. You can't make me leave." Subject's son remains in isolation. It is unclear for how long. Interview recorded shows clear psychosis and mental breakdown. I will be sending copies of this to various heads. The cruelty and forced isolation of these people is far beyond criminal neglect. The remaining papers are the medical reports and death certificates of George and Mary Polk. The dates are redacted. The last thing in the box is the voice recorder. I had to pick up some batteries before I could listen to it. It went as follows. Interviewer: Do you know where you are? Son: I am at redacted. This is a long redaction. I think he said the actual address. Also, his voice is quite deep for a youth. Interviewer: And why do you think that's where you are? Son: I just know. If we can determine that you are healthy, we would like to release you. I don't want to leave. Why not? I am not one of them outside. I am inside. We are going to release you. We need to see how you react around others. I don't want to leave. The audio breaks up a few times here, before it cuts off. That's everything I know about the Human Detachment Project. I don't know what's inside the small box, and I have a pretty good idea about what's on the record. I'm afraid to dig deeper. I have a few more boxes with various titles, such as The Snakeskin Experiment, Operation Stopwatch, and a few others. One box in particular makes me nervous. It's double taped and has the words Failed Experiments on the top. I have one key left on the key ring, and I don't know if it goes to something else inside of one of these boxes or not. But I feel he left it to me for a reason. I really don't want to go through more of these boxes, but there are just so many. And why would he have these? Why wouldn't they be somewhere more secure than his basement all this time? For me, when I was a child, there was nothing quite like the feeling of stepping into our local blockbuster. My father worked in the film industry, and so from an early age, I was subjected to the world of cinema and its finer workings. Stepping through the sliding automatic doors and being greeted with the sight of any movie my young brain could have desired was captivating. I still have fond memories of walking up and down the aisles, looking at VHS covers, just waiting for a title or cover art to pop out and interest me enough to want to watch it. For me, it was complete creative freedom, and for my parents, it was a cheap way to keep their child quiet for a few hours. I loved those VHS tapes that came in those clunky plastic covers that had a glossy shine and would snap open. I would get older, but the tradition never changed. Every Friday night, my parents would take me to Blockbuster, or my mum would if Dad was working. I would pick out 2 movies, one for Friday night and one for Saturday. My taste evolved as I got older, of course. Cartoon dinosaurs faded away, replaced by action stars and slashers, and sometimes more lifelike dinosaurs. Eventually, Blockbuster started renting out video games, and that for me was, sorry for this, a game changer. As the well of teenage emotions started filling up, movie nights with my folks transformed into junk food-fueled nights of gaming, desperately trying to experience everything the game had to offer before I had to return it. I'm sure others could see the downfall of blockbusters happening as the market began to prefer shipped products and digital media. For me though, the change happened within just a month. My trips to the store was less frequent as I got on in years and started to explore other avenues of acquiring media, but I would still make the occasional trips. I almost felt guilty if enough time passed without me visiting. On one of my visits, I had seen several deals were taking place with big signs eccentrically stating new promotions. One of the telltale signs of declining business. Something just trying to recoup losses. With my next visit, the lights are off and the shelves are being cleared, and that marked the end of my tradition. Years would go by, and I would find myself following in my father's footsteps. My innate love for cinema and the knowledge my dad passed on to me guided me into a field of filmmaking. Silly little slasher indie films shot on a camcorder with my friends, movies that I thought had a deep and meaningful message that I can only describe now as pretentious nonsense. I started picking up speed after college and was starting to get some semblance of notoriety in the film community. Fame had far from struck, but I was a ways off from where my father ended his career, but I was content. The visits to Blockbuster had become distant but pleasant memories, the kind I would recall on bleak, rainy days or sleepless nights. As far as I was concerned, every Blockbuster had shut down and the franchise was just gone. One night, I had lamented this to my friend while I was editing one of my passion projects. I couldn't help but think how cool it would be to have a movie I had a hand in making resting on one of those shelves. The bargain bin at Walmart just doesn't have the same appeal. She was borderline jubilant to explain that there was still a Blockbuster up and running, that it even had a social media handle. Focusing on my project became nearly impossible as we dived deeper into plans to visit the location. It wasn't nearly as far of a trip as I thought. It was surprising I hadn't heard of this place, living so close. While I waited for the trip, I finished my movie and burned it onto a DVD. Even got one of my friends to do the cover art. My movie was going on that shelf, even if it was just for a moment. I would mark the memory. The day came in seemingly no time, and with a full bag of junk food, we headed out. The drive only took about a day, but I couldn't have been giddier. Some part of me deep down was nervous when I pulled into the parking lot. It sounds silly, but it was like seeing an old friend after years apart. Like I didn't know what to say or talk about, despite having a whole life of experiences. Pulling into the parking lot paled in comparison to walking through the doors. This surge of nostalgia and novelty washed over me, and I was thrown into the days of my youth. Movies lined the walls, and snacks sat by the checkout. Even the smell felt familiar. How can something like a smell stay so consistent after all those years? We spent hours in there, talking with the staff and rummaging through various aisles, looking at movies that we'd never heard of. The place was pretty busy too. Just people shopping for movies or taking selfies. It was so surreal, and once the nostalgia started to fade, it felt like it always had, and I liked that. Before we knew it, the sun was starting to go down and the store had become empty, apart from the manager and us. We had talked to the manager quite a bit and even got to gush about the film we were making, so she allowed us to stay while she started closing up. The front doors locked, the lights dimmed, and we continued to chat while she tallied up the day's work. The store took on a different atmosphere once the traffic had vanished and we were left alone. The hum of the overhanging fluorescents and the blinking red light from the security camera behind the counter pulled at my attention. I eyed the red light as it went on and off. "Does that record all night?" I asked the woman, shuffling through paper bills. She replied that it was certainly supposed to. Looking at the black lens of the camera, I could make out the faintest outline in its reflection. Something off. Then, the blinking red light stopped. I looked back down. I told the manager that the blinking had ceased. She didn't move for a moment, and then looked up at the camera. When it failed to blink, she quickly rose up from her seat and told us to follow her. The words were horrid and almost felt like we were being scolded, but we did so anyway. We made our way into an office that was closed off from the rest of the store. In the room was a desk, a safe, and various piles of paper documents. There was also a set of overhanging TVs that were displaying the live camera feed. When I looked at the camera feeds, I was surprised to see that someone else was still in the store. When I attempted to tell the manager about the person, she just replied that she already knew about him. The manager was moving papers all around while mumbling to herself. She was saying, "Where is it?" over and over. Just under the TV screens, there was an old VHS player and a series of wires connected to it that ran into small holes in a square and metal panel. Interrupting her chanting, the manager told us to let her know if the man on the TV started to move. Staring at the old man, dressed in khakis and a polo shirt, I was confused about how I hadn't seen him after the doors were locked. I could see my friend's eyes were glued to the feed, so I backed away, just enough to see outside of the door. Shifting my gaze between the interior of the store and the feed on the TV, I felt myself let out a chuckle. "I think the feed is broken," I exclaimed to the manager as I looked out into the rest of the store. "There's no one there." "He needs to be recorded," the manager replied, almost completely ignoring me. I felt a prickle of curiosity. That was when a car drove by, and its headlights flooded into the store, cascading beams through the shelves. I heard my friend exclaim that he could see the light of the car caused in the camera, that the feed was live. She had even seen my shadow shifting when I was looking back and forth from the screen and store. Keeping my eyes fixated on the camera feed, my wonder shifted to uncertainty and spiraled into horror when the old man stepped forward. His movements were rigid and shaky, causing artifacts on the feed. It was like he was thawing out, so his muscles weren't capable of smooth movements. My voice shook, but I told the manager about his advance, and at the same time, she exclaimed that she found what she was looking for. A small keychain that held just one bronze key. The camera feed started to fizzle, like a wave of static had corrupted it. The lights within the store started to brighten, and the soft glow they had during the day shifted to a harsh and obnoxious white. The man took another step as the manager plunged the key into a slot on the metal panel. I took a glance out the office door, doing my best to shield my eyes from the light and get a look at what was out there. Though I couldn't see the old man with my own eyes, I could tell where he was. Space, where he existed on camera, was distorted. It was like the blocky and out-of-focus textures on a poorly rendered video game, and with each step he made forward, the effects radius expanded. The carpet of the store that was under where his feet would be started to take on the same static effect you'd get from a satellite TV. Looking back to the manager, I watched her messing around with a collection of wires, this time whispering, "Please," to herself. When she was satisfied with her work, she stepped back and looked up at the TVs. The old man was still stepping forward, spreading his distortion into our world like a virus. But it became apparent he was slowing down. Slowly, he and the effects he brought with him started to halt their progress. The manager let out a heavy sigh as the bizarre effects around the man began to dissipate. She looked at both of us, surely noticing our awe-struck expressions. "He needs to be recorded," she repeated. This time, those words were more of a threat. The nostalgia in that blockbuster was unmatched for me. Even after that experience, I was able to get the picture from my DVD sitting on the shelf. When you walk into that store, you might feel like your younger self again, like you are lost to time. In that store, there is a being that is truly lost to time though, one that needs to be recorded or he'll start to catch up. That store needs to remain running. A careful watch needs to remain on the mechanics of that VHS player. I'd hate to imagine what would happen if a being like that was able to roam free. I loved visiting that store, but I don't see myself ever going back. Some things should stay in the past. Even now, as I look at the picture of my DVD sitting on the shelf, I can see the old man. It's just his head, peeking over the line of movies, but I can see his face clear as day. The brown liver spots and ghostly white hair, his bright and almost unnatural yellow eyes, and a smile. A beaming smile, one that knows it has all the time it needs, because even the last blockbuster will have to close someday. Do I have a drinking problem? Guilty as charged. Am I one of the best paranormal investigators to ever exist? Probably. I still remember the first time I encountered a spirit. It was prom night, and the first time I ever got actually drunk. I was throwing up in the restroom when suddenly I could hear sobbing coming from inside another stall. I wiped my mouth and turned to look around. I almost jumped when I saw her, but I immediately caught myself, only allowing a small gasp to escape from my lips. If I hadn't puked it out already, the shock would have sobered me up by then. There, in the stall, right across from me, was a girl. The lid of the toilet was down, and she was sitting on it, hanging her head, her long dark hair obscuring her face, but by the sounds she was making and the shaking of her shoulders, it was clear to see that she was the one crying. I cleared my throat. "Hi there," I stammered out, not quite sure what to say. "I didn't hear you come in. You startled me." I let out a nervous chuckle. No reply. I took a few steps towards her, looking her up and down. It was hard to see in the partial darkness of the room, but she wasn't dressed up for prom. Her clothes were simple and kind of old-fashioned, 80s style. I was pretty sure I hadn't seen her around before. Are you alright? Is there anything I can help you with? Anything I could do?" I asked gently. Again, no response. Just sobs. "Would you like to talk about it?" I offered. It was then that I noticed that something was wrong with the way she was holding her arms. The palms of her hands were pointing upwards, and it looked like she was trying to keep them away from her shirt. I took another step toward her, and that's when I saw it. The blood slowly dripping from her hands. She had slit her wrists. "Oh my God, what have you done?" I gasped. We need to get you to the hospital. Come on, get up." I bent down and reached out to grab her shoulder to help her to her feet. But my hand went straight through her. My eyes widened in terror. It couldn't be. I slowly reached out once again to touch her. But again, there was nothing there. It was then that I realized it. The girl slowly lifted her head, but before I could see her face, she vanished, disappeared into thin air. I stumbled and landed on the cold bathroom floor. It took me a while to completely comprehend the whole situation. The first thing I did was look her up, and indeed, there had been a student of my high school who had ended their life in one of the restrooms in 1986. Her name was Pamela. I even found a picture of her. I immediately recognized her. I had seen a ghost. I couldn't believe it at first, but when it all began to sink in, I started conducting some experiments. I visited tons of allegedly haunted locations just to find out if I could see other deceased people. But nothing ever happened. Then I tried recreating certain elements of that evening. I tried going back to the school's restroom, but they threw me out. Apparently former students aren't allowed to come by unannounced. Sometime later, I finally had the idea to try out drinking like I had that night. And, what can I say? It worked. I started reorientating my career. If I learned one thing during the time I've been doing this job, is that most people in this business are fake. A lot of them don't even believe in ghosts. They just use some cheap tricks and make up semi-heartwarming stories to make profit from the mourning loved ones of the recent deceased. I've met a few really nice people though too. People who actually want to help. But that's not what this is about. This is about the most horrifying experience I ever had. It was 2 years ago, and I was still pretty new to the job. I had gotten a call by a middle-aged couple who wanted me to contact their twin daughters who had disappeared 2 months prior. The disappearance had been ruled a kidnapping case, and investigations were still going on. The parents were distraught. They had told me over the phone that they had never really believed in the paranormal, psychics and all that, but that they were desperate to find their children. I felt terribly sorry for them and immediately got on my way. It took me about 3 hours to get to their place, including the small detour to get booze. I arrived to find a beautiful, large house that might have looked like a warm family home if it weren't for the strange, dark atmosphere surrounding the place. The closer I got to the building, the worse it became. The air was cold, too cold. It all felt so distant and unfamiliar. I remember thinking it was weird. I wasn't even drunk yet. The lady who welcomed me in looked pretty normal, except for the large bags under her eyes and a tear-swollen face. She frowned in confusion as she glanced down at the bottle. "Good evening. Are you the—" "Yes, that's me," I quickly replied. "Oh, come in then," she said in a brittle voice. She led me over to the living room, where her husband sat in a large table reading a newspaper. He looked just as downtrodden as his wife. As he stood up to greet me and shook my hand, I could clearly see that he harbored some doubts about my work. I didn't blame him though. I guess the bottle of vodka in my hand didn't help me seem very convincing. "Mr. and Mrs. Davis, I am very sorry about what happened to your daughters. I am not one to make false promises, but I will try my best to help. Could you tell me a little more about them?" Mr. Davis cleared his throat. "Missy and Lucy. We named them Missy and Lucy. We wanted them to have similar sounding names because..." His voice broke off. They are identical twins, Mrs. Davis chimed in. They're really clever, good at school. Mrs.'s favourite colour is green and Lucy's is blue. They turned 11 not too long ago. I don't know what to do. Tears began welling up in her eyes. I just want them back. Her husband leaned over to hug her. Turning back to me, he added, We don't know if they're still alive. So maybe calling you here is just a waste of time too. The police seem to think so as well. But at this point, we're just desperate for answers. No matter the way. We are open to try anything, so just tell us what we need to do. I remember frowning slightly at his statement. Why would they tell the police about me? I figured I was overthinking it and shrugged it off. So, this might seem kind of weird to you, but I have a bit of a unique method of working. I already asked you to find a different place to stay for a few hours over the phone, just for the time that I'm here. Are you ready to leave then? Yes, Mr. Davis replied. He looked like he wanted to add something, but I interrupted him. I already know you locked away your valuables. I wasn't planning on stealing anything. The couple exchanged awkward glances, and Mrs. Davis quickly said, Also, the upstairs bathroom is under renovation. If you need to use the bathroom, please use the one on this floor. Got it, I replied, placing my bottle on the table. Oh, and we're going to need a glass, and some orange juice if you've got some. It didn't take a lot of time for the vodka's effect to set in. I don't hold the strong stuff very well, so it was just a matter of, I don't know, half an hour. Mr. and Mrs. Davis had gone off to see a movie. Another thing that struck me as sort of odd. Lord knows that if my kids were missing, I wouldn't be able to focus on anything, let alone a 2-hour movie. I figured they probably needed some kind of distraction though. The last 2 months had probably been hell for them. As the warm feeling began to spread in my stomach, the air around me seemed to grow even heavier. I found myself becoming susceptible. I leaned back in my chair and waited. There was an air of sorrow, of pain in this room. It was so strong that it felt legitimately oppressive. But there was something else. Rage. An underlying touch of cruelty. I could feel it. I slowly got up from a chair and placed my empty glass on the floor. I hadn't drunken enough for any of my motor skills to be impaired. I walked around the living room, trying to determine the center of the strange energy. Suddenly, I heard a voice, high-pitched and soft. It was little more than a whisper, but quite clearly the voice of a child. Upstairs. I spun around to see the wavering, unclear outline of 2 girls standing behind me, right next to the living room door. I swallowed down my surprise. So, they were dead indeed. But why were they here? Did it mean that the kidnappers had killed them inside the house and then taken away their bodies? Missy? Lucy? I asked, trying to suppress the quivering of my own voice. Needle and thread, they spoke in unison this time, their voice just as fragile as their flickering silhouette. I squinted my eyes. Something about the way they were standing was off. So close, right next to one another. But I just couldn't put my finger on it. Their image was just too faint, like a faded drawing. And suddenly, they were gone. Wait, I shouted. Then I remembered. Upstairs. Up the stairs, up the stairs, up the stairs. My mind seems to scream as I rush to climb the steps to the second floor. I looked up just in time to catch another glimpse of the twins standing atop the staircase, staring down at me before they vanished out of sight once again. "Lucy, where are you? Missy!" I yelled out, looking around frantically as I came to a halt on the second floor's hallway. Then I felt it. For just a split second, I could feel the cold lips of one of the dead children right next to my ear. I didn't dare to turn my head in fear of scaring her away. I stood as still as a statue as she whispered 2 words. "The bathroom." The bathroom. A terrible suspicion began to grow within me. Renovations. Renovations, my ass. I rushed along the hallway, hurriedly checking each room. I passed the parents' bedroom, a room filled with toys, which I assumed had belonged to the twins, and another staircase. There was an additional floor above this one, which was probably where the twins' actual bedrooms were located. But my destination lay at the far end of the hallway. As I ran towards the door, the hallway seemed to stretch itself to a surreal length. The door was locked. Of course it was. The room was under renovations after all. I kicked. I banged. I threw myself against it until the weak aged doorframe finally gave in. To my surprise, the bathroom looked relatively normal. There was nothing off about it at first glance. I looked around, searched every corner. Nothing. Absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. "Oh, damn," I muttered. I would have a hard time explaining this to Mr. and Mrs. Davis. But then, there they were again, standing in the middle of the room, staring at me with large, pleading eyes. This time, I could clearly see what was wrong with them. Their bodies. They were attached at the sides. The rags they were wearing were blood-stained and dirty. It took a few seconds for the realization to set in, and when it did, my blood ran cold. Needle and thread. No. Please don't tell me that's how you died," I whispered. One of the girls gently tapped the bathroom tile she was standing on with a bare foot. I looked down, and my eyes widened. There was a set of tiles in the floor that looked much newer than the other ones. They were cleaner and didn't have any scratches yet. The plaster holding them together was fresher too. I took out my pocket knife and hastily began scraping away at it. The twins still standing over me, watching. I don't know how long it took me. My knife went dull pretty soon. I found a screwdriver in one of the cabinets and kept at it until finally I had scratched off enough for the tile to be loose. Using the blade of my knife as a lever, I lifted the tile. I gagged as I stared into the empty eye sockets of the decomposing head underneath. The stench that wafted out of the hole was almost worse than the sight itself. I looked up at the sad, watery eyes of the twins. They'd sat down in front of me. The girl on the left reached out to touch the remains of the face I'd uncovered. "That's me," she breathed. I felt tears welling up in my eyes. Who did this to you?" I already knew the answer, but I had to hear it from them. "Daddy does bad things," the girl on the right said softly. "But Mummy's worse." the girl on the left added. I nodded and pulled out my cell phone, dialed 911, and upon being asked what my emergency was, I simply said, I found the 2 missing girls. After hanging up, I looked back at the girls. They said they're going to be here in 10 minutes. Would you like to tell me what exactly happened? The twins exchanged pensive glances before the one on the right spoke up. Mummy didn't give us anything to eat. We were hungry. We wanted out. We tried to flee, but they caught us. Mummy was really mad at us. She said we wouldn't go anywhere again. Ever. Needle and thread. Needle and thread. We sat in silence for another 8 minutes or something. I looked at them, and they looked back at me. They didn't look all that sad anymore. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a loud knocking at the front door. I got up. That must be them. Are you girls going to be fine? I asked, as their features began flickering and slowly dissolving in front of my eyes. They didn't respond, and before I knew it, they were gone. I quickly wiped away my tears and rushed downstairs to open the door. It took quite some time to explain everything to the police. I think the official statement says something along the lines of, the investigator found the corpses by accident. Nonsense. I don't really care though. They can believe whatever they want. The Davises were arrested pretty much on the spot, and their confession was just as harrowing as expected. Apparently, Mrs. Davis had some sort of mental illness that caused her to have sudden anger outbursts, and Mr. Davis would gladly let his frustrations out on his daughters. When they had given their children nothing to eat for 2 entire days, the girls attempted to run away. They didn't get very far though. Needle and thread. It's these 3 words that have never left my mind since. This was their cause of death. I don't know how long they survived sewn together, but it couldn't have been long. When they died, their parents hid the corpses under the bathroom tiles and renewed them. The cops hadn't paid attention to them when they had searched the house. Apparently, the Davises wanted to play the role of the grieving parents perfectly, which is why they told everyone that they would be calling a paranormal investigator. They hadn't expected me to find anything. Of course they hadn't. They looked up the one who, out of everyone in this business, seemed least legitimate. Seeing as I explained my methods on my website, I'm not really surprised they'd think I was some kind of crazy weirdo. Well, not everyone believes in ghosts. I don't know what you were expecting when I said I'd tell you about the creepiest thing I ever saw. Probably a demon or something. If so, I'm sorry to disappoint. It's kind of funny though, isn't it? In the end, the worst thing I ever encountered when communicating with the souls of the deceased were 2 very alive humans. As for the twins, I really hope they're doing alright. I have a feeling they're fine. I think the idea came to us after Mr. Garibaldi's funeral. He was our junior high school gym teacher, a lovable nutjob, and I think just about everybody liked him. We went to the service, of course, and as we passed by the excavator in the graveyard, I remember Nate saying something like, being buried alive is my worst fear. We stopped and peered down the hole. It wasn't finished yet. The ground more or less frozen solid, but they were about halfway done. I could see Nate shuddering as he carefully glanced over the edge. I think Frank noticed his reaction too, and he gave me a weak nod as I raised my eyebrows. Now, it's important to know that Nate was a real prankster. He loved getting one over on us, Frank and me, and he'd been taking great pleasure in doing so for the better part of our lives. The three of us go back all the way to kindergarten, and I remember very vividly the first time he pranked me. He pulled out the chair from under me as I sat down, and I ended up sprawling on the floor helplessly. Since then, his pranks have evolved into more sophisticated shenanigans, of course, like bubble wrapping my car, or shaving Frank's head while he slept, or sporadically hacking into our social media accounts to change our profile pictures. Harmless stuff like that. But we were getting pretty sick of it. It was like he believed the prankster persona to be the cornerstone of his identity. Like he'd cease to exist without it. Like his entire life revolved around screwing people over. It was getting pretty damn tiresome, I'll tell you that much. So, Frank and I had been discussing it for weeks. How to prank him back. How to make him realize just how bad it can make you feel. Because talking to him about it didn't yield anything. He'd just make excuses or call us pussies or whatever, and eventually just change the subject entirely. So that was that then. We couldn't resolve it peacefully. We had to hit him back, and hard. So I came up with a plan. It was pretty straightforward, but the genius was in the simplicity of it. We'd construct a makeshift coffin, basically a wooden box, get him blackout drunk, no hard feet, and place him in it when he passed out. We'd nail the thing shut, shovel a handful of dirt around for that extra flair of authenticity, and wait patiently until he woke up, eventually freaking the hell out. Then we'd open the box, after letting him sweat for a few minutes, and do the old point and laugh. It was the perfect prank. Correction, it would have been the perfect prank if we had just followed the plan. And to be fair, everything started great. We threw a party at Frank's, and I made sure to spike Nate's drink whenever he wasn't paying attention. At midnight, he was wasted. And to top it off, we got him to take an extra few shots just to make sure he'd reached the wanted level of dead drunk. After the party cleared out, we carried him to the garage, where we had set up the box, placed him in there, nailed the lid shut, and shoveled some dirt around him. It was perfect. Now, all we had to do was wait. But it soon got dreadfully boring. So we went back to the house and kept drinking until we both just passed out. I woke up with a terrible hangover 12 hours later. All I could think about was getting home, so that's just what I did. I left Frank snoring on the couch and spent the rest of the day trying not to move at all. As far as I know, that's exactly what Frank did as well. Yes, you guessed it. We completely forgot about Nate. Look, it was a pretty bad thing to do, I know. Not the coffin thing, he totally had that coming. But forgetting we put him in there in the first place? Yeah, definitely bad. I was lounging on my couch when everything suddenly came back to me, and I immediately panicked and called Frank. Asshole wasn't responding, probably still passed out, so I rushed over there, heading straight for the garage. The box was open and empty. I let out a sigh of relief. He probably kicked the thing open and got out. No big deal. But upon closer inspection, I noticed something else. Vomit, feces, pee, blood, and claw marks on the lid. Holy hell, he must have totally lost it in there. There's no telling how long he'd been trapped, but it didn't really matter. The sense of horror, confusion, and utter dread he must have experienced. It made my stomach churn just thinking about it. He had to be furious at us. I tried calling him over and over, but got no response. I sent him several messages asking if he was okay, and made sure to apologize profusely, but I don't think he even read them. I got Frank to do the same, but nothing. It was like he was ignoring us, and with good reason, some would claim. I had a class with him the following Monday, and I was truly dreading having to face him. What would he do? How would he react? Whatever he did, I knew I deserved it. But not knowing what state of mind he was in was torture. I can't really describe how I felt when I saw him approaching me in the hallway. I froze, just stood there, trembling. "Sup, Paul?" he smiled. "You alright?" "What? Yeah," I stuttered. "You?" "Yeah, I'm good." He gave me a pat on the back. "Sick prank you guys pulled." Yeah, I said, hesitantly. "You're not angry?" "Hell no," he laughed. "That was epic." It was weird. It was the opposite of what I was expecting. But maybe it had worked. Maybe he finally understood how it felt being on the other side of a prank. Yet, there was something about him. Something strange. Like, he was too happy. No one should be happy after what we had pulled. But, I don't know. The week went by fine. I mean, there was nothing really out of the ordinary. The days just passed, you know. Nate seemed much calmer. More composed, maybe. But still the same old Nate in most ways. The weekend eventually came, and Frank wanted us all to go out drinking. I guess he was still feeling guilty about what we did, and wanted everything to get back to normal again. I declined. The memories from last weekend still way too fresh in my mind. Nate declined too. He didn't say why, but he seemed pretty chill about it. I didn't do much that weekend. Played some games, hung out with my brother, just chilled. I couldn't stop thinking about that box though. The horror Nate had to go through. It just kept coming back to me. Kept haunting me. It didn't add up. He should be livid. But he wasn't. He didn't show any emotion. Like he was dead inside. Sunday morning, I got the call from Nate's mom. She wondered if I'd seen him. He'd been gone since Thursday. No one had heard from him. They were getting worried. He'd been horribly depressed, locking himself in his room, refusing to talk to anyone. Did I know why? What could have happened to him? What was going on with him? I couldn't tell her. Didn't have the guts to admit it to her. We'd broken him, Frank and me. Mostly me. I slouched down in the couch, feeling like an utter piece of crap. What was going on with him? How depressed was he? Could he be suicidal? No, not Nate. Or... My phone rang. It was Frank. I really didn't want to talk to him. Wasn't feeling it. But he just kept calling and calling and calling. "What the hell do you want, Frank?" I finally answered. "Paul? Paul!" His voice was barely audible and the connection was horrible. "Frank?" I asked. "What's going on? Where are you?" "You gotta help me, Paul," he yelled. "Help me!" "Calm down, Frank," I said. "What the hell is going on?" His voice was high-pitched and desperate, and I'm pretty sure he was crying, whimpering. "I'm buried, Paul. he screamed hysterically. I'm in the coffin! Wait, what? What coffin? Please, get me out! The connection worsened, and I could barely hear him. Where are you? I'm not alone. His voice started fading. Mr. Garibaldi is down here with me. The connection finally broke. I tried calling him back several times, but only got his voicemail. What did he mean Mr. Garibaldi was there with him? Mr. Garibaldi was dead. 6 feet under. Oh no. My phone buzzed. It was a text message. I looked at the sender, fumbled the phone, my hands trembling, my heart racing, adrenaline pumping. It was from Nate. See you at the funeral, bro. Nothing about our move to Mirkwood Drive excited me. I remember how my parents had dropped the news on me last minute, leaving me with a little less than a week to even process it. A strategic move that made me hate them more than I ever thought I could. My dad's new job wanted him right away, they said, and it was a last-minute decision. I wasn't so gullible that I bought that nonsense. I knew that you don't just land a new job and buy a new house all within a week. They could have given me more time. They should have given me more time. Anyway, Mirkwood Drive. I remember how my stomach sank as we pulled into the street and I got the first look at my new home. The house was what my parents called a fixer-upper. It just needs a coat of paint, my father said, with his usual self-assurance, giving his words their own coat of bright, happy paint, trying to make me believe this place was something I'd ever choose. The house looked like it loomed forward to peer down at me, judging me unworthy of its shelter. The grass out front sprung up in uneven, tattered clusters, and it was pockmarked with the ugly patches of dry, barren soil. A dilapidated swing squatted in the corner nearest the home, its frame rusted, and the twine suspending the seat frayed and threatening to snap at any moment. My mom turned and looked at me with bright eyes as the car pulled into the driveway. Exciting, isn't it? I kept staring out the window so she wouldn't see my face getting hot and my eyes watering. I opened the door and slid out of my seat as soon as the engine turned off. I shivered for the cold, and my feet sank into the cushions of moss that dwelled on the drive like pustules. The air was bitter with the smell of wood smoke and a fire from somewhere nearby, and I could hear the pinching shrieks of cats fighting up the street. My dog, Sebastian, brushed against my leg as he hopped out of the car and followed a scent trail onto the grass. He stretched his legs and looked at me with eager eyes, bowing his head and spreading his paws to play. At least we'd be getting used to this new house together. The inside of the house was cleaner than I anticipated, but it still smelt damp and felt like it had been abandoned for years. It was just as cold inside as it was out. Dad dug our jackets out of the back of the car. We just need to get the heating going, he said lightly as he handed me mine. This place will be toasty in no time. Sebastian came and sat beside me on the bottom step of the staircase, leaning against my leg and watching my parents walk around the room, finding things to celebrate about our new home. He looked up at me in a way that said he wasn't happy either. Oscar, why don't you look upstairs? Mum asked me. I shrugged. An empty bedroom isn't the best way to lift your spirits. At last, my despondency sank in, and she looked at me with pity. Why don't you take Sebastian out for a while? Apparently there's a nice park down the road with some good walking routes. "Oh, it's so convenient here," Dad chipped in. "You can walk to school in no time." Great. It was even closer to the only place I hated more than this. I found Sebastian's things in the car and took him for a walk. Mirkwood Drive was disturbingly quiet. Not just the kind of quiet that's typical for a Sunday morning. I mean, it felt like half of the houses were empty. There was no noise from televisions, no music, nobody tending to their gardens or outside talking to neighbours. A morbid stillness blanketed the world. I shivered, though not for the cold this time, and drew my jacket in closer. The park would have been a disappointment if I had expected anything. It was empty, predictably, a patch of rubbery tarmac with a sodden sandpit and some neglected metal frames with sun-bleached paint peeling off them. A seesaw squeaked in the breeze, and a pair of crows took turns pecking at a food wrapper that someone had left on a bench. I walked on, past the park to the tree line beyond. The crow cocked their heads and peered at me with glassy eyes before they returned to their meal. The grass closer to the tree line was peculiarly short and neat, like it had barely grown. I can't imagine anybody came down this way to maintain it often, and if they did, I couldn't understand why they would focus on one side more than the other. But I suppose I just subconsciously added it to the list of reasons that my new home felt out of place to me. A dirt path had been gouged through the grass, leading up to a wall of sycamore trees that flanked the frontmost face of the woods like a line of cracked, time-worn sentries. Something seemed off, and when a gust of wind forced the grass to bow and rifle through the leaves, I realized what it was. The leaves. It was around early winter that we moved house, and by then, most of the trees had lost their foliage. But this forest was lush and green, and as though it were midsummer. I craned my neck to inspect the canopy with wonder as I passed beneath the branches, and I couldn't spot a single leaf that had so much as a speck of orange or brown. Green, healthy, defiant of the winter chill, frozen in time. My wonder turned to discomfort, and my impressionable young mind started spinning comic book-esque thoughts of barrels of radioactive waste buried deep beneath the soil, their glowing green contents snaking up the root systems and mutating the trees to give them unnatural, everlasting life. What if I got radiation sickness? Or somebody shot us for being on government property whilst trying to cover up the secret? Sebastian barked at a squirrel, and I was yanked out of my daydream with a start. I laughed to myself, watching him circle the tree that his prey had escaped up. It's just a forest, I thought. Don't be stupid. I picked a direction at random and started walking, clicking my tongue to signal my friend to follow. He ploughed through the undergrowth, looking back at me with a wide, open mouth that I, like most dog owners, like to think of as a smile. Maybe this place wouldn't be so bad after all. Dad said the internet connection at the house will be up and running in a couple of days, and I could bring Sebastian here for walks. I could put up with the hermit neighbours. I could get used to this. I heard something nearby, but I couldn't figure out where it came from. It was a kind of satisfied sigh, like the kind that follows a long drink to quench your thirst. I thought that perhaps I just imagined it, but Sebastian had paused, with his paw half raised off the ground, his ears alert as he looked around for its source. I stood still, waiting for it again, but nothing came. I shook it off and continued on our walk, tucking my hands in my pockets as the winter chill deepened. Several minutes later, there was another sound, and this one was no mistake. A deep rumble, punctuated and staccato, seemed to come from several places in the trees above at once. It was like a growl and a laugh rolled into one unnatural sound. It made Sebastian's fur stand on edge, and he responded with his own growl. All of my apprehension came flooding back, and my fear drew the cold deeper into my bones. I stopped in my tracks, scanning the trees. "Come on, boy," I said, my shivering jaw making my words quaver. "Time to go home." I turned, and my breath caught. The dirt path was gone. That was impossible. I had just been following it. In fact, I was still standing on it. I looked down, and then to my left and right, as I realized I now stood at the center of a junction, the path splitting off to my left, to my right, and onwards behind me, all routes stretching deep into a forest that had inexplicably increased its footprint 100-fold in a single moment. "How in the hell?" I said, looking at my dog as if he could give me an answer. Maybe it was wishful thinking, but I swear he looked puzzled too. Another satisfied sigh, far down the new path to my right. It sounded distant, and yet so incredibly loud and crisp for such a gentle sound, carrying through the air like an arrow sailing through unfettered space. A voice spoke, high and thin, like it was mocking an adoring owner. "This way, doggy." Sebastian snarled and bolted, chasing the source of the voice down the path. I swore and chased after him, desperately calling him back to me. "Sebastian, stop! Stop!" I began bellowing any command I could think of. "Treat, Sebastian! This way! Good boy! Look what I've got here!" It was no good. He was outpacing me further and further every second, and with a defeated whimper, I sank to my knees, my face burning with wind chill. His black and white form kept racing down the path. He jumped a log, weaved through undergrowth, and finally disappeared. I stared at the place I had last seen him, wondering what on earth I could do now. His bark echoed from deep in the trees, and he was gone. I knelt there, staring absently for several long minutes, then got to my feet and began to follow. I had no hope of catching my dog unless he came back, but doing something was better than nothing. I surveyed my surroundings as I walked, and realized then how flat the forest seemed. Apart from occasional saplings or felled logs covered in moss and ivy, there were no features or landmarks, just endless forest in every direction, including the way before me, that the dirt path seemed to follow into infinity. Not only that, but there was no bird song. There had been when Sebastian and I first entered. I was sure of it. But it was only now that I noticed it had stopped. "Don't you walk away from me, Oscar Jameson. Come here." I jumped and turned. It was my dad, stood here in the impossible forest with me. He was dressed in his work clothes, a light blue shirt with a salmon tie done up tight around his neck. He was holding something in one hand, beckoning me with the crooked finger of his other. "Dad, what the hell are you doing here?" "Excuse me?" he said sternly, taking a step toward me. "I'm asking the questions." He held up the object, and I recognized it as his old work computer. I thought he threw it out years ago, Yes or no, he said, opening it to reveal a cracked screen. Did you do this? I gaped at him. Why was he here, quizzing me over an old laptop? It was so out of place. I had to be having the most vivid dream. No, I told him. He stared at me with such intense anger that I instinctively took a step backwards. Are you sure? He said in a tight voice. Yes, Dad, I'm sure. What are you doing here? He shook his head sadly. He took the laptop under his arm, turned, and walked off the path. He strode into the forest in a straight line, the same tight, angry expression pulling the skin taut around his jaw. Dad, I called after him. Where are you going? What's going on? He didn't respond. He just kept walking. A low-hanging tree branch hit him in the face, and he didn't even flinch. He just kept walking until his strength seemed to falter and he stumbled to the ground, collapsing as if falling apart. He didn't get back up. I decided then that I had to be in some kind of insane, lucid dream. So, how would it end? Did I have to die like in most nightmares? I didn't welcome the idea of dying in a dream so clear and realistic, and the thought made me violently shiver. I folded my arms tightly, trying to brace against the shudders. I felt the soft contact of my skin beneath my hands. I wasn't shivering from the dread. I was now shirtless. I looked down at the goosebumps on my arms with trickling nausea. Did I do this to myself? Had I blacked out? Oscar? It was my mum, staring at me with fear and pity. What happened to your shirt? Have you walked home like this? Feeling exposed, shrinking away from the cold, and seeing the concern on the face of this apparition that I couldn't be sure was my mother, it was too much. Hot tears began to stream down my face, nourishing my cheek with some warmth in the bitter cold. What happened? She said again, with more desperation. Tell me. I knew why this moment felt familiar. I was sure it had happened before. Older boys in my school had cornered me after football, calling me a runt and other much worse names. They tore my shirt from me and laughed at my small form and the insubstantial muscles on my arms. It had been a cold winter like this one, and they mimicked my shivering with overdramatic spasms and stuttered their words through chattering teeth. Well, my mother's doppelganger said. I don't remember, I said quietly. Don't lie to me. I'm not. I was angry then. I'll lie to you all I want anyway. I don't know who or what you are, but you're not my mother. A moment of shock, and then the same tight, angry expression on her face that was on my father's. So be it, she said in a strange voice, and then did the same as my dad. She turned, marched into the trees, and collapsed. My clothing returned, but I barely felt warmer. The air felt as though it had grown colder. I heard a clicking sound and a sigh, both sounding like they came from somewhere above where I stood. I searched the trees, and that's when I first saw it. Something squatted in the thick, strong branches of a tree that grew just off the dirt path. It was humanoid, vaguely, but its limbs were long and its bones bulged beneath its overstretched black skin. Long, flaccid fingers wrapped around a branch to keep it balanced, and I thought that looked like some kind of disgusting crossbreed of a frog and a bat. When it spoke to me, its voice was slow and guttural, like an electronic speaker running on waning batteries. You repeat your mistakes. I stared at it and realized, after several moments of silence, that it was waiting for my response. Is this real? I said, unable to think of anything better to say to the creature. It yelped, in amusement I suppose, and began to climb down the tree. It did so with surprising speed and ease, and when it reached the ground, it almost plopped to the forest floor like a viscous liquid settling. Its movements provoked my nausea, and I watched it gather itself back into its crouching stance before it spoke again. Will you learn? Will I learn what? I asked angrily. Learn or flee? I couldn't look at the being any longer, and I gazed at my feet. Flee. I wasn't sure what choice I'd made, only that I wanted it to end. It made a growling noise and closed the distance between us with frightening speed. Its strangled voice grew even more quiet. So be it. I felt a breeze behind me, and I turned to find the mouth of the forest where Sebastian and I had first entered. The endless forest had shrunk back to its natural boundaries, and even the cold had somewhat subsided. Had I had some kind of fit or attack? Surely I wouldn't be standing here if that was the case. Sebastian was still missing too, and I held his lead in my hand. Maybe he ran back to the house. I looked back into the trees, and there was no sign of him. I called his name and heard nothing back. I'd have to come back and find him later. I dejectedly left the forest, feeling as though I was being watched as I did, and returned to the street. Approaching our house, I noticed the drive was empty. I picked my pace, angry. I couldn't believe my parents would leave while I was out. I pounded up the steps and tried the door handle. It jiggled, but the door stayed put. They'd even locked the door behind them, without giving me a key. I hammered on the door with my fist, my eyes blurring. I'd had enough. I'd had enough of the day, and I wanted to curl up on my bed with my dog. But this stupid place had taken everything from me in one fell swoop. I peered through the window, and my breath caught. The house was empty. Worse than empty. It was a wreck. There were none of our boxes, no sign of my parents, not even footprints in the dust and the detritus that covered the floor. Desperate, I crossed the street and picked a house at random. I knocked on the door until a man answered, peering down at me through his glasses. "Can I help you?" he asked reluctantly. "Did you see anybody leave that house?" I pointed across the street, and he followed my gesture. "What, recently?" I nodded, and he laughed incredulously. "No, son. Last time I saw someone leave that place, I wasn't even retired yet. It's been 8 years, I reckon. Sorry." He closed the door before I could ask anything else, and he left me stupefied. Maybe he just didn't notice us move in? Or maybe, somehow, we hadn't anymore. Learn or flee? God, what hadn't I learned? I had never slept outside before. My neck ached, my ribs throbbed, and I felt as though my body had been thrown down a hill. I had managed to salvage some blankets from a recycling bank at the bottom of the street, and having wrapped myself up as best as I could, I drifted in and out of a fitful sleep on the park's cold bench. I woke up once or twice, thinking I could hear Sebastian barking, but when I held my breath and listened, all I heard was the occasional calls of nighttime creatures and the chattering of leaves as the forest waited patiently for me. In the morning, I loitered around the house, but my parents didn't come back. I sat on the grass, and I'm sure I would have earned some questions from my neighbours if any of them had left their houses in the several long hours I sat there trying to decode what happened to me in the previous day. Eventually, with a sickening pinch in my stomach, I surrendered to the knowledge that I had to return to the forest and finish something. My dog was still missing, and my parents, wherever they were, didn't live here, even though all logic and common sense shouldn't have made it so. I came to the wall of sycamores that encircled the forest, and as I passed between them, I could instantly sense I was being watched. I followed the dirt path as I had before, and it wasn't long before it revealed itself to me. "You return," it rattled. It was perched on a branch, its leathery skin twisting as it tilted its head. "My dog," I said. "I want him back." "Then learn." "I won't leave this time," I assured it. "You can't leave this time," it corrected me. "Learn." I looked around again and realized the forest had grown once again to meet the horizon. The creature was gone, and I was alone, at least for a few moments. "Oscar, come here a minute." That voice. It was a voice that made me feel small and powerless, even now, years on. I knew who it belonged to, and despite myself, I faced her. Alice was a little older than me. She had shining brown hair that was always tied in a perfect ponytail. Her teeth were straight. Her nose was a cute little button that shone pink when she flashed a wide smile, and her eyes sparkled when she was amused. She made me feel worthless. And here she was again, beckoning me with a flourish of her slender hand. Her boyfriend stood beside her, alongside her usual entourage. They all looked at me like I was the perfect prey. And I suppose I always had been. "Are you stupid?" She spoke so gently, as if being kind. "Come here, darling." I slowly walked towards her, and as I did, a likeness of my old school built itself around us. It materialized out of thin air, like dust coalescing into the counterfeit scene. The trees of the forest were still all around us. It was like a chunk of the school had been ripped out and placed whole in front of me. "Good boy," she smiled. "Take this." She handed me a phone, placing it into my hand, which was now smaller and softer. I surveyed my body. Whatever was taking me through these forays of my past, it was even changing my physique to suit the illusion, turning me into an effigy of my preteen self. Alice watched my surprise with a raised eyebrow. "You on drugs or something?" She mimicked my surprise, and her hangers-on laughed with her. She gripped my wrist harshly and shook it. "Do you know how to use such an expensive phone?" I nodded dumbly, ashamed of myself. How could somebody that had felt so far away for years suddenly take back all their control from me? She tapped a little beat on the screen with her perfect fingernails. "Open the camera and start recording, sweet." I obeyed. But recording what? Oh, I remembered. There she was, poor Harisha, hugging herself as she trembled like a cornered animal. She had been a quiet girl, and the very few times I spoke to her, she was gentle and nervous. Alice loved gentle and nervous. "What have you been saying about me, Harisha?" Alice always used a calm, almost pleasant voice when she was planning what to do with you, like a cat playing with its catch. "I haven't said anything," Harisha murmured, her voice cracking with fear. "What was that?" Alice leaned forward and cupped her ear. "I can't hear you through that awful accent." Harisha began to cry. This was all happening exactly as it had before, meaning Alice would soon have her fingers wound around clumps of the girl's hair, and Harisha's wobbly tooth would be dislodged by a punch to the face, all of which I would capture for her to share around the school. I was being forced through these events for a second time within the boundaries of this forest. "Learn," the creature kept telling me. I stopped recording. Alice's boyfriend noticed and he snatched the phone from me. "Oscar isn't even feeling this. He's chickened out." She rounded on me instantly, her smile gone. "Do as you're told." I put my hands in my pockets and hung my head. I didn't even have the courage still to answer back directly. I swear that from somewhere deep in the trees, the breeze carried the ghost of a whisper. "Good." A murmur of "ooh" and nervous laughter bubbled from a group, and I knew she was furious. Her quick footsteps pattered on the artificial concrete beneath us. I squeezed my eyes shut, and I braced myself. She grabbed a handful of my hair and forced me to the ground. The first punch was aimed at my nose, and I tried to shake the flares from my vision when the second came, and then the third. I curled up into a ball and tried to protect my face as best I could. The pain was very real, as was the humiliation as I lay there, bombarded by fists and laughter. Finally, and abruptly, it all stopped. The silence was deafening. I unfurled my body, and I was myself again, 16 and laying in the dirt on the forest floor. The school was gone, and my tormentors had vanished. The path still stretched forever in multiple directions, but one route changed. An almost imperceptible light had begun to glow at the path's terminus, and, even from a distance that could have been hundreds of miles away for all I knew by now, it felt warm. I got up and dusted myself off. The pain from my battering hadn't fully faded, and although I was free of blood and bruises, a lingering sting lay in my skin, not allowing me to truly forget. I followed the path that had gained the light, and as I walked, I wondered, had I changed that event, or merely relived it? In reality, I had done as Alice had said all those years ago. I always did as she said. Harisha's embarrassment had driven her away from people even further. But that wasn't my fault, was it? I was only following orders. A stillness shattered. A smash, followed by a torrent of noise like rainfall. I followed the source, and there was a car surrounded by young boys. One of its windows had been broken, and the children looked at one another with their mouths agape. Nearly all of them held stones in their hands. "Crap," One of them cried, and he fled. The rest of them copied him, and one caught my shoulder as he ran past me. "Oscar, cover for us!" They left me stood there, and a man materialized out of nowhere, much like the vision before. He looked furious. He gawked at the car window, then at me. "Did you do this?" He pointed at my feet, where the stones of the other boys had been dropped. I flexed my finger nervously, and I could feel that I was younger in form again. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir." Suddenly, everything was gone. I was alone again. Had I passed this test? Wrong. The creature, it squatted on a fallen log, watching me. "What do you mean?" I said angrily. "I was there. Someone had to answer for it." "You did not cast the stone. Criminals escaped, and a fool paid the price." "But—" I wrestled with its logic, and although I could understand, it didn't feel fair. "You chose ease. Nothing was learned." "But I did learn my lesson. I never hung out with those boys again." "You robbed them of their lesson." With that, it slunk back into the undergrowth. "Learn yours." I learned so many lessons. Many I deserved. Some I still truly think I didn't. I relived what felt like 100 reproductions of my past mistakes, of lessons I had to learn, in what soon became something like an endless fever dream. I learned things about my place in a casual web that I didn't even know existed around me. I answered for the time I left the back door of my uncle's house unlocked and his house was burgled, something my parents must have hidden from me for fear of my guilt. I was too young to know, and only would the most spiteful people in existence truly blame me for such a young and innocent lapse in judgment. But I quickly learned that I was, without prejudice, being made to answer for every single thing. I relived a party I'd gone to only around a year ago, and seeing that, had I stayed and chatted with Selena Roberts for just an hour longer, I'd have been there to spot some unwelcome addition to her drink that had enabled an assault that still woke her up in the dead of night in cold sweats and violent thrashes. How could I have known? The forest didn't care for that. I didn't hunger, nor did I thirst, or tire, or weaken. Hours became days, weeks, and months, until it seemed I had relived my entire life tenfold. After every choice that pleased the forest, I would look for the light, growing ever closer, inch by inch. Eventually, when it was so close that I could feel its prickling warmth on my skin, like blood rushing back to a deadened limb, I approached and reached for the light. "Oscar?" The light vanished like a switch had been flipped off, and I was stood at the mouth of the forest. My mother faced me in the wood's threshold, and she was looking at me with a half-curious smile. "Are you all right?" she asked me with a sidelong stare. I took stock of my surroundings. Normal. The trees weren't innumerable. The path followed a route that didn't tangle my brain, and Sebastian stood at my feet, looking up at me innocently and patiently. He was my sign that I was back to reality from wherever I'd been before, and I blunked back warm tears. I didn't know what to say. "Delaying the move?" Mom finished the sentence for me. "Come on, your dad and I have been waiting for you." "What move?" She laughed at me gently. "Are you feeling all right?" "I don't know. How long have I been here?" All her amusement was gone, leaving only concern. "Honey? Please, just humor me." She shrugged and wrapped a cardigan closer around her. "Oh, I don't know. About an hour?" I was stunned. "And we're moving? Moving house?" "Yes, dear. The new job fell through, so your dad got his old job back. But obviously we can't have our old house back." She approached and placed a hand on my forehead. "Did you hurt yourself?" "No, I'm fine," I mumbled. I followed her back to the house, Sebastian in tow, and climbed in amongst the same boxes and cases we'd started unpacking only the previous day. On to another new start. I frequently still wonder if I've been put back into the same reality. Everything seems the same as it ever was, for the most part. But sometimes, old friends and acquaintances let slip the details that give me pause for thought. Apparently, Alice walks with a limp these days, a reminder of the time she pushed somebody a little too far. One of the boys who used to throw stones was the victim of a nasty and messy hit and run, for which the driver was never caught. I don't spend too long asking the questions though, because I've learnt my lesson. I don't want to go back. I promise, I've learnt my lesson. I'm trying to get in contact with them after an experience I had with one of the carnival rides they manufactured. I went back today and the whole unit was missing. I had written down the number from the information on the side of the ride, the only reason I know their name at all, but it's out of service. Last night, I had taken my wife and daughter to the local fair. It's early in the season and lightly rained throughout the night, which kept the crowd down. The rain wasn't enough to close any of the rides, so we had a fantastic time. My daughter was able to go on all her favourite rides multiple times in a row. My wife isn't as big on the rides, but was happy to eat their food and play games, so we split up often to do our own things. At the end of the night, we were tired, but completely satisfied. We were on our way out, but still looking around for anything cheap to spend our remaining tickets on. This fair wasn't like any other I'd ever been to. You can't just buy your way onto a ride. You have to buy tickets, and then the rides usually cost a number of tickets, like 18 or 27, depending on their size and popularity. Thus, you are always left with a few tickets at the end, an incentive to buy another roll or come back another day. I had no tickets left, while Alison had just 5. My wife had 20, and quickly found a horseshoe throwing game that she resolved to spend it all on. So, my daughter and I searched high and low for anything that just costs 5 tickets. My hopes weren't high. The only thing I'd seen at that price were baby rides. Alison had just turned 10 years old, and reaching double digits had done amazing things for her maturity. I knew better to even suggest she go on one of those rides. But then, Alison screamed with delight as she ran past me to the edge of the fair. There was a long hall with a spinning hamster wheel, maze of glass walls and dangling, colourful punching bags. Bright lights lit up the whole thing, and a nearby sign advertised the price of a mere 5 tickets. I caught up to Alison just as she was giving her last ticket to the fair employee. He was an older man who looked more tired than I felt, but he smiled when he saw me and asked, "Want to brave the maze?" My daughter tugged my hand and said, "Yeah, come on, Daddy." I resisted her pull and explained to the both of them, Sorry, I don't have any tickets left." The old man winked and said, "No problem, Daddy. You can go on. Keep an eye on the girl. Safety first." I thanked him and let Alison pull me towards the start of the maze. At first, I thought we were going to get our money's worth. We breezed through the first section of the glass walls, and I let Alison run on the hamster wheel for a while. Then we moved on, and I realized we were being funneled to the back wall, which Alison pushed open to reveal a room lit only by black lights. She ran ahead and immediately into a glass wall. I lightly chided, "Be careful, the maze probably continues all throughout this back part." But she was already running ahead, giggling the whole time. I tried to keep up, but I was quickly finding myself confused by the invisible walls in this low light. Alison disappeared from view, but I could still hear her close. She must have been getting lucky to find the right path forward, because I had to double back several times. I started to panic a little, even though my little girl was clearly more capable at this than I was. My hands remained constantly outstretched in anticipation of each new wall. Then I heard Alison from behind me. I whipped around, but didn't see her. She was calling out for me. "Daddy, where are you?" This broke my heart a little, so I ran forward and immediately into another glass wall. It was surprisingly sturdy, yet unyielding. I bounced off and went around while yelling, "Alison, stay put, I'll be right there." I was a little shocked when she popped up to my right and said, "No need to shout, Dad, I'm right here." I turned to give her a hug, but another glass wall separated us. She put her hands on it, and I covered it with my own on my side. Her hand seemed so tiny next to mine. She asked, "Hey, how do you get ahead of me?" "We'll have to be careful. This maze is tricky. I think the room was designed to bounce sound around too." "No, really, you were just behind me. How are you so fast?" I tried following the glass around to find a corner I could turn, but it stayed a straight wall for as far as I could reach while keeping the conversation going. "I was behind you, trying to keep up. You must have doubled back without noticing." "No, I mean, just now. Dad, I don't think you're alone in here. There was another man behind me. I just assumed it was you." "Oh, you don't need to get too worried. This is a public event after all. He's just another patron of the fair, and that's all." Despite my outwardly calm demeanor, I was freaking out inside. If I hadn't already confirmed how tough these walls were, I might have tried breaking through right then and there. Instead, I asked her to stay put while I tried to work my way around her and keep her in view. After a few minutes of failing, I thought it was best if she kept moving. I gave her final instructions to scream if any strangers approached her, and then we both hugged the glass in front of us. When she finally ran off, there was a trick of the light, and I thought I saw her reflection turn and run in the opposite direction. I didn't waste any time trying to understand this place. Clearly, it was designed to confuse. I raced around, trying to find the way back I came. The plan for me was to exit any way I could and ask the attendant to turn on the lights, keep an eye out for my daughter, and I could enter through the exit and hopefully encounter her quickly. But I couldn't find a way out. The maze twisted and turned and kept taking me further and further from where I thought I needed to go. The walls went all the way up to the ceiling. I could reach up and touch it easily, but this still seemed too over-engineered for a cheap theme park. I was almost crying with frustration when I started to catch glimpses of her everywhere. I abandoned all strategy as I hurried in just about every direction that I last saw her. I just wanted to keep my daughter safe. Her voice kept popping off. That was the only way I can think to describe it. Sometimes she sounded like she was right behind me. Sometimes she sounded worlds away. And when I turned, there she was, 20 feet ahead and facing away from me. She screamed, and I instinctively ran forward to protect her, right into another wall. I knew right away that I had broken my nose. My eyes watered, and my throat choked a bit on the blood that was flowing in the wrong direction. I leaned my head forward as I felt with my hands around the wall in front of me. Luckily, this was the last obstacle between me and my little girl. My yelp of pain had alerted her, and she ran over and gave me a big hug. Of course, the first thing I had asked her was, "Are you okay? Why did you scream? Are you hurt?" She wiped away tears from her eyes, but was grinning wide, glad to be reunited. She answered, I'm fine, Daddy. I thought I heard you, so I stopped to listen close, and then you popped up in front of me." Confused, I walked forward, while looking at the glass wall she had previously been standing in front of. Then, my face popped up, looking in fright now, with my nose already turning a darker colour and blood trails from both nostrils. I was looking at my reflection in the glass. I wondered how often I really caught glimpses of Alison during my wild chase. I never got a good look. I was probably just seeing parts of my face and body when the angle was just right. Now that we were together, I wasn't taking any chances. I held her hand tight while putting my hand on the right-hand wall. We walked around and around, while my hand never lifted from the wall. Eventually, we made it out of the exit. My wife was waiting there, with a huge stuffed unicorn in her arms and a worried expression on her face. When she saw my face, she dropped the unicorn and ran over to see if I was okay. I gave her the condensed version. We had gotten a little lost in the surprisingly huge maze, but no real harm was done. All in all, we had spent 40 minutes in that horrible maze. I was feeling pretty silly, but I still wanted to complain to someone. The old man at the ticket booth was nowhere to be seen, but the entrance was already locked up, so we just left in the end. As we drove out of the parking lot, I started to worry if the misadventure was in any way traumatizing to Alison. She looked absolutely normal in the car's rearview mirror. We ended up driving near that maze on our way out, so I grabbed a notepad from the car's center console and scribbled out the name and number of the company I saw on the side. When I was done, I looked again in the mirror. I was even more worried now, as I struggled to understand a few confusing things. First, I was surprised to see the whole building was only 30 feet deep. It felt much larger when running around it. Also, the name on the side was the Maze of Mirrors, when it had clearly just been a maze of glass walls. And then my wife asked, "Hey, since when were you right-handed?" I'm an amateur astronomer. Very amateur. Don't get me wrong, I love stargazing, but I'm also your average millennial, deep in student debt, renting in a high cost of living area and working a dead-end, soul-crushing job, so I don't really have the time or the savings to sink into this hobby. Near Thanksgiving last year, my gran got me the best telescope she could afford for my birthday. The fact that she'd invest in a hobby of mine like that means so much to me, and I've been taking it out to stargaze as much as I can ever since. For the most part, it's been fun and exhilarating, and I've been learning a lot about the universe and our place in it. It's just so cool to drive out to the middle of nowhere and look up. Well, I guess I should say it was. Something happened in January that's making me question reality, that I just can't stop thinking about. In short, I saw something strange, something I can't explain. I'll get to that. First, for context, one of the things I really wanted to observe this year was the first full moon. It sounded like the title of a poorly translated anime. Super Blood Wolf Moon. It's pretty rare, so I wanted to do it justice by getting far from the glow of Denver and its several suburbs. I drove east, away from the Rockies, then south towards desert and desolation. Somewhere between Raton and Taos, I pulled over. It was nearing night by this point. The sun was just this slim, rust-red glow on the horizon that bled up to these vaporwave pinks and outrun purples. And it was quiet. So quiet. No buzz of city sounds, no planes droning above, in a holding pattern above DIA. Only the constant ebb and flow of a slight breeze and the chirp of a few steadfast crickets. In the distance, a pack of coyotes yipped and yelled. I kept my ears on them, trying to determine how far they were from me. I wasn't scared. Not really. Sure, I was alert and aware of my surroundings, but I wasn't scared. Ever since getting that telescope, I'd driven out to deserted and semi-deserted places alone plenty of times, and had come to recognize true danger from the false kind I invented in my head. It basically boiled down to trusting my gut. If my gut said go, I went. If it said get over it, I got over it. That night, my gut was saying all good. So, for hours, I watched the stars pop out against the dark sky, watched as they slid across it until they hit the light of the moon and disappeared, watching as the eclipse began. And for hours, nothing happened. At least, nothing scary or strange or supernatural. Just me looking up, watching the shadow of the earth sweep over the moon. Around 10 p.m, there was the whoop whoop from the road and Pepsi-coloured lights swirl around me. The cops. Great. I'd dealt with the cops before while stargazing. Most of the time they were reasonable and let me off with a warning. Sometimes though, there'd be an asshole whose night was made by ruining mine. I stepped away from my telescope and walked back towards the road, hands clear by my side. 2 cops, a brawny man and a woman with charcoal colour hair, both in plain clothes and their badges and guns clear in sight, stepped out of an unmarked black SUV. They eyed me, obviously wary, so I waved, making sure both my hands were visible, silently cursing my luck and the way their lights ruined my night vision. "Car troubles?" the woman asked, shining her light in my face, then behind me towards the field. I'd attached reflectors along the length of my telescope and knew she could see them winking in the beam of the flashlight. "No ma'am, just observing the full moon," I pointed up. She lowered a light and smiled. A good sign. "Oh yeah, it's that one. What's it called? Super Blood Wolf Moon out tonight, right?" "That's right," I said, nodding. Want to take a look?" Her partner made a small noise, and the woman looked over at him, then up at the moon. "Oh, what the hell," she said, and stepped off the road towards my telescope, stooping slightly to gaze through it. "Whoa," she said. "It's kinda creepy. Hey, wanna look?" She glanced at her partner. "Come on, it's cool." Her partner looked up at the sky like he was considering it, then said, "Sure." He stepped over and gazed through the telescope for longer than the woman had, but he seemed far less impressed when he pulled away. "Spooky," he said. The woman shot him a strange look before turning back to me. "Shouldn't stay out here too late," she said. I nodded. "I won't. Just waiting till totality hits. I'll head out after that." "When is that?" she asked. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and glanced at it. No service, but the clock still worked. "About 20 minutes from now." "All right," she said. "Well, be careful. Coyotes and such, you know." I nodded again. "I know." The woman sighed and said, "All right." She turned towards her partner and added, "Come on, big guy, let's go." She walked back towards the SUV and stood, waiting by the driver's side door for him. The man hesitated, looking between me and his partner, like he wanted to say something. A few seconds later, he said, "Have a nice night." And they walked away too. I waved as the cops slid inside their SUV and waited for them to leave. They whooped their sirens again, flashed their lights, and pulled off, heading north. I watched them drive away for a few minutes before walking back towards my telescope. The light from the moon was slowly disappearing now, and the landscape around me was dark. I wasn't able to see much with my night vision ruined. On a whim, I decided to walk farther into the field and stare at the sky without any instruments. About 40 or 50 feet from my telescope and the road. It happened. I tripped and fell hard into the dirt. After a second of moaning in pain, I stood up and looked around, trying to figure out what I tripped over. I couldn't see in that darkness, so I pulled out a flashlight from my pocket and flicked it on. Almost immediately, I saw it. Despite the thick brush covering the field, it was hard to miss. A metal hatch. It was weird. I was out in the middle of nowhere and there were no structures, at least ones that I could see, anywhere around. The hatch was square with a tiny domed window near one side. It looked like it had come off the side of a submarine or something, and it looked old, like it had been out in that field for years. The metal was rusting, dull in the dim moonlight. I backed away, sweeping my light around the field, trying to see if there were any indications that somebody might be living nearby, like trash or footprints. But there was nothing. I was on edge now and decided it was time to leave. I turned back towards the road, towards my car and safety, but didn't get very far. I heard something I can only describe as tapping. It sounded strange, like when you hit one of those huge metal water tanks with a rock or your knuckles. The way the sound ricochets around it, all distorted and waterlogged. That's what this tapping sounded like. There were 3 quick taps, then a pause, then 3 more taps, but slower, longer. Another pause, 3 more taps, quick again. They were all insistent, all loud, all coming from the hatch. I stared down as I wondered if my fall had upset something inside. Maybe an animal had gotten trapped, or it was some sort of alarm system. I was scared now, sure, but I was also curious. Curiosity won. I flicked my flashlight back onto the hatch. The tapping sound stopped. "Hello? Is someone up there?" A voice. A damn voice. Something moved in the glass dome of the hatch, and I realized it was an eye. Bloodshot, and big, and blue. I think I screamed. I know I ran. Behind me, the voice called out again. It sounded odd, elongated and echoey, like whoever it was standing inside a water tank, or maybe a bunker. "Wait, wait," the voice pleaded. It sounded desperate. I stopped, half turned, tried to hear over the sound of my own panicked breathing. "Please don't go, please." I took a step back towards it. "What the hell is going on? Who are you? What is this? Please, you have to let me out. Let me out, please. She'll be back soon." The eye was still watching me. It blinked. "Please," the voice said again. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, if they were young or old. That's how distorted their voice was. I only knew that it sounded human. "Open the hatch." I don't know. How do I was stuttering, scared, unable to think. I took a few steps towards the hatch and knelt next to it. "The lock," the voice said. "What?" The voice sounded panicked, shaky. There's a metal lock on the side of the hatch." I walked around the perimeter of the hatch slowly, shining my light down at it. The eye squinted slightly in the light. Sure enough, there was a padlock on one side of it. It looked brand new. I bent down and jiggled it around a little bit, not really expecting it to budge. There was nothing else I could do, not without help or the right tools. I pulled my phone out of my pocket just to check. Still no service. I swallowed. "I'm sorry," I said. "I can't open it. I need to go get help or something. I'll be back, I promise." I stood up to leave. "No!" the voice screamed, mad with panic. "No, no, no! Don't leave me! Don't leave me!" "I'm sorry," I repeated. I have to go. I have to go get help. I'll be back. I swear. I swear." "No, no, no! Please, please!" Whoever was down there started pounding at the hatch. Pounding and pounding. It was so loud. I stood up and backed away, trying not to hyperventilate. "I'll be back. I promise. I promise." There was a whoop whoop from behind me, and I looked towards the road. The cops. I half ran, half stumbled towards them. It was the same cops as before. They were already out of their SUV and walking towards me. Both of them had flashlights this time, but they pointed them towards the ground, away from my face. "Hey," the woman said. "Thought we'd come up and watch the totality with you. Hope that's..." "What's wrong? What happened?" There's a person," I said breathlessly. "There's a person underground in a hatch. They're trapped." The cops glanced at each other, then back at me. "What do you mean?" the woman asked. I caught my breath, then said, "There's a weird metal hatch thing over there. I tripped over it, and there's someone inside. They're trapped." A metal hatch? It was the male cop. He shined his light over towards the field. "Yeah, you know, like something that'll be on a ship, with one of those glass dome window things." The man raised an eyebrow and said, "A porthole?" A slight smile flashed onto his face, like he was amused. Yes, whatever. I don't care what it's called. There's someone out there, in a damn bunker or something. What the hell are you guys doing still standing here?" I gestured at the field. My telescope was still there, about 10 feet from the road. The two cops looked at the field, then at each other, then back at me. The woman spoke this time. "Have you had any illegal substances tonight?" "What? No. There's someone out there, in the damn field. What are you waiting for? Come on, I'll show you." "Sir," the woman said. "Sir, stop, okay? We're going to need you to calm down. Take some breaths, deep breaths. Good. Now, slower this time. Repeat what you said. You saw something strange in the field?" I nodded. Yes, this metal..." I struggled to find the right words and flailed my arms around, desperately trying to describe it. "Hatch thing, like a door to a bunker or a submarine or something, and there's someone inside it, a person. They were asking me to help them. They need help." I paused, took a deep breath. "And there was a padlock on one side of it. It looked new." The cops glanced at each other again. They looked totally unfazed. "You want to check it out?" the man said to the woman. "I got the last one." The woman scowled at him and then sighed. "Yeah, sure. You'll be here?" This time he did smile. He nodded and said, "Always." The woman shook her head and rolled her eyes towards the sky before turning back to me. I looked between them, unable to figure out what the hell was going on. Why were they acting so nonchalant? What did the man mean by this one? Had this happened before? Or was he just referring to them checking out weird stuff in general? I didn't know then. I still don't know now. "Go on," the woman said, snapping me out of my thoughts. "My partner will wait here with you, okay? I'll go check it out. Can you point in the general direction of what you saw?" Yes, I can." I turned and pointed towards my telescope. It was like 50 feet north of my telescope, in the brush. It's sticking out a few inches from the ground. It's hard to miss. The woman shined a light in that direction and said, "All right." Then, without another word, she started walking towards the way I pointed, sweeping her light in smooth, consistent arcs across the ground. When she got about 50 feet from my telescope, she stopped and knelt down. "Did you find it?" I yelled out to her. "No, there's nothing out here," she called back. In the dim moonlight, I could see her stand up and kick the ground with a boot. "What?" I looked at the man who looked back at me. He was leaning against the SUV with his arms crossed. His face was completely impassive. "She said, there's nothing out there," he said. "What do you mean there's nothing out there?" I think I was yelling, but I'm not sure. I don't really remember. Without stopping to think, I said, "I'll show you," and took off towards the direction of the woman. In retrospect, I realized how stupid this was. Both cops were armed, and I was acting erratic, irrational. The man immediately took off after me, and I could hear him crashing through the brush as I ran over to where the hatch was, repeatedly saying, "Stop, stop," trying to get me to stop or slow down. I did neither. The woman's left hand hovered over a pistol as I approached. "Stop," she said. I ignored her and kept going. Stupid, I know, but I couldn't believe that there was nothing there. I wanted to show her she was wrong, that the person in the hatch, whoever they were, needed our help. It didn't occur to me to question why that person wasn't making any noise now or calling out for help. The woman sighed and shined a flashlight back at the ground, helping me look. But the hatch, it wasn't there. It was like some badly written urban legend. The vanishing hatch and the mysterious voice. I could clearly see the imprint of my ass in the dirt, proof I'd tripped over something. But the hatch was gone, vanished. It was impossible. It was it was right there. I knelt down and brushed at the dirt with my hands. Look, I said, pointing at the spot where I fell. You can see that I fell, right there, tripped over the hatch and fell. Where the hell is it? It has to be here. Sir, the woman said again, but this time she sounded mad. I don't know what you're trying to pull here, but you got about 3 seconds to explain yourself. I looked up at her. I was still kneeling in the dirt. You don't believe me? Believe what? She asked, stretching her arms out wide. That there's someone locked away out here, underground, in the middle of nowhere? She shook her head. You probably just fell asleep, had a bad dream. That, or you lied to us. I stood up and said, Lied? Yeah, she said, about the illegal substances. I looked at her, then at her partner. He was standing next to me, hands in his pockets, looking up at the sky, like he really didn't want to be there. Like he didn't give a damn. Seriously? I asked. The woman nodded. No, I don't do drugs. I don't even drink, for goodness sake. She raised an eyebrow, and I took a deep breath. Look, I know what I heard. I know what I saw. There was someone out here. A metal hatch with a lock on the side of it. It has to be around here somewhere. We should keep looking. Hey, the woman said, I'm not going to tell you again. Her partner looked down from the stars and cleared his throat loudly, cutting her off. I think, he said, that we should all just calm down, okay? Look, I'm sure you, think you saw something. Whether you fell asleep or were doing something you, shouldn't be doing. Something happened. I opened my mouth to protest, but he held up his hand and continued. Here's the thing. I'm not really in the mood for this tonight, so we're going to let you off this time, okay? Let's just pretend this never happened. Go home, get some rest. Clearly you need it. Without looking at her, he asked his partner, That okay with you? She shot him a look I can only describe as pure hatred, then turned and said to me, You got lucky this time. If this behemoth wasn't here with me, well, who knows. All right, come on, let's get out of here. But, I began. The man cut me off. Stop, he said. We have things to do, places to be, people to book. Either you take my offer and leave, or my partner here will deal with you. You wouldn't mind taking the time to do that, would you? He asked his partner. The woman smirked. Not one bit. So, the man said, turning back to me, what's it gonna be? I hesitated, then said, I'll go. Great, the man said. Then he looked up and added, Sorry you had to miss your totality. I glanced at him, confused. It was just an odd thing to say. The woman rolled her eyes at him and said, We going now or what? The man helped me pack up my telescope and load it into my truck. He apologized again, then told me to get home safe. Both cops stood outside their SUV, watching as I drove away. Look, I know it's been a long, long while since this happened, but I can't stop thinking about it. I have so many questions. I know what I saw, and I know I'm not crazy. There has to be some sort of explanation. So, I've decided. I'm going to drive out there in maybe a few weeks to check it out again. Not the best idea, but I just can't help myself. I just want to know. I need to know. Halloween as a concept is not particularly new. In fact, it's very, very old. It's also not a distinctly Western holiday. I mean, yes, Halloween as we know it, with all the candy and dressing up and carving pumpkins, those are all pretty much exclusively European. The idea behind Halloween, though, is fairly ubiquitous. Plenty of cultures celebrate a time of year when our world and the spirit world draws closer together. Most people view this one of two ways. Either it's a time when loved ones and long-lost family members come back to us, like Day of the Dead, or it's a time where we put up a bunch of protective rituals to keep away things that go bump in the night. Halloween falls into the second category, which is why we wear masks and make jack-o'-lanterns to keep the malevolent spirits away. I can tell you, without hesitation, that both interpretations are correct. The story I'm about to tell you took place when I was a teenager. I was living with my family. It was me, my two parents, my older brother and sister, and my grandmother. I'd had a younger sister too, but she and my grandfather both died in a car accident several years earlier. We moved houses not long after. Our new house was much bigger. I think having a smaller, cozier house would have let us feel their absence too easily. In a large home, we could just dismiss their absence as them being in another room, even if we knew they weren't. Anyway, one Halloween, our whole family, minus Grandma, was gathered into the living room, where we had a lit fire and put a movie on for the evening. It was late, and the trick-or-treaters were starting to thin out. The movie was a bit of a lull, and there came a shriek from upstairs. Instantly, we all knew it was Grandma who had screamed, so we all ran up in a panic. As we climbed the stairs, we could hear her sobbing and saying, "It's you! It's really, really you!" She kept repeating that in a sort of hoarse cry as we made our way to her room. When we got there, she had fallen down onto the floor with her back against the wall, and she looked paler than any of us had ever seen her. Tears streaked her face, and her breath was ragged, but her expression was a mixture of bliss and excitement. Standing across the room, dressed in an old-fashioned suit and with a hat in his hands in front of him, stood my grandfather. I'm sure I don't have to tell you how stunned we all were. None of us were particularly superstitious, and even if we were, that's just not the sort of thing you'd ever expect to come across. Had I known then what I know now, I would have ordered him, out of our house that very minute. But I didn't. My mother was the first one to break down. Seeing her father again brought her to tears immediately. But my grandfather simply smiled and reassured her. We spoke for what felt like hours, hearing the story of how Grandma was in her room, getting ready for bed, when she heard a tapping on the window. When she turned, she saw his face there, peeking at her. She explained that this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. When you lose someone you love, you see them everywhere. But when he didn't leave and motioned for her to open the window, then climbed inside once she had, Grandma knew it wasn't the same. That was when she screamed and we came in. After that, my grandfather regaled us with tales of the other side. How beautiful it is. How all your wildest dreams can't compare to the reality of it. I like to tell you that I was skeptical, but I was just happy to see my grandpa again. He explained how, when the time is right, spirits can come back to the land of the living, and there was so much superstition and ritual going on during the Halloween that the barrier between our worlds grew thin. He apologized for not visiting sooner, claiming that he had tried many times, but that he simply hadn't been experienced enough until this year. And we all believed him. Once all this was finished, we agreed it was best if we left my grandparents alone to catch up. Grandpa stood up, turned to my grandmother, and reached out his hand. "I've got something to tell you. Come with me." He smiled as he said this, a warm, friendly smile. She took his hand, and together they walked down the hall and out of our sight. The rest of us went back downstairs, still shaken by what had occurred. We spent a long time in silence there, by the fire. Trick-or-treaters would still drop by, even more infrequently than before. Eventually, we got back to talking and joking, almost as though there weren't a ghost upstairs. It was the best night we'd spent together in years. Mother was just telling us a story about Grandpa when he was her age, and the doorbell rang again. It was now going 11 o'clock, so we weren't expecting any more children. A cry of "trick or treat" came from outside our door, though, so my mother stopped the story and went to the door. My mom loved children. She peeked out our front door window and caught just a glimpse of the young girl standing there in a pink princess outfit. She swung the door open, not even waiting to get a full view of the girl before complimenting her costume. "Well, don't you just look adorable?" There was the sound of a bowl hitting the floor, and my mother froze mid-sentence. "What's wrong, Mummy?" The voice didn't come from any of us. It came from outside. My father, my older siblings and I all looked at each other before racing to the front door. When I got there, my heart leaped into my throat and tears filled my eyes. Standing in the doorway was my younger sister, Sarah. Sarah, who had been killed in a car crash years earlier. Those of you who have shared a house with a young child can imagine how deeply their absence is felt. There is no aspect of life they don't affect in one way or another. And when she died, nothing was the same. And there she stood, not a day older, and not a mark on her body. I broke down crying. When I looked around, I saw that all my family was crying, and Sarah looked deeply troubled by it. "Did I do something wrong, Mummy?" That voice snapped us all back to the moment. "Of course you didn't, sweetie," my mother replied hurriedly, adding, "We just missed you. Can I come in now?" We let her in, of course. The family then talked as we hadn't talked in years. Sarah was just the same as she ever had been. Back then, I would have called her annoying, but that night, she couldn't have annoyed me if she tried. Once we had been together for half an hour or so, Sarah looked towards my parents. "Mom, Dad, can I show you something?" "Of course you can, honey," my mother breathed. She still had tears in her eyes. Sarah leapt off the couch. "Great, come with me," she said, holding out both her hands for my mother and father to take. Suddenly, I realized that Grandma was still upstairs and had no idea that Sarah had come back. So I went upstairs to go get her. When I got upstairs, I saw my grandfather coming out of a room quietly and shutting the door behind him. When I asked where Grandma was, he told me she was resting. I asked if she could come downstairs, and he simply said that wouldn't be possible, before adding that she would have plenty of time to spend with Sarah. I was excited. Did this mean they were staying with us? I asked my grandfather, and he just smiled and went downstairs with me. My older siblings were chatting in the living room when Sarah came skipping in from around the corner. "Where are Mom and Dad?" I asked. "Well, when we went to the basement, They started kissing and hugging and told me to go back upstairs, so I did. That didn't sound right. I couldn't imagine my mother leaving Sarah's side for a moment tonight. Nobody else seemed to find that strange though. Grandpa just laughed and said that adults were weird and that I'd understand someday. Then he turned to my brother and said he had brought a gift for him, something to make up for all the lost birthdays and Christmases. He held out his hand for my brother to take. "Come with me." It was only at this point that I grew suspicious. I asked Grandpa where my gift was, to which he simply said, "Oh, don't worry, you'll get yours soon enough." I urged my brother not to go with him, but he didn't listen. Taking my grandfather's hand, the two of them went down the hall together. Sarah turned to us and said, "Mummy and Daddy have been down there a while. Let's go check on them." She reached out for us. "Come with me." My older sister reached for Sarah, but I slapped her hand away. "Billy, what the—" "Don't go with her," I begged. "Come on, Meg," Sarah said. "Billy just doesn't want to see Mum and Dad kissing." Before I could stop her, Meg took Sarah's hand and the two of them went downstairs to the basement. Grandpa started coming back down the hall alone. His eyes met mine. "I've got your gift now, Billy. Come with me." I ran past him into my room and shut the door behind me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have a cell phone yet, and there was no home phones in my room. They hadn't been openly violent yet, but how long was that going to last? All I could do was sit there and wait for them to either break in or leave. Heavy footsteps came down the hall and stopped just outside my door. My grandfather began calling me, begging me to come out so he could give me my present. A few minutes later, his voice was joined by Sarah's, asking me to come out and play with her. "Why don't you love me anymore, Billy? What did I do wrong?" She sounded like she was on the verge of tears. I can't possibly tell you how hard it was to stay in there, listening to my little sister beg me to play with her one last time. But the survival instinct is a strong one, and I kept the door shut. The clock chimed 12, and all fell silent. I looked under the door, and my grandfather's figure was no longer casting a shadow underneath. I placed my ear to the door, listening carefully. I heard nothing. My family was out there, possibly hurt. I had to go check or call for help, do something at least. I took a deep breath to steady myself and opened the door. The hallway was empty. Across the hall, through the open door, I could see my brother lying on the ground, motionless. He was pale, and it didn't look like he was breathing. I was only in high school, but I ran over to him, checked his wrists and his neck for a pulse, but found nothing. All I saw was that one of his hands was tinged black, as if necrotic. I ran upstairs. I should have called the police or an ambulance or somebody, but my mind wasn't working. I found Grandma in the same state. Pale, not breathing, her hands slightly blackened. My heart was racing. I couldn't go to the basement, because I knew what I would find there. The rest of my family, lying pale and motionless, dead. I sat there for a long time, paralyzed, before I decided that I had to know. The descent to the basement felt longer than it ever had before. I felt cold and numb, and each step felt like an eternity. But when I got to the bottom, I saw exactly what I knew I would find. My parents and my older sister all lying on the floor. I began to cry. cry like I hadn't done in years, like I hadn't since the day my little sister died. "You stupid boy." The voice was sinister and evil, sounding just like every demon from every horror movie you've ever seen, and worse. I spun around, and Sarah was there. But she was different. Her eyes were empty, and her mouth was a black, lipless hole ringed with fangs. "You have no more family, no more loved ones. They all came with me. They're mine now. And you? You will live the rest of your life alone. You will die somewhere, forgotten, alone and afraid. You will never see your family again. Ever." Then, the thing paused and held out its hand. "Unless, of course, you come with me. You can be with us all again, forever." I'd like to tell you now that I kept my distance, that I told her to get out of my house, or at least that I sat frozen. But what she said was true. I felt it deep in my bones. I would never see my family again if I didn't go with her. I was just a kid. A scared, stupid kid who wanted his mom. I stood shakily and reached out my hand slowly. Sarah's mouth formed a sick facsimile of a smile as I approached. There was a noise upstairs. The clock chimed 1 o'clock, and I looked up, just for a heartbeat. There was a distant scream, and when I looked forward again, Sarah was gone. I called 911. It was eventually deemed that the family died of carbon monoxide poisoning, and that the leak had spontaneously resolved itself and dispersed through my grandmother's open window. My experiences were brought on by the hysteria and oxygen deprivation. It could have been worse. They could have blamed me. I was legally an adult at that point, so the estate fell to me. I sold the house and everything in it and moved to a small apartment, using the proceeds to put myself through school once I graduated. If you see a loved one who has passed away this Halloween, please don't let them in. Don't take their hand, and never, ever go with them. You might be asking why I'm sharing this now. It's a fair question. For many years, I've been terrified of the things that came to my house that night. For decades, I thought that the scariest thing in the world was the idea that whatever came to visit, whatever we let into our home, they weren't my family. This year, though, I had a thought that was even more disturbing. What if they were? No amount of money in this world can justify a lifetime of nightmares, especially the kind that seep into the real world and cripple you with terror as soon as you wake up. Nightmares so violently distressing that you will never know for sure whether there's something in the dark lying in wait at your bedside until the dreadful, unavoidable moment comes where you'll be forced to turn on the lights and see for yourself. If I'd known back then what creating that stupid challenge would bring upon me, I would have kept my mouth shut. The small amount of money I won wasn't worth it, but it's far too late now to do anything about it. All that's left for me now is to try and live out the rest of my days as best as I can, knowing that someday, somehow, I will turn on the lights and find that thing there, waiting for me. There was this old, abandoned building right next to our school. I don't know exactly how long it had been abandoned for, but if I were to guess based on some old newspapers, candy wrappers and tons of other trash lying around, I'd say 20 years at the very least, maybe more. Despite the smell, the debris, the rats, and piles of trash, or even the occasional hobo turds. As weird as it might sound, every one of us loved that place. It was barely a couple of minutes away on foot from our school, so it was relatively easy for a lot of people to see it as an unofficial extension of school grounds. Whether it was to sneak away and have a few smokes during lunch break, make out, or just chill for a while after class, it was a place welcoming enough for pretty much anyone. There were enough different rooms throughout the building, varying in size, including a large oval room located on the first floor, which people usually try to avoid. It was more than enough to accommodate many groups of people all at once. These groups rarely interacted with one another, everyone mostly keeping it to themselves and their close circle of friends, but occasionally others would come by looking for a lighter or a cigarette someone could spare. Some of the faculty members were even said to hang in there sometimes, something I never witnessed myself, but they never berated us students for whatever we might be doing. They'd let us be. I mean, sure, we weren't on school property or anything, but it wasn't just that. Our teachers were cool. In fact, every other year, there were talks going around about acquiring the old building and turning it into official school property. We weren't exactly fond of the idea, because we liked that place for what it was, and how it was. Nonetheless, it was nice seeing that adults cared for it as well to some degree. We never stayed too long after dark, because an abandoned building during night is a whole different thing than it is during the day. It would get dark in there fairly quickly, and you could also feel the overall vibe shift almost instantly as people started feeling cold and somewhat uneasy. We never encountered any trouble there of any kind, but then again, we were also smart enough to not take our chances and overstay our welcome past a certain hour. That was until our last year of high school, when we came up with a survival horror kind of challenge one afternoon. It started out as a half joke, half dare, but then suddenly, everyone in the group started pitching in and structuring the idea from the ground up. At the time, I was somewhat proud of myself for being the main driving force that made the whole thing actually happen. We decided on a $10 entrance fee for whoever wanted in, and we ended up pulling together quite the appealing cash prize. From the moment you paid your fee, that money was gone and would never be returned to you under any circumstances, unless, of course, you turned out to be the winner. But the monetary prize wasn't enough, and I knew from the get-go that without an official set of rules, the whole thing wasn't going to last, as people would start complaining and whining to get their money back at every chance they got. With that in mind, I convinced them that this was in our best interest to establish some rules, just to make sure that nobody cheated and that everything turned out to be fair for everyone. Copies of the rulings were handed out and signed by everyone who was to take part in the challenge, as a sign of promise that they would abide by the rules. Deep down, I also knew that I had a big chance of actually winning the challenge, which is why I insisted an awful lot on the issue to begin with. I wanted to have as much fun as everyone else, but I also realized how easy it was for me to make money out of it. As for the challenge itself, it was essentially a try not to get scared kind of thing, meant to take place inside that same abandoned building in the form of trials. Each trial always featured 2 players chosen at random, with their roles also being assigned randomly as to give everyone a fair chance. One would have to try and scare the other with whatever means necessary, while the other player would have to try and, well, not get scared. Once the players were chosen, 2 variables were also determined randomly: the starting time of the trial, any time between 10 PM and 3 AM, as well as its duration, anywhere from 30 to 90 minutes. If any of the two players weren't there and the agreed starting time for whatever reason, they were automatically disqualified. Leaving the premises before the trial would disqualify you on the spot as well, regardless of your role. We also agreed on a sudden death kind of system. If a player failed to scare their opponent during the allotted time, or if a player ended up getting scared, that meant they were automatically out of the race. Again, no exceptions were to be made if we wanted it to work. The contestants, especially the ones trying not to get scared, were highly advised to bring a camera with them and record their own reaction as to avoid any he said she said. By having an actual form of evidence to back up their claims. Although there were some funny and memorable moments throughout the trials, I'll skip straight to the final one, the outcome of which would determine the winner. It was either going to be me or my friend Joshua. But before I do, I want to point out that by the time the two of us were the only players left, pretty much everyone else had lost interest in the outcome of the challenge. Many were mad for being disqualified after not showing up on time, which, I must admit, was something I expected to happen when it came to certain people, and the rest were either upset for having lost or worried about more important things such as exams, for example. So, because it was pretty much the two of us at that point, Joshua, who would be the one trying to scare me, decided to spice up the final trial by daring me to accept the following 3 rules. Rule number 1. The trial was to take place inside the large oval room located on the first floor of the building. Rule number 2. For the whole duration of the trial, I would have to remain seated on a chair, positioned at the very center of the room. And last but not least, the third rule stated that I was forbidden from talking or making a sound, and more importantly, I could never turn around or look behind me. If I were to break any of his rules, I would lose on the spot. You might be thinking I'd be an idiot to say yes and accept his conditions, especially when they clearly gave him the advantage. But the thing is, he said he'd put down an extra $100 if I did the same. The higher stakes would make for a far more personal and engaging duel for either of us, he said. I was in it mostly for the money after all, so how could I say no? Besides, it would prove to be a proper challenge, and the more money there was to be won, the more determined I was to win, no matter what. Being the lucky son of a gun he was, Joshua ended up having a full 90 minutes at his disposal to try and scare me somehow. What upset me the most, however, was the fact that the trial was scheduled to start at the latest possible hour, 3 in the morning. It wasn't particularly uplifting, especially when you consider that there hadn't been a single trial before ours that took place within that time frame. As a result, we had absolutely no idea whether it would be a safe environment for us to find ourselves in. On that night, I got there a little earlier than I anticipated. Around 2:15 AM, I think. I wanted to make sure I was there on time first and foremost, but I also had hopes of catching a glimpse of whatever Joshua had in store for me, and doing so might boost my chances of winning. I kept my distance as I scouted the exterior for a bit, but I didn't see any signs of him. I was slightly disappointed, but I decided to use the time I had left wisely and made my way inside. Entering that old building at night, and on my own, was much harder than I thought. Every step I took always made some kind of noise as things cracked under my shoes. It made me a little nervous because there was no way for me to know whether I was actually alone or not. The last thing I wanted was to wake up a crackhead with a needle stuck in their arm or come face to face with some shady activity going on. I didn't come across anything like that, so I made my way upstairs and into the designated area where the trial was to take place. There was nothing in the rules that stated that you couldn't be in the building way before the start of the trial, so if I happened to stumble upon Joshua as he was setting something up, I knew I wouldn't be the one at a disadvantage. As soon as I entered the oval room, I immediately noticed a wooden chair at its very center. Joshua had to be the one who put it there, which meant that not only had he already been there and likely done his preparations, but it also implied that he had arrived way before I did. I didn't like this one bit, because I suddenly felt like I had underestimated him, but I didn't let it get to me, in case he had been observing me since I got there. I still had a few minutes to kill before the trial officially started, so I didn't feel like I had any reason to worry. I walked around for a bit and looked for any other hints of his presence, like hidden props or some kind of device set to go off, but I didn't find anything whatsoever. Had it not been for the chair, I never would have guessed that Joshua had been the first to arrive. I then set up my own camera on a tripod in front of me, stuck a digital clock on top of it to keep track of the time, and finally sat down on the old chair. I was fully aware that I was to remain seated for the next hour and a half until 4:30 AM, but I was counting on Joshua giving up before then. I thought about bringing a book or something to entertain myself with, but ultimately decided against it. I felt like if I wanted to have the best chances, I had to remain focused throughout the entire thing, and letting myself get distracted might be enough for my opponent to swoop in for the win. So, instead, I tried my best to blend in and become one with the room I was in. I already knew that Joshua was probably going to leave me be at first, maybe in the hopes that the wait and anticipation would make me anxious and more susceptible to his tactics. But he was wrong. The longer he waited to make his move, the more I got used to my surroundings, which made me feel like I had the advantage over him. On top of that, knowing that someone was trying to scare me was enough to dial my senses up to 11 as well. I was wide awake and ready for whatever he had in store for me, confident that it wouldn't be enough to overcome my resolve. There was also no way I wouldn't notice him walk into the room, since there was only one way in, and I could easily detect all kinds of sounds and any sudden changes around me. There were 3 windows on the far wall in front of me, which barely provided the room with some light coming from outside. But I couldn't imagine Joshua making his entrance through one of them. Not only would it be dangerous, but I would also instantly see him coming in if he did. And he would lose any element of surprise he might have going for him. And yet, there wasn't a single sign of Joshua, even after nearly half an hour had passed. I was doing my best to stay focused, but I knew I was starting to get bored, which wasn't a good sign if I wanted to be in my best shape. And, to be honest, I was also getting a little anxious as well. Being on your own in such a derelict place, so late at night, and for such an extended period of time, just isn't natural. It's not something that normal people usually do. It wears you down, and that got me thinking. Was he purposefully taking his time? Maybe trying to lure me into a false sense of security? Perhaps even waiting until the very last minutes of the trial to try and get me somehow? I wouldn't have put it past him to bet on me going through that paranoid line of thinking. So I closed my eyes in an attempt to clear my thoughts. I listened carefully to every sound in the air around me before trying to picture where they were coming from. This little exercise ended up giving some much needed peace of mind. When he told me I couldn't look behind me no matter what, he effectively made me unable to look at half of the entire room. But he probably didn't count on the fact that my ears would greatly make up for it. The sound of something crashing somewhere on the first floor startled me at first, but then I found it rather amusing. Idiot, I thought, thinking that Joshua had just given out his position by tripping over himself in the dark. I straightened myself in my chair with a grin as I checked on the time once again. 3:46 a.m. Only 44 minutes left. I then heard the sound of his footsteps coming from down the hallway as he approached the room I was in. This wasn't surprising, considering the entire service floor of the building was littered with shards of glass, empty cans, gravel, and broken tiles, not to mention the odd piece of trash here and there left behind by squatters. It was straight up impossible to walk in there without making any sound, so it's no wonder that I heard him drawing closer every step of the way. He had no way of hiding his presence, but it also didn't seem like it was a concern for him. Maybe he was trying to play it cool and pretend that the crashing sound I heard had been intentional. Now that I knew he was finally coming out, I just had to prepare myself and not give in to whatever he had planned for me. The prize was as good as won, I thought. I just had to sit still and look straight into the camera in front of me, without making a peep or turning around, and that was it. That was all I had to do. The distinct sound of glass breaking under his feet indicated that he was now at the very entrance of the room, only a few dozen feet right behind me. He had stopped walking and stood there in silence, no doubt staring at me as I sat there with my back to him. He remained eerily quiet for a few minutes, and then, suddenly, without warning, he took off and started running. For a moment, I thought he might run straight towards me in an attempt to freak me out and make me jump out of my chair. But that's not what he did. He started running in a disturbing and erratic manner, but I never got to see it because it was all happening out of my sight, and I had agreed to the rules that stated I wouldn't turn around. I could only listen to the sounds of him crushing the trash under his feet and kicking dirt and dust in the air. He didn't appear to care for the ruckus he was making that echoed throughout the entire building, which made me feel quite uneasy, since it could attract plenty of unwanted attention. I then realized that there was more to that sense of unease that had been steadily growing in the pit of my stomach for a while. With me not actually being able to see anything, I had to rely on what I could hear, and from there, try and imagine what was really happening behind my back. Yet, the more I listened, the more anxious I got, until I finally figured out what was bothering me so much. The way he was moving and running was way too fast. It's not that Joshua couldn't run, but there was something regarding the sound and speed of that strange skittering that didn't seem human to me in the least. No matter how hard I tried, it was impossible for me to imagine that an actual person was making that noise somewhere behind me. I then considered the possibility that a stray dog had wandered into the room. A dog that's chasing some rats, I thought. That would perhaps explain what was going on. Except that the more I thought about it, it really didn't. For one, this dog never appeared anywhere in my line of sight, which I found rather odd and suspicious. And besides its speed, there had been no other signs that this could in fact be a dog. No barking, no panting, no sniffing. Nothing, except for that constant skittering, kicking dirt and cans wherever it went. And by the sound of it, it was far too big to be a rat as well. I can't say I was much of an animal enthusiast, but for a minute or so, I really tried my best to think of what might have been in there with me. maybe Joshua had brought with him some weird animal he was keeping on a leash. That would explain why it remained out of my sight. And yet, considering how erratic it seemed to be behaving, you'd expect the person in charge of it to voice some kind of command at some point. But that didn't happen either. The whole thing only got stranger the more I tried to make sense of it. What exactly was he doing? And how was he doing it? Was he trying to screw with me in a weird way? Not actually trying to scare me, but rather simply force me to turn my head and have a look. Whoever or whatever was in the room with me suddenly took off once more at full speed, heading straight towards me this time, until it abruptly stopped right behind my chair, somehow being careful enough to not even touch it, regardless of its absurd velocity. I felt the dirt kicking into my ankles as a cloud of dust rose in the air around me due to the thing's momentum. And let me tell you, the way the air blew past me and ruffled my hair and clothes, it instantly took me back to those ice bucket challenge days, because it felt like one had been dumped all over me. Not just because the air carried a hint of something revolting and foul within, but there was also the implication regarding the size of whatever was now only mere inches away from me. Judging by how strong the wind seemed to blow when it finally stopped running, it had to be big. Only then did I start to consider the possibility that Joshua might not be responsible for any of it, and if that was the case, it meant I had absolutely no clue regarding what was in there with me and what their intentions were, if they had any to begin with. I thought about looking, which was a natural response to have when faced with the unknown, but this unmistakable gut feeling, the kind that's impossible to shrug off, helped me fight back the urge. My brain, on the other hand, was trying to come up with an explanation for what was happening, in a subconscious effort to disprove my growing worries. What if it was Joshua after all? What if it was nothing but a magnificent trick, expertly put together with all kinds of props I'd somehow missed on my way in? I was so convinced that I was going to win, that my own arrogance might have blinded me to that extent. Maybe Joshua was really putting on a Wizard of Oz kind of show, pulling the strings as he laughed from somewhere behind the scenes. And if that was the case, if there was even a small possibility of that being the actual truth, then I just had to be a trooper and endure it. There was no way I would lose to him, especially not against some cheap parlor tricks. I refused losing in such a disgraceful way. I felt like my whole body and brain were on fire, considering how much thinking I was doing, going over and over countless scenarios as I tried to figure out what was going on. I could tell I was getting all sweaty from it, and being in an empty, abandoned building in the early hours of the morning certainly didn't help, as the cold air kept giving me chills every now and then. But after a few minutes of feeling unusually warm and then very cold right afterwards, I realized what was actually happening. And if I wasn't already doing my absolute best not to move, this sudden realization definitely had me petrified. Something was blowing warm, moist air on the back of my neck. That was the source of the warmth I'd been feeling for a while, followed by chills as my skin then immediately readjusted to the cold temperature of the room. I was overcome with a sudden urge to look behind me, but I also had this ominous feeling that I would be committing a terrible mistake if I did. And of course, thoughts of actually breaking the rules and losing to Joshua kept picking away at my brain as well. In hindsight, that internal struggle was without a doubt instrumental in keeping me alive, as it prevented me from doing anything rash. Around 4:02 a.m, The warm air began to increase, not only in intensity, but in quantity as well. It was no longer blowing on just the base of my skull or my hair. I could feel it now, warming up my entire body, which was a very distressing sensation, seeing as I still didn't know where it was coming from. A profoundly rotten stench also came along with it, which I'd caught merely a whiff of a few minutes earlier. No words can describe how vile and wrong that air smelled like. Even to this day, I've yet to encounter anything horrible and disgusting enough to compare to it. I only remember my immediate reaction to it and how it made me feel. It wasn't just extremely nauseating, but it was also very wrong on so many levels to be in its presence and breathing it in, almost as if I was committing an unspeakable crime simply by being there and becoming aware of it. It made me feel like I was in the presence of something that shouldn't be there, something that wasn't meant to be looked upon or even acknowledged in any way. It was impossible to imagine what sort of thing could be responsible for that otherworldly stench, and I feared I'd lose my mind in the pointless attempt to picture it in my head. But that vile air only gave further credibility to the reality I'd been trying to avoid. That there definitely had to be a mouth of some kind right behind me. And for it to be able to blow that amount of air in any single increment over such a wide angle, it couldn't just be any mouth. It had to be an impossibly large one. I didn't want to believe it. The idea that there was a giant mouth behind my back was ridiculous. I truly, desperately wanted to turn around and be proven wrong upon realizing the reasonable explanation for the source of it all. I only had to turn my head a little and to the side and finally see it with my own eyes. And yet, I did not look. Because, as much as the whole thing was starting to get to me, the very deliberate act of looking behind me would mean I was willingly giving up, and I wasn't ready to accept that. Even when nearly everything about what was going on made it abundantly clear that something truly sinister was afoot, and that I had absolutely no connection whatsoever to Joshua or the challenge, I still wanted to believe that was wrong. I had to believe that Joshua was behind everything, and that it was all going according to his plan. Otherwise, I would be forced to accept the terrifying reality where I was sharing the space with something both unexplainable and unnatural. And then, almost as if to intentionally confirm my worst suspicions, I heard a sound coming from right behind me. It sounded so close to me that I even felt its vibrations bounce off the back of my neck, which sent a terrible chill down my spine. It was a soft, dry clack, the sound your teeth make when you close your mouth with nothing in it, as if you were biting or chewing the air. And yet, despite it being clearly the sound of teeth knocking against each other, I still couldn't imagine a person or any kind of animal being responsible for it, almost as if there was nothing but teeth behind me. It kept repeating itself every few seconds. Although I didn't hear or make out anything else, there was something about that regular, almost playful clacking of teeth that seemed to be telling me, I want to sink my teeth into your flesh. I also noticed that the clacking had been steadily growing louder and stronger with every new clack, the reverberation now resulting in a tingling sensation that travelled across my entire body. And the louder it got, the bigger the image I had of those teeth seemed to grow in my mind. I didn't know what to do or how to react, but I knew that it was only going to get worse from that point onwards, and that the time had come for me to make a choice. I could either stay and take my chances, believe against all reason and common sense that it was truly the work of Joshua, or I could get the hell out of there as if my life depended on it, but risk losing the challenge I'd worked so hard to win if I happened to be overthinking everything. The unseen teeth were now loud enough that I could feel the ground and dirt rumble right under my feet. Everything around me seemed to shake whenever that mouth bit into the air at my back, and if it kept going like that, I was certain that the ever-growing and unstoppable reverberation would soon cause the building to collapse. The time was 4:22 a.m., so close to the end of the trial, with barely 8 minutes left on the clock. But by then, I had already made my mind up. I had to leave the place, and I had to do it fast. Even though I was no longer concerned with the trial or any of the rules, I decided that there wasn't a good enough reason for me to look at it. I didn't want to know what exactly I'd been sharing the room with all that time, especially when I'd pretty much accepted the fact that I had to be within reach of some monstrous entity. It was my belief that if I were to look at it, the mere sight of it would more than likely be enough to annihilate me mentally and prevent me from leaving. Exiting the way I came in wasn't an option. As far as I was concerned, the world behind me as I knew it was no longer there. The sound they were making was getting so unbearably loud that I couldn't imagine there being anything else except teeth and darkness lying in wait for me. The only way out of the room was through the window in front of me, the one on the leftmost side of the wall that appeared to be busted enough for me to fit through it. I needed to make a beeline for it if I wanted to get out as fast as possible, which meant I would have to leave my camera behind. Throwing the camera out of the window might have been an option, but there was no way for me to know what would happen from the moment I got off the chair. With that in mind, I simply didn't want to waste what could turn out to be precious time. Besides, there was absolutely no way for my camera to survive that fall. Leaving it behind meant that there was still a small chance of recovering it later. Maybe. I tried picturing my escape. How many seconds and steps it would take for me to reach the window, and whether I wasn't underestimating the fall I'd have to take. But the clacking had become so deafeningly loud that I was barely able to hear myself think. Each new thunderous clack made my entire body go numb, to the point where I wasn't feeling a thing anymore. That's when I noticed that my vision was gradually turning dark. I can't say for sure whether it was that sound making me lose consciousness, or if the thing had started to expand and swallow the remaining half of the room. But before I could tell exactly what was happening, I was already running. I want to say I felt something massive shuffling behind me as I made my escape, but it's best to take it all with a grain of salt, considering the state I was in. I also heard a crashing sound and saw what appeared to be pieces of wood splintering not too far away from me, and I could feel what might have been my chair that was sent flying. What happened next is still mostly a blur, which I'm quite thankful of. But I know I ended up rolling sideways out of the window before landing outside on top of some dead bushes and old pieces of wet and mouldy drywall. I landed on my left side, which resulted in my elbow pushing into my ribs and the impact immediately knocking the wind out of me. If you've had that happen to you at any point, you know how terrifying it can be, struggling to breathe yet not being able to no matter how hard you try. Eventually, I found myself on my back and breathing normally again, facing the night sky. I could feel the breeze and hear what little commotion there was on the streets, like the odd car driving by or a couple of joggers on their night run. I was hurting quite a bit, but I was back in the real world, surrounded by normal sights and normal sounds, which was all that mattered. As I lay there and realized I had just jumped out of a window, I started laughing at myself, feeling like a complete idiot. I took out my phone. 4:28 a.m. I had lost the challenge, I thought, and in my humiliating defeat, I decided to stay put and wait for Joshua to come out and claim his victory. But he never showed up. I gave him a call when I finally managed to stand on my feet, but it went straight to voicemail. I slowly made my way around the building towards the main entrance, but found no one there waiting for me with a "gotcha" look on their face. I was still somewhat shaken by the fall, and as a result, I wasn't thinking straight. I thought about entering the building again, hoping that I could somehow retrieve my stuff. But I put that time to good use as I tried calling and texting Joshua repeatedly along the way. He eventually texted me back once through another phone number, saying that there had been a family emergency and that he would tell me the details the following day at the latest. While I didn't quite believe him straight away, I still had the common sense not to risk saying something that might have been seen as insensitive. My brain was pretty much fried by the time I got home, so I put my phone away, went straight to bed, and let my pain and exhaustion take over before quickly falling asleep. We talked over the phone later the next day, and to sum it up, he was indeed telling the truth. His father suffered a workplace-related injury, which I verified with my own eyes some months later, but he was fine for the most part. It could have been a lot worse, according to what the hospital staff said. As for the trial and everything, he was the first to bring it up. "It sucks, but screw it. Rules are rules. Money is yours. You deserve it," he said. I could tell by his tone that he was being genuine, but I also detected a faint little hint of regret and disappointment, likely for not having an actual shot at winning. Either way, it was over now, and he no longer cared for it, which was understandable considering what he and his family had just been put through. He also told me that, on the night of the trial, he had come to the building with enough time to spare, but in the end, he only managed to place the chair in the room before he got the call from his mom. He then went straight back to his car and hit the road, with nothing but his father's health and safety on his mind. He said he instantly forgot about me and the trial, which I obviously could never blame him for. When he eventually remembered, his phone was already dead, as he had spent hours talking with his relatives who kept updating him on his father's situation. He only messaged me that one time shortly after he arrived at the hospital and asked his mom to use a phone. I won the challenge in the end, but it's not like I had any reason or anyone to celebrate with. I didn't feel like a winner, and even if I did, it would be wrong for me to boast about it given the circumstances surrounding my victory. The prize money was nice, but I ended up having to spend it on a new camera. It was a good enough upgrade, I guess, but that's not how I intended to spend it initially. Needless to say, I never stepped inside that old building ever again. My friends thought it was weird of me, since I'd always liked the place so damn much, but I made up some excuse, saying how I couldn't help but associate the building with the night Joshua's father nearly died. I don't know if they believed me or not, but they didn't insist on the matter. No one ever found my old camera either, or else they would have told me. As far as Joshua is concerned, because nobody else cared anymore by that point, he thinks I sat there on the night of the trial like an idiot for nearly 2 hours before heading home. I never bothered to tell him or anyone else what I think happened to me. It wasn't worth the trouble, and to be honest, I just wanted to forget everything about that night and pretend it never happened. Perhaps I'd simply imagined the entire ordeal with my overly active imagination, and for a while, the lies I told myself were enough to make me forget the incident. And then one day, the nightmares began. And while they never exactly plagued me on a daily basis, they were terrible enough that they would leave me reeling for the following days. Whether I was asleep or awake, I was never able to picture or recall anything related to them under any circumstances. The only thing I could feel that still lingered on after I woke up was my reaction to whatever I witnessed and experienced during my slumber. This unequivocal feeling of helplessness and absolute terror. For all I know, my own mind is responsible for blocking off and preventing me from seeing the actual contents of my nightmares, just to protect what little sanity I have left. But what terrifies me the most, and nearly drives me insane, is a certain sound that wakes me up every single day. I can hear it and feel it so clearly in the air of my own room, surrounded by that unforgettable rotten stench. And I know that they're there. Teeth in the dark, clacking and waiting for the inevitable moment where I reach for the light switch. A moment that always comes, not because I'm brave, but because deep down, I hope that whatever is in my room has finally grown tired of playing games with me and will put me out of my misery once and for all. And yet, every time the lights come on and I find myself alone, the clacking suddenly stops and the smell vanishes without leaving a trace, as if it were never there in the first place. But I know I'm not imagining it. The same thing will happen tomorrow, and likely the day after as well. They'll always be there, no matter where I go, and regardless of what I do, biding their time until I'm ripe for the taking. And when that day comes, I will turn on the lights and find it there, as it finally reveals its true and impossible form to me, because the sight of it destroys my mind, or its teeth tear me apart. Whichever comes first, I will kneel to it and welcome the end that is sure to follow. Only then will I find peace.